Hello, hello, Indy Design Week. We are here. This is Friday, May 8th, and we are live. We are live, aren't we, Scott?
The livest we have ever been. It doesn't get any more live than this, probably.
Indeed, indeed. So as you all know, maybe you don't know if you're tuning in for the first time, we pivoted this whole conference, this whole week, to provide you with good quality content, still elevating the conversation and talent of design in Indianapolis remotely. And so we have an awesome lineup of the speakers today, don't we, Scott?
Yeah, I am really excited. I personally know most of these folks that are speaking today, and yeah, I am personally stoked. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I think most people know me, but I'll give a quick introduction. I'm Poppy Guthrie, Executive Director of Indy Design Week and our nonprofit that is called Indy Design Collaborative, so that we can continue to serve you all year round beyond just the week. So more things coming with that. We're a new nonprofit as of this year, so yay. And I'm also a senior interaction designer at SEP, co-leader of IXDA Indianapolis, which is the Interaction Design Association of Indianapolis, for those that don't know the jargon. And Scott, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so if we don't know each other, which I'm sure most of us probably do, I hope most of us do. My name is Scott Soltis Curry. By day, I am a product designer and the UX lead at 120 Water in Zionsville. And I also am the founder of the Indianapolis Coffee Guide, which is an online guide to exploring and discovering the amazing local coffee scene in Indianapolis.
Awesome. I did also forget to mention that my husband and I run Indy Coffee Box, which is how we met, Scott, isn't it?
Yeah, it is how we met, however many years ago.
Right?
One of our fateful crossings.
Indeed. So I'm so excited for to bring this studio on stage and to hear their talk. I think it's going to be just a real treat for everyone. I didn't know about Delv Studio because I'm in interaction design, but as the executive director of Indy Design Week and working towards learning about the landscape of design in Indianapolis, I've come to love this architecture studio. So why don't we bring Kara and Sam on? I'm going to admit them now, and then we can just give it an introduction, and then we'll roll into their talk. So Dave, I'm adding them into the chat now. Yeah. And pardon if you have to bear with us. This is brand new, so if you're seeing something interesting on the screen, it'll soon be great.
I think it's great already.
Yeah. So Kara Weber is the principal and co-founder of Delv Design. And Kara, how long have you guys been in operation?
We're coming up on 6 years.
Congratulations. That's great. And you guys won some awards, didn't you?
We did. When we first started out, we've won an international business plan competition, so that really got us off the ground and running, and we've thankfully also gotten a lot of industry recognition through projects. Nice.
And we're actually going to show some of your videos later today so that people can see your work.
Cool.
And Sam Vonderel is an architect at Delv. Sam, how long have you been at Delv? I'm going to unmute you.
2 years.
3 years.
2 years.
2 years. 2 years. I heard years and I just made a number. And Dave, I think that we're still seeing some funky business on the stream. So yeah, we're learning this live. but it'll all be good. So we had to make sure that we could also see what was happening, and that messed some things up a little bit. But I think we could go ahead and show your talk, and then we'll bring you back on for about 10 minutes of Q&A after the talk runs. Sound good?
Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Okay. And we're just switching the stream.
Our career and worldview is one which synthesizes a number of inputs and seeks to make sense of them all. The challenge is that our work is not about buildings like you might expect, but about people. Our impact needs to be legible and rooted in connecting people to experience. It is because of that idea that empathy is the most powerful tool that we have in making connections that matter the most. We're part of a talented group of 15 designers and community leaders. Each of us play a critical role in seeing the world from our own and each other's perspectives. In this way, we work as a collaborative unit to explore empathy and challenge each other to become better citizens. This happens in the physical, built environment, in architecture and interiors, and beyond into impacting brand strategy and experience in less tangible forms also. Delv was founded on the idea that compelling stories are what make life interesting. Our purpose is to help translate those stories into experiences that are memorable and connect us together. What makes a good story is if there's something special that you can take away from it to enrich your life, whether that be large or small in impact. The focus of all of our endeavors is knowing that we have more to learn from understanding others than we know ourselves.
So we want to start with the definition of the word empathy. The word empathy has been defined as the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. So if you can empathize with somebody, it's because you have been in or imagined being in their shoes. Walk around their shoes, as the saying goes. But we want to discuss the difference between sympathy and empathy. The words sympathy and empathy often get confused or even used as synonyms with each other. They both carry cultural connotations of being touchy-feely and abstract. So to get nerdy with the etymology of it, they share a common root in pathy, from the Greek pathos, feeling. And where they differ is in their prefixes. Sim means with, and em means in. So it's a little bit more deeper and a little bit more intimate even. Sometimes people hear the word empathy, and what they're actually thinking about when they hear it is sympathy. Sympathy is defined as sometimes feelings of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune, offering of condolences, the patting of a back, a shoulder squeeze, or a listening ear. Empathy, however, is somewhat different. It isn't limited to support for a challenging time. So a designer then shouldn't necessarily work to have sympathy for their clients and end users, but should work to have a profound and clear sense of empathy. This is a long-time favorite quote from the Japanese architect Yoshio Taniguchi, and it states, "Architecture is basically the container of something. I hope they will enjoy not so much the teacup, but the tea." So go ahead and read that quote again, or think about that quote, but sub in for the word architecture, whatever type of design it is that you do. Your design skill set, whatever that role may be, is only the container. The essential framing of design's role as backdrop, as supporting character, critically puts emphasis on the T being the life, emotion, art, human function that your design supports and facilitates. So if we can continually frame our minds for ourselves as architects and designers, the gift that we then are able to contribute to the world, the experience that makes it so worthwhile, that T becomes that much richer.
Beyond the base definition of empathy that Kara touched on, there are three types of empathy to consider. Emotional empathy, which is connecting with the feelings of another on an emotional level. Compassionate empathy is beyond simply understanding and actually sharing in another's experience. And cognitive empathy, which is understanding how a person thinks and feels on a conceptual level. So with this, we begin to understand that empathy really is a practice and that we have to develop and nurture within ourselves. It's also the key ingredient to good design. In his book, Six Habits of Highly Empathetic People, Roman Gnarek outlines these as being able to cultivate curiosity about strangers, challenge prejudices and discover commonalities, try on another person's life, listen hard and open up, inspire mass action and social change. And this is where we as architects have the biggest opportunity for input. And then the sixth habit is to develop an ambitious imagination. So our translation here is that empathy does not happen without an action. All of these habits require that we take action for them to be effective.
Okay, so what does empathy actually look like? These are nice, heady concepts. What it looks like is changing your posture and getting down on the floor. An image of that I like to think of often and we talk about is imagine a child playing with blocks, and they are deep in imagination of what worlds they're creating. You don't often see that child standing up from the vantage point and thinking about what their block is. They are down on the floor imagining what that little doll or Lego minifigure or whatever the child is into, how it feels, what it looks like from their perspective. So it's very important. I think there's a distinction that this requires a posture change. So challenge yourself, and we challenge ourselves often to get into a different posture, to get into a different perspective, because it's in this new mental posture that we can better imagine the emotional, spiritual, and social experiences of others. This quote from Dr. Singh describes this mental posturing really beautifully. We spend a lot of time designing the bridge, but not enough time thinking about the people who are crossing it. So at Delv, we often say we care most about stories. And what we mean are we care most about other people's stories. So think early and think often about the people who are actually crossing the bridge. So to revisit the dictionary definition, the original definition of empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of other. We have a real problem with that definition. The problem with the word ability is that it subtly implies that you either have it or you don't. So we propose that a much more useful definition as designers is to use the word discipline. Empathy in design is the discipline to understand and share the feelings of others throughout your design process. There's discipline, structure, process, and rigor involved with being an empathetic designer, and this is the most common misconception. It's not all brainstorming sessions and visioning exercises. It is rigorous and process-oriented pursuit. An empathetic designer is not a personality type on a team. It is a skill set. It's not an ability, it's a choice. And it is not passive, it is not an emotion. Empathy demands action. It is choosing to go through an empathetic process even when you don't feel like it, even when a budget does not allow it, and even when your client doesn't think they want it or need it. So, why do we care so much about this, and how did we get to where we are today, giving a presentation from quarantine? This is me, picture of me as a kid. I have been fascinated with imagining how spaces appear to others since being a kid. The fact that you can craft and influence another's entire experience feels like this enormous opportunity and responsibility, and just a lot of fun. So I played endlessly with blocks and dolls and small figures, always leaning down like the child in that other picture, getting the posture of thinking about how it feels from other people. I knew I wanted to be an architect since I was 5 or 6 years old, and originally started my architectural career actually in healthcare architecture because of the strong thread of empathy. If you ask anyone how they have felt in healthcare spaces in their lives, they often have strong memories. You can remember exactly where you were, exactly what the room looked like, the hospital smell. I mean, there's a lot of really strong emotions that you can go through. So that was where I kind of cut my teeth in design, and yet continue to bring that through. We do much more than that now.
And I've always been driven by the exploration of what real authentic experience feels and looks like to other people. And trying to understand the root of that reality has been really fascinating to me. As a kid, I used to send away for travel brochures through the mail just because I was so interested to see how other people live throughout the world. And I took a less direct path and eventually found my way into architecture because to me it embodies all of the arts and sciences and humanities that I can bring to one place and continue to explore together. And for me, that intersection of time and space to create more grounded feelings of place and experience is what enriches our lives and connects all of us together. So testing that lens of culture and environment have really shaped my worldview throughout life and my career and searching what's real for other people. So design is both a process and a product. They're inextricably linked together. And when almost every process that we undertake as professionals has its own unique set of variables, there are bound to be places where we stumble or where we miss. So some of these are due to the empathy gap, which is a cognitive bias where we misunderstand or underestimate the influences of our own internal visceral drives on our own attitudes, our perspectives, our beliefs and mores. And these are all informed by our own past experiences and our current state that we're in. These are informed by our own past experiences and current states. One of the reasons that there are two of us here today is because we know that the gaps are really inevitable within our own internal framework. So we work together as a team to mine those gaps and to bridge them together so that they don't become pitfalls. And in that we allow ourselves and each other the vulnerability that's really needed to take risks in design and become better because we have this mutual trust established and the perspective of the other to really make design better. So what happens when empathy lags in a process? I think that at that point is where we miss the connections, which is the key theme of what we're all here talking about. So sometimes these missed connections are immediately apparent. Sometimes they take time to simmer, where a designer may have, in this example, designed a walking path and an orthogonal route, and the user experience is much different than what the design intent was. So the demonstration here is that a prescriptive design is not one which listens to the cues, but tries to inform human behavior rather than to enrich it. Some other examples throughout history of this, the Cabrini-Green housing projects in Chicago and Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis are both in architecture, our background, classic examples of failure in design in the sense that they're dehumanizing architecture and de-individualizing. So in the development of these projects, there certainly was a lot of good intent, I'm sure, and maybe even some empathetic thinking. But they really have become classic examples of failure in urban and housing development. What happened here is that the scale and the socioeconomic homogenization were not the right ingredients to improve the lives of the people in this community. So what we can take from examples like these is shining a light on the number of social and cultural issues that we really can address through better design. And these examples have changed the course of urban design and planning throughout the rest of history. So as architects, part of what we have signed up for, part of our standard of care is to uphold the health, safety, and welfare of the general public above everything else. So in our practice, we're constantly caught in this tension between what an owner might want, what a budget or a schedule might allow, outside influence, and we have to weigh all of these variables against the interests of the end user and the general public. So in the end, we really have a responsibility to take a stand when humanity is not at the forefront of decision making.
We wanted to talk about empathy often lags in mothers' rooms. In particular, this is an area where it's so evident to see if you yourself have ever used a mother's room or lactation room or are aware and have experienced any of them. There was a competition in 2016, a company, Tommy Tippy, a product ran a scary pump room contest where they asked working mothers to share the scary places where they are asked to pump at their office. So you can imagine, looking at spaces, it's very evident to see how a space gives you a message about, do you think that this woman feels valued? Do you think that she feels like she is a high contributor to the workplace? Do you think she feels like she's a potential leader? So there's a lot of, to Sam's point, there's a lot of deep responsibility when you design a space with a lot of care, or even without care. It is sending a clear message that you need to be careful of.
So these have been some examples of when empathy lags, but in contrast, what happens when empathy leads? We look for empathy in public art, even within our own hometowns and cities. It connects us closer to our own place and history, and grounds us to the people around us. The center picture here is Francis Carré's school in Burkina Faso, and in this example, vernacular design is truly of the place. It's not imposed on anyone. It's vibrant and colorful, but it's also really grounded and pure in its function. And then socially, we're also seeing the advent of things like sleeping pods in airports, modular mothers' rooms, a growth in public restroom facilities, and these are examples of public amenities that allow people to perform really essential functions that have otherwise been excluded and forced into the private space. Rural studio is another canon of empathy in architecture. The program was founded by Sambo Maccabi in Auburn University's School of Architecture in New Bern, Alabama. And the program that he started is really based on a belief that everyone deserves the benefit of good design. And we look to this example as kind of tantamount in learning from empathy in design. Here, students are immersed in a small rural community, and their whole curriculum is to really understand what the needs of that community are, and to provide a range of community spaces and affordable residences that are appropriate with the intent of dissolving barriers of class and design. A lot of times when you think of hiring an architect, it's for the affluent or to benefit the affluent. So this is an example of design for everyone. And I really love to cling to the quote from Dieter Rams, which is, you cannot understand good design if you do not understand people. Design is made for people. Other examples are just thoughtful urban design and the empathy of walkable cities, giving people the autonomy to connect to each other and to nature, using your own body, not having to depend on any other mode of transportation. Wayfinding is another place where empathy is really needed to allow people to navigate efficiently and relieve the stress of visiting a new place, and connects people from point to point, and allows us to experience what is important.
So empathy in design isn't always at a sort of residential, personal, textured scale. This is an example of an image of the Beijing International Airport by Zaha Hadid. This image expresses empathy for the human need for spirituality and transcendence. So you don't just need mother's rooms and you don't just need ADA access. Humans have an innate need and an innate desire to be awed and to feel small and to find beauty in things that are bigger than themselves. And then I also want to point out there are, in every moment, there are more than one scale. In fact, there are likely infinite scales of empathy. In this image, which I just, actually, we're gonna have to cut that because I want to say one other thing. Okay, sorry. In this image of the Beijing airport, there's the scale of the sweeping organic architecture, which is just intoxicating to look at as a user. But then there's also the scale of the exact circumference of the handrail that that person is using that may have arthritis or something that is designed exactly for them. So empathy exists in dynamic and multi-layered scales at every moment.
So scale and platform really is irrelevant when it comes to empathy-driven design. From those of you who are web developers creating apps, or all the way to the scale of global economic policy, empathy really is a driving factor in what makes something excellent, durable, and really beautiful. Classic examples of empathy in product design. These are two small scale tactile examples that show the evolution of basic rudimentary tools of modern life. But still, they've had a significant impact in scale by the sheer number of people that they have benefited simply by paying attention to ergonomics, by listening to someone who has arthritis, that had a hard time with can openers. We've developed a history and a future of utensils that are designed specifically for the human hand. A chair that is specifically designed around the ergonomics of the user and allows personalization and adjustment. So these are examples of empathetic design, but also how empathetic design can be marketable and enduring throughout time. So beyond that, throughout history, we've been searching on this quest for places to live, work, and to play that are finely attuned to human desire to connect together. Utopias and the thought of the utopian city is a really optimistic and visionary way of trying to reimagine empathy at a large scale. We've had a lot of interesting and great ideas, but none of these have really been attainable yet. We haven't resolved one of the biggest challenges in civilization, partly because the idea of empathy at that large of a scale is so hard to grapple with the action that's needed to make it happen. And then even thinking beyond, what happens when we start to look at colonizing another planet that's inherently void of empathy, where there's no framework for the idea of human well-being to even build on. So what does this look like from an empathetic approach? And I think at this scale, we understand that we have so much to learn from our current state before we can really be successful in taking the next leap. But that's why we recognize that the importance of deploying empathy throughout a design process and across all scales gives us the opportunity to define the trajectory of human experience.
So, question is, how do you do it? The biggest lesson that we've learned and continue to learn throughout our design careers is that you need to set down your opinion. It will be there for you when you decide to pick it back up. It can be immensely psychologically challenging as a designer who kind of feels like, hey, maybe I've earned some of my opinions, some of my perspective. I've done this before, I've done that before. A client and an end user does not care. So have the mental picture before you come into a design process to set down your trophies. They'll be there safe and sound. Nobody wants to walk into an office with somebody and see all of their accolades and trophies behind them. That doesn't tell them that you're going to hear them truly. So do the same thing mentally. Design thinking in all of its modes and models and iterations starts with empathizing. We have recognized as designers the importance of empathizing, and the world at large has started to adopt the power of design thinking over all sectors, even as far outside what we would consider a design-related field. The challenge in all of these design thinking models is that while empathizing is a phase, it's not let it only be the starting phase, to actually carry that posture throughout your entire design thinking and design process. And then there's also not a one-size-fits-all format for building empathy into the design process. Build and test lots of tools and be humble enough to bail on the ones that don't stick. Try anything, listen for feedback, and then throw out the ones that aren't working. People are endlessly varied and different. Design will be exactly the same. So we do this. We have a lot of fun with our clients throughout our design process. We listen, we ask, we listen. Did I hear you correctly? Did we forget to ask about anything? Are we missing anything? A couple examples of exercises that we do or prompts that we like to give to our clients is we've done what we've called the scratchy tag exercise. So everybody has that t-shirt that has that scratchy tag, and you don't necessarily cognitively are aware of it at all times, but it does bug you and maybe you don't reach for the shirt. So everybody can relate to the experience of a scratchy tag, and we ask them, please describe a scratchy tag in your workplace if we're designing an office. And the amount of answers that we get are really informative and varied and funny, but it allows us as designers to kind of get into their world. They don't care if their space is going to be on the cover of a magazine necessarily. They need it to work for them, and they need to feel heard.
So we also like to just ask ourselves what is and what if. We do these engagement and input activities to allow us to chart big ideas without losing the nuances and the specific little things that really matter to people. So it's important that after we have those sessions that we come together and input results in a consensus. Without consensus, we realize that maybe you haven't heard everything correctly or the right way. At the very least, we challenge ourselves to revisit what doesn't feel right and not to assume that everything will resolve itself. And also, there's no such thing as a bad diagram in our studio. We experiment with different ways of graphically showing and understanding information. Because once you get an idea out of your head, someone else is able to respond to it. And that's where we find that the really exciting connections get made. So if you don't get that information out to share and be responded to, you don't really know where those connections might take you. And some of those can be really brilliant.
In particular, we like to study what we call experience maps with our clients. So we work in physical spaces. We can plot out the path of a user, how they might literally spend their day going through, in this case, an office. So we might plot the different points and ask ourselves the questions: what do we want them to know here? What would we want them to feel here? What do we want them to be able to see and do here? And study the different personas or user types. Either maybe it's as simple as we create a dual, I work here and I'm a guest, or maybe we actually extrapolate that a lot further and get into more granularity with the types of users. So this then is a layer, as we talked at the beginning in the design process. It's not just empathizing at the beginning, but it's pulling it all the way through. So if we have an experience map like this, we can reference it at every single point along the design and even at the end and say, did we get it right? Do they actually feel that way? And in post-occupancy as well. Sometimes it's difficult for clients to read floor plans. That's a reality. We may have a sign off on a floor plan, something that is 2D that for us makes perfect sense and the client thinks it makes perfect sense. But then when they walk into the construction site, they have a gut check. And that is us as designers making sure that we are not frustrated by that gut check, but that we have a full degree of empathy toward it. And then we can actually design our process for it. So we utilize augmented reality, virtual reality, designing in 3D at every moment. We have done some really fun hard hat tours that are almost like a party where the client has brought in a food truck and invited their own employees to walk through the space with us as architects. We've offered to host and explain this will be here, that will be there. And that has been a really fun way to build engagement throughout the design process as well. So what does empathy look like in the end product? We've talked a lot about the process. So it can look like an image like this. This is KSM Consulting down on the circle in Indianapolis. And a very early question was that we don't want to block the best views for the corner office and the C-suite. It needs to be democratic. It needs to be accessible. So that gets us to a place where everyone can sit and have an amazing view of the monument.
At Lessonly, we were challenged to envision a space that would really celebrate and strengthen their rich culture and be collaborative, but not necessarily the sleek, high design that you might expect from a tech firm. They wanted something that would be really comfortable. So there we did a series of interviews and user input sessions so that we could really understand what these folks really do on their computers all day and what brings them into the office. And it turns out that they wanted access to daylight and they wanted a variety of environments to work from. So collaboration is really the key to what makes their business thrive. So we worked really hard to allow that to happen in a variety of ways and scales within the space. At Oliver Winery, we were challenged with the question, how do we empathize with the heritage of this really meaningful part of the region and the state that many people have a lot of memories from and have returned to this kind of icon over a number of years. How do we empathize with that while also transforming the experience in the tasting room to one that is slightly elevated and a little bit more curated? So here we really walked a mile in a lot of people's different shoes and painstakingly dissected what that user experience looks like so that so we could really understand the impact that this one room has, because it really does set the tone and become the face and the perception of the brand overall. Everyone who visits the space will take away a memory from their experience here. So that the moments like this are what make what we do really special and exciting. So when you're looking to buy a new car or shopping for a car, you start to really tune into what you see around you and the other cars that you see driving by that you might not have seen before. So if you're excited about Teslas, you might start to see them everywhere. I have my eye on a Jeep. I really want a Jeep, so I take note of every time I see one go by. So small ways like this allow us to practice to tune your eyes towards how empathy really has either led or lagged around you. We can look to our past projects, upcoming projects, when we're doing simple tasks like making coffee or taking a walk through the neighborhood. This mindfulness is really the first step in tuning ourselves to the awareness and being able to keep a sensitivity towards others.
So the hardest part is the roadblocks. If the words budget cuts, value engineering, redesign don't strike terror in your heart, then you haven't been in the design industry very long. Don't let empathy sit on the back burner when you're in the middle of those very real and very difficult challenges. Budgets, iterations, value engineering, all your design concepts are scrapped even. Does empathy feel critical in that moment, as it did in the beginning during when you're putting up Post-its? It's very easy for it to feel really critical then. And it's easy to be energized and engaged by that. But the most critical and difficult moments, you need to lead from a space of empathy. We even have in our office a project graveyard where we tongue-in-cheek discuss why projects die. Some do for very understandable reasons. It's an inevitable part of being a creative. So have gracious compassion for your clients and the experiences that they're going through, the pressures that they're going through, and also for yourself.
So practicing empathy really takes courage and conviction, and it takes that mindfulness to tune yourselves to it. It doesn't really necessarily come naturally or easily to humans, because by nature, when we're put under stress, we want to protect ourselves. And in doing this, it takes our focus off of the other. But empathy really can't exist where this vulnerability doesn't. So saying we're too far down the road to change course isn't really the right perspective. Continually challenge how you collaborate with each other as a team, and get down on the floor and view the world through the eyes of the other or through the toy. And we really believe that the designer should be blurry and out of focus in the background. At Delv, we're really driven by the idea that telling good stories remembers that we're, as designers, not the protagonists. We're the set designers and the supporting characters, maybe directors, but the users really are the heroes of the story. The design certainly shouldn't be.
So in conclusion, we would like to challenge everyone in this room as designers to up your empathy game, and we're including ourselves. There's actually very few people technically in this room right now with us. So all of you watching this, there is no ceiling, no arrival point, there's no rule book. All of us can accept this challenge. We can ask better questions, build better processes, and do the hard mental exercise of tuning yourself toward empathy at every moment, with compassion and consistent curiosity toward others. I mean, curiosity is really a mainstay of what allows you to find empathy. Be curious, and your designs will inevitably be better. As designers, we shape our visual and tactile world. So imagine a generation of designers tuning ourselves toward empathy in every shape of things that we design. How can we shape our lives, our clients' lives, our cities, and the world? We believe empathy is the most powerful tool for designers because it unleashes untold depths of creativity, truly better design, and more importantly, connects us to what it means to be more fully human. Puppy, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Super. Well, my emphatic response was, wow. So powerful that talk was. Carrie, you had a quote that I really appreciated, that your clients don't care if their space is going to be on the cover of a magazine. They need it to work for them. Thought that was a really strong moment.
Yeah, that's something that I think we have to remind ourselves often, because we all love to design, and we love to design things that are very good. And so we can be very critical of ourselves and want to reach for that. But it's sort of, I think, helpful to remind ourselves of the posture that we should be in, and sometimes have that check of design is supposed to serve others, not ourselves.
Yeah. So just a comment to the audience, to the viewers, if you have questions, you can go ahead and type them in the YouTube chat or in Slack, either one. We have people monitoring both, and we'll get your questions. We'll try to answer them as best we can and field them to people that actually can answer them. But we have a few questions right now. Scott,
Yeah.
what questions do you have?
Well, actually, there's one that just popped up in the Slack. There's an Indy Design Week questions channel, which is super awesome. And I was going to ask a very similar question. So Andy Chen is asking, can you give an example of when a client priority was directly at odds with the user's needs? And how did you address that situation?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think sometimes I would say budget is most often where this becomes a challenge. For example, there's the have-to-haves and the nice-to-haves in projects, and the have-to-haves almost always take precedence, understandably. And sometimes the nice-to-haves, which is where some of the maybe peripheral empathy type of design happens, those end up getting cut. And so there may have been a really beautiful intent for something that was maybe more public facing. If we've designed a more private, if there was a public dovetail opportunity, that can be really I guess sad to have known, man, that could have been even better than it was. So budget oftentimes I think has had those design efforts kind of fall into the project graveyard, as we referenced.
I think that we see that that idea come up sometimes too in maybe workplace design, where if there's a certain hierarchy, and Kara touched on this in the talk, if there is the desire for prime real estate or private space, we often have to kind of fight for the democracy of standing up for everybody who wants views and daylight. And a lot of the things that we inherently know are key for people being happy where they're spending a lot of their time, and also part of the bottom line of retaining and attracting talent is people want to work in great spaces. So sometimes we have to remind decision makers that that they're making decisions for a lot of people, and kind of bring them along on the empathy journey, because from their perspective, they might not really understand how the space that they're envisioning will impact all the people who they are speaking for.
That's a good point. We have time for one more question. And this is from Madison Stevens. She says, I love that you highlight how empathy should be a disciplined practice during the entire design process. Oftentimes, that design process requires a lot of collaboration with different people with different values that may be entering the project later in the game. How do you help others to practice and maintain that empathy, particularly with large, diverse teams that may value something differently?
I think we have learned, because that is an excellent question, first of all. Onboarding teammates into the process whenever they intersect, I mean, our ideal preference is that we have as many parties and stakeholders and voices in the game as early as can be. If that doesn't occur, or even, in our industry, the construction process, if the construction team isn't on board until possibly later, onboarding them into, here's what this project is about, here's the vision of it, here's the mission of it, all the way down to the subcontractors, for example. So you have a really clear message and ground rules of what you've said this team and this project will be about. And then it gives people permission to be a part of that vision no matter where they come into the process.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. I think there are a few more questions. There's at least one more question from Braden King, but if you guys could maybe answer that in the chat, we're going to move on. So thank you so much. And we'll bring on Deneisha now.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, hello, Deneisha. I tried to unmute you. There we go.
Hello, I'm excited. Hey, Poppy.
Hey. Oh man, I see your logo behind you.
Oh yeah, so I took it. One of my things is showing people how to recreate things in this time. And so I took a t-shirt and said, you know what, I wanted something comfy that I could just hug sometimes because, this whole quarantine has been a little stressful at times. So I said, let me show them how to make a pillow out of their, an old t-shirt. And why not brand it? So if you want an Indy Design Week, let me know.
All right. Actually, I have like a double XL that I might send your way.
I could just hug it and be like, everything is okay. Let's go.
Yeah. So we're so excited. Deneisha Ferguson is a fashion designer. She is also executive director for the Indiana Design Foundation, which produces the Indiana Fashion Week, which unfortunately had to be postponed this year, but good things are coming. Yeah. And Scott, do you have anything to say?
No, I am just really excited, Deneisha. Honestly, this is probably one of the furthest design talents away from the skills that I use every day. That's why I'm really excited to hear what you have to say, and I'm gonna have so many questions for you afterwards.
Okay.
So
Sounds
let's get going.
All right. So we'll transition to her talk.
Sounds good.
Anytime.
What does being a creator mean to you? So society would say that, a creator is defined by, something that they invent or a new idea that they come up with. Or maybe society will also say that you're a creator when you actually do design or some type of art. If we were to look at Google defines creator as being God. It also defines creator as a person or a thing that brings something into existence. In addition to those descriptions, creativity and being a creator is so much more broader than that, but in its simplistic form. And what I mean by that is, in addition to those definitions, a creator also thinks and develops creative solutions. They think and they develop creative solutions. They are open to doing things differently. And so, again, I'm the type of person that likes to break things down very simple, because by being a creator in your everyday life, that helps you transcend in all areas, that I believe. The reason for that is because you become resourceful. You think outside the box. You are thinking in a way that's more natural versus trying to force creating. And in that, again, this can be something very simple. So creativity is not just limited to the design or art world. So I'm Deneisha Ferguson. I am the executive director of the Indiana Fashion Foundation. And so for over the last 20 years, I have been involved with planning, designing, anything from event production, product launches to fashion design. And so from a child, I've always just explored my creativity. And I found that actually shows up in my everyday life. And I'm so used to interacting with other creators and people who think that they're not creators. And once I bring out that inside them to let them know that they actually are, it's so amazing to see how that shows up in just their everyday tasks, whether it is meal planning or the way they do their time. And so for this discussion, it's more just looking at everyone in some way is a creator. And how do we bring that to just our everyday life? So from a child, if you think about it, from a child, I have a 6-year-old. So just let me know in the comments below, or I'd love to hear more of your thoughts about it. But as a child, they just explore, they have fun. They don't think about, if something is wrong. They don't care what anybody says. My 6-year-old is brutally honest. Like, he even told me, don't wear this lipstick that I have on right now, and I tried to darken it a little bit. But anyway, they're brutally honest, and they're open to just exploring and doing new things. But by the time we get to adulthood, a lot of things based on our experiences change our perspective. And then we either get caught up in mundane tasks, or, our career, or just different areas of our life that we don't even see how creative we are. But again, this creativity changes based on our experiences. And that's what our perspective it ends up being. So creativity is actually just a part of our DNA. I strongly believe that. And NASA conducted a longitudinal test on creative potential over the course of your life. So basically what they did was they took 1,600 4 to 5-year-olds and they scored them. Out of the 1,600, 98% of them scored in the genius zone. By the time they were 10 years old, they scored in 30%. By the time they were 15, 12%, and then they didn't follow them after that. They stopped there, but they actually estimated by the time they reached adulthood, it would be 2%. So that just shows right there. For me, it helps support what I believe in creativity just being part of our DNA. And again, depending on how, our experiences, it just shapes that. And so for me, again, I see creators all around. So I know that this slide looks kind of weird. Like, why did she put this slide right here? But for this one, in The Sixth Sense, the little boy was like, I see dead people, right? That's what he said, right? And so for me, I see creators, right? I see them everywhere. And part of my mission when it comes to fashion and building platforms is to help others harness that creativity inside them and realize that they have it, even if it seems so small, that they have it too, to then be able to go out there and pursue purpose. So this was just a little extra slide to include, but I see the creator. And even though I don't know you, I still know, again, that creativity is part of your DNA. So in the last 30 days, I want you to think about the last 30 days. How have you been creative? Think about that. How have you been creative? Like right now, as I'm talking to you, I have books stacked up. I have this whole setup around me, and, just having to be super creative now on, how we, maybe do a Zoom call, or how we do our online learning or school, or maybe it's even trying to feed your child and, multitask, things like that. So those are ways that creativity shows up. Again, it doesn't have to be just some art form. It doesn't have to be, anything that this big Picasso painting or something that you have to create. Again, it's all about it in the simplest form. And it can show up just in your everyday life by just the things that you do that you may not even be used to that. And so creativity is just a connecting thread. So if you think about how things show up, so just like I showed you that stack of books, that is something that seems really small, but I just had to be creative in this time, right? And then now I'm able to do a presentation that now gets out into the world. So it's just not allowing any type of small things to keep you from moving forward, using, your creative ideas, however small you may think it may be, to help you move forward to that next step. And so, as you can see with COVID-19, there's been multiple efforts. I mean, there's a lot of different things that people are doing to show their creativity. And then one of the most important things is like you being creative in your own space, not trying to be like anybody else. And so I'm showing you a picture of Emily Gardner. She actually now is creating face masks for businesses, individuals, healthcare workers, and anyone who's interested in purchasing them. She actually converted her studio and then her space at home to actually now sew masks. Indy Design Week was an in-person event that now is transitioning to virtual events. And so this is now a great opportunity to be able to reach even more people across the world. So these are just two examples of using creativity to then transcend into, even though these are people performing like business and connecting and things like that, it still opens up the opportunity to now say, okay, even though COVID-19 is going on right now, I am a creator. And in being a creator, what can I do to help me during this time? And what does that look like? Again, I use the very basic example of me just setting up books with my computer screen being on top of that. Again, it seems so small, but it's so big for me to deliver this presentation. Emily, even though she's making face masks, that's so big to be able to provide those to others, to now be able to have some protective gear. So it's just like, what abilities do you have? And then what can you do to move it forward? And so one thing when I was preparing for this presentation, Poppy, the director of Indiana Design Week, she said something that really hit me. And she said, we are all being pushed to the limits of our creativity. In some way, it's exhilarating, and others is not. And that actually hit me because just my own experiences when I think about the last 30 days and how there's been a lot of ebb and flow, right? But I had to continue to remember that I am a creator. I can do this, and it's just about me defining ways to do things in a new way, or looking to someone else to see, well, how do they do it? To not be like them, but to see what strategies that I can then put in place to help me move forward during this time. And so I want to encourage you to continue to think about how can you move forward in this time or any time, not just COVID-19, but during any time. How can you say, you know what? Things I do in my personal life may seem small, but those are actually huge things to help me get my creativity, like actually work that creative muscle, right? That way I can continue to do things, my goals, my dreams, things that I want to do. I'll build that confidence. 7 ways to transcend the creator in you. And so one is looking at your style and just using your, curiosity to create. And so when I say style, of course, I love fashion. But what I mean by style, I mean the inner being. I mean you. So not trying to be like anybody else. So who are you? What do you stand for? What do you want to do? How do you want to make your impact in the world, right? In addition to, taking care of your family, being there, doing personal care. There's so many things that we do that oftentimes it can just get overwhelming. But when we just really break it down to who we are, what we stand for, and what we want to do, that's one way to just build that creator in us, and we're able to show up as the best version of ourselves. Also is having faith over fear. Seeing, even though this is occurring, like right now we are experiencing COVID-19, but just not allowing that fear to kick in, but, believing that, things will work out. And then what can you do to help, move it forward? So that way you're not stuck in fear, but you're moving forward. Another area is just focusing on the areas that you want to focus on, and then gratitude to amplify your creativity. And when I say about, I know I say focus, but it means some people think that it means to slow down, right? But no, focus. If it's just one thing, two things, in addition to other personal things you need to take care of, then just focus on that, right? And then be just super grateful, right? So even though today was a busy day, right? And, I had to do homeschooling with my son. I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of things going on as well. Just having this time right now with my son, even though it's super busy right now, having this time with him, I'm grateful for that. So when I'm in the moment of things that make me feel overwhelmed, just having that gratitude, having a focus, saying no to some things, that way I can continue to be creative in those areas that I focus on. Also, just enjoy nature. If you want to just transcend the creator in you, enjoy nature, go out there, enjoy the rain, just explore, right? Even if you're like, I hate nature, just the whole purpose is just to explore, step outside, whatever projects you have to do, whatever assignments you have to do, and just take that time to refresh, to boost your creativity. Another area is just, evaluate your surroundings. Who are you hanging out with? What does your space look like? Are you organized? Do you have certain things in place to help you? Do you have people that you can call to help you, set up this, the Zoom calls, or set up, your homeschooling? What do you have in place that could just help you along this journey to help with your creativity so that you can, again, transcend the creator in you? And another thing for me, I find that if I just quiet the noise, if you just log on to social media, you'll be bombarded with everything. You should be setting up this funnel. You should be starting this business. You should be, taking a sabbatical. You should be, investing in this. There's all kind of shoulda, woulda, do this, do that. There's all these things that we experience, but it's like, taking time to just say, you know what, I'm going to quiet the noise, get off social media. Don't leave this talk, definitely enjoy this whole week, but just find time to quiet the noise. And then that way you can really hear about what you want to do, how you want to move forward, right? What areas in your life you should get rid of, what areas in your life you should add. And then the last thing, as far as the 7 ways to transcend the creator in you, is just to turn obstacles into opportunities. So I know so many people right now are out of work. And so one way we could do that is by looking at, is there a class you want to take? Is there, an opportunity for you to get organized in this time? Is there other things that you can do that can help you when an obstacle comes up? Because I know, like for me, back in December, my job's funding ended, right? So for the last 4 months, I've had to be very creative on my time, on, how I make income, and so many different things, right? And so it's looking at how can we turn things that seem or make us feel like we're not enough, or make us feel like we don't have enough. How do we turn that into an opportunity? And so I really just want to encourage you, wherever you are, however you're feeling today, feel those feelings. Those things are real, right? But use this opportunity to say, hey, you know what? These are some examples in my life where I've been creative, right? And I'm not going to disregard those as not important. Like, again, earlier I used the example of me stacking these books up so that I can level up my computer screen, right? So I can raise it. And so for me, that's just being resourceful. That's being creative. That's thinking on the fly. That's making things, work so that I can continue to move forward in whatever goals that I have. Continue to create. Don't worry about things may not work out. Sometimes it doesn't. But in that, there's more creativity that's coming. There's more opportunities that are coming. There's more things that are waiting for you. It's just for you to continue to move forward. And so the talk is 2020, the year of the creator, right? Despite COVID-19. But the year of the creator starts with you embracing your creativity each day, right? Each day. So it doesn't matter if it's 2021, 2022, 2030, it doesn't matter. It's all about literally embracing inside who you are and how you're able to just move forward by using creativity. And so again, I asked you earlier in the talk, how have you been creative in the last 30 days? And I asked you that again, just because, again, it's easy to disregard what we do. It's easy to just be like, oh, that's normal. Oh, I always cook for my family. That's just normal. But I know for me, I've made like hamburger helpers, so because that's what my husband and son like. I make more than that, but that's something that they like, right? But I've had to find different ways to make it look different, right? Put some parsley on top, put some, cheese on the top, just to make it look different. Even though that's something super simple, that's another way to be creative. So just think about it. How have you been creative, right? And just know that you are a creator. So again, 2020 is the year of the creator, and moving forward, it's the year of you. So again, thank you.
And we're back. Oh,
we are, yeah.
Hey.
That was so good. Before we dive into questions, I wanted to ask, who are some fashion designers that people should be on the lookout for in Indiana?
Oh my God, you're putting me in an interesting place because I work with so many. So if I say your name, there's nothing, you're great. But off the top of my head, of course, we have our veteran Nikki Blaine. Like, she has been in the game for so many decades, and she has just been consistent. She's traveled to Paris. She's done all kind of things to just, bring up the fashion industry here, and also, bring out her brand. So definitely Nikki Blaine. We have Cody Banks. She's amazing. She's one of those designers who just dived in and started making masks. We also have Jamie Dapier. I believe I said her last name right, but she's, amazing designer. So those are the top three that pop in my head right now. But, we also have Jen Phelps. Jen Phelps actually won. I know I said three, I'm gonna do four. She won Indiana Fashion Week last year. So she is definitely one to look out for.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll stop there because I can name like 20 more.
Well, Scott, do you have any questions?
Well, I have about a million personal questions that I'm going to say for later, because I feel like I'm going to say this about a lot of these, but your entire talk really resonated a lot with me, because I'm one of those people where I can't help but being creative in like whatever I'm doing and like creating, not just being creative, but creating. So people around me are always saying like, oh, I wish I could be creative like you. And like, so I'm always telling people like you can be creative in like a million different ways.
Exactly.
Which is like your entire talk. So like, do people ask you, like, do you hear that a lot too? And if you do, like, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, I hear it a lot. And you know what? That's why I said the whole thing. Like, I don't like watching scary movies at all because it just messes with my thought process, right? But that's why I put the whole thing about I see dead people, right? Because I actually see creators in everybody, whether it's someone that, someone that is a stay-at-home mom, someone that is in the creative field, but they're having this block. And I'm like, just look at the little things you do in your everyday life and how resourceful you are. And that's you being a creator. That's you being creative. It's two different things because you're the creator, then you're being creative, but they both go hand in hand. So
I could not agree with you more. And one of these post-quarantine days, we're just going to spend a whole week together, and that's just going to be it. And that's just how it's going to happen.
I mean that. I do. I want to. My whole like the person that I am, like, is just me wanting other people to literally realize the power in them to go create. Because if you realize the things that you do in your own home, you know, your own personal time that's creative, then there's no telling, once you realize that, it's a mindset shift, what you can do in the career and the goals and things that you have, you know, just by looking at what you personally already do.
Yes. Yeah.
I live
Okay,
my
well,
life like that. It gets hard at times. Like my son's in there like, Mom, what you doing? Let's get this over with, you know? So I got to be creative. So like that's being creative on your time, you know? So.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Deneisha. This has been great, and I hope to continue this conversation. If you have any more questions for Deneisha, you can pop into our Slack channel and go to Indy Design Week questions, and you can ask them there. You can put them on the Miro board, which is in our description. You can also put them in the YouTube chat.
Yeah,
so thank you again,
like
Deneisha. We're going to bring
yeah.
Noelle on.
Bye.
All right. Noelle Webster-Milam is the oh, look at her, there she is. She made a special background from our kickoff event that was inspired by Georgia Loopy. Sorry, George, like, why am I blanking? I organized the event. Noelle is the director of UX at SEP. I have the pleasure of working with her and consider her my mentor. And she has also been really instrumental in building and helping lay the foundation for the work that we do at SEP, and then also interaction design in Indianapolis, being a part of UX Salon in the early days as it's evolved into experience makers, now transitioning and merging with IXDA, which I co-lead. So yeah, Noelle's pretty great. So we're gonna jump right into her talk, and then we'll come back for questions. So we'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Hi everybody, my name is Noelle Webster-Milam. I'm here to talk to you today about showing up as a design leader. It is like the hardest of hard times right now with COVID-19 going on. We've got like just unscripted avenues that we're having to navigate, being work from home. We're not in our environments and everything is different. So I'd like to talk to you today about like how you can show up in this situation for yourself and for your team, for your organization, even for your family. So let's get started. I'm going to talk a little bit about myself first, so you know who I am. So my biggest thing about me is like family is number one. So I'm a mom and a wife, number one. My family is everything to me, and I choose to show up for them every day. I'm also the director of UX at SEP. It's a software software design and development consultancy in Carmel, Indiana. Let's see, more things about me. I'm always going to choose the path less traveled. I'm very much about building our next generation of leaders. I'm very, very passionate about building tech here in Indy. And I'm all for equal rights and transparency, because if you can't be yourself, then I'm just not sure how you can show up at all. You should be able to be who you are and be so welcomed wherever you want to go. And then efficiency and accountability are just what I hold myself to and what I hold others to, because there's no other way of holding a stronger value to live up to make our world a better place. And then also, I don't have this all figured out. I'm just going to share with you what I've learned up until this point, and I hope you can take it forward with you and share with others in your life and show up better in a calmer place, in a better place for yourself and for everyone else in your ecosystem. We have a lot to cover today. There's 8 different topics that I would like to introduce you to. We're going to start with what a design leader isn't. However, before we get started, I want you to know that I've considered this message for all audiences. Like if you're early in your career, you could be asking yourself, like, how might this apply to me? I would encourage you to keep listening. This does apply to you more honestly than anyone else here. We've got a lot to share about how to recognize how you're showing up within yourself. And you should know that, like, I didn't have this when I was growing up through my career. Like, I had to like fumble and fall down and learn a lot of hard ways how to show up for others in my life. And I'm hoping just to plant like tiny little seeds in your brain. And when you get the ecosystem kind of like figured out for yourself and you notice something about yourself, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm doing that thing again. And hopefully you can like correlate those two things together. So please stick around. This message applies to you too. So let's talk about what a design leader isn't. I call these things like the 6 hats. We've got a hero, the all-star, the title chaser, the controller, the authority, the naysayer. All of these people are not leaders. There's society and Hollywood and previous generations in the workforce that have been encouraged to operate in this way because that's what power is, and that's not what a leader is. A leader doesn't seek power. We seek to raise others up. So look out for that fear-based behavior, because if you're feeling the effect of their behavior within you, you can control how you react to that. Know that they're hurting somehow, and you can help them through that scenario. What leadership is about people, and it's about going first, taking that first step into the unknown. When times are hard, leaders are going to bring the best out of everyone. They create space for people to really like show up and be their true selves. They'll inspire and motivate, and they're going to show up for you. Now I'd like to take a look at how we show up, things that maybe we put in our own way, just different things that happen in life that cause us to be not who exactly we'd like to be. And this is a cheesy metaphor, but stick with me, the window metaphor. We have a window to which we see the world. It can be your own artful window, it can be your very utilitarian window, whatever you would like, but we all have glass and panes and a structure around it. And it's what we look through to see what's going on. Now that metaphor is helping me move on to the next point here about smudges. You could get a smudge if something doesn't go right in life for you. So I think like you could call it like muck getting kind of like slung at your window. It can range from the simple to complex, and sometimes it reverberates. It makes more smudges that were unintended to be there. Some examples like could be something small, like maybe somebody challenges the really cool design you made, or something extra large, someone like challenges you to the core essence of your being, like should you even be a designer. Either way, it's affecting how you view the world and how you show up. Now, analyzing that smudge, it's there, it's present, and it's blocking part of your view of reality. You have to go deep on understanding why it exists. What is it? What's causing it for me? Is it real, or am I telling myself a story? Is it emotion, or is it fact? And the real work you need to do is some self-analysis. What is the real truth going on with this smudge? I challenge you to like zoom out. I tell a lot of folks in my life, like zoom out and see the whole thing, see what's happening. If you're a UX designer, you probably have this skill embedded in the work that you do every day, except this time you're the research subject. Like see your ecosystem, see how you're showing up, turn yourself into the subject to study. And like working through it, like what if you bury it? Like you bury it deep down in you and you don't even know that it's there. Like you need to pick that apart so that you can see the world in all of its reality. All of these decisions are going to start contributing to how you show up. And your reality, which is the scary part, could be that you're reacting to a smudge, but you see it as truth. So that's the real work, to go deep into yourself and figure out what that thing may be. I want to tell you an example of something that can kind of correlate these things together. Early on in my career, I how to best explain this? I didn't get a whole lot of like fine art training when it came to like grids and consistency. And in my informatics undergrad, I got taught software, not necessarily like how to make something artful or to tell a story. So in my first job as a marketer, when I was delivering things, I had inconsistent grids, and as you moved all over the page, we had jumping things, and it's a big no-no. And my boss like continued to berate me over that, and I didn't see that this was my fault. It was school's fault. It wasn't my fault. So I just continued to do it, and then I got this huge smudge unintentionally, to which I had to like fix or fall in line to. Otherwise, I got a negative effect back from when I engaged with another person. And so I know that's there now in looking back, and how my behavior contributed to that thing. But the smudge is a smudge, and like I cleaned it up. But there's still a faint outline of that thing there for me, like even now. So like what I wanted you to know and take away from that is, even though that still exists for me, like I purposely am keeping it there, so that when I encounter someone else who has a jumping logo, we can talk about it and help them recover and find ways to go through that thing and through that journey together, so that we can, I can show up for them and they can show up for the next person who needs to be taught about those jumping logos. And one of the things that I think is the most important to remember is that no one can clear a smudge but you. Most people don't even know that they're there. And if it's blocking your view of the world, you're not going to show up with your whole true self and into the truth of the situation that's going on for you. All right, so let's start transitioning into organizational digital design maturity. I think this is pretty important that we speak specifically to digital design here. So I'm talking about software, maybe not into other types of design or fashion or things of that sort, but there might be some sort of parity between the two. I'd be interested in, if there is, in having that conversation with you if you do make that correlation. So for ease, there are all types of organizational design maturity models out there, but Jared Spool's is pretty much the simplest. You start in the dark ages where nothing design related exists, and then you move on to spot. So there's like one hero, one champion, one person who's driving something forward in your organization. Maybe they're getting a pat on the back, but they go back to what used to be all the time. Then you move into a service. You have a team of people who are serving pretty much everything at the organization. And then you move into an embedded state where you have a designer on every team. And then you move to an infused state where everyone is design mature at the organization, no matter the role. And that's what we're hoping to shoot for, right? All of us who are trying to bring UX into our companies. But then I think there's something beyond that we haven't even thought about. What is next for the evolution of design? I hope I have my eye on that, and I hope you do too. But that's not what this talk is about, so let's keep going. But we need to recognize that we're all in different stages of maturity. The person with the least knowledge at your organization about design should benchmark where you are within your organization in your growth path to this very infused state of design. All right, and then once we realize that, we get some feelings. Like it's, once we know that, like maybe the attorney who sits in the office down the hall doesn't know anything about design thinking, and we're just kind of like, oh my gosh. That gives us a lot of thinking to do about, like, isn't that just another splat on your journey? Isn't that another way to view the world through this window that just has like stuff all over it? You can feel angry, sad, confused, frustrated, but just let yourself feel it. It's important that we just don't like bury this deep down. If you don't address these, you're gonna earn yourself a pretty big smudge. So I encourage you to be open and vulnerable with your teammates about where you are organizationally and where you want to head, because your goal may not match their goal. And it's important to have parity in the way that you think and approach and strategize and how you're going to build design within your organization. Because like if you let that emotion narrow your world, think even grander than that. If you have compounding emotions, you can't even see the truth. So don't let your ego tank your team or your peers, your organization, or even you. Like It's going to affect all the actions that you take thus far and take any progress that you've made at the organization thus far. So that's a lot of feels. So now what? Set your expectations at the level of the maturity level of your organization and sense what your company needs, not what you want them to be doing. Those are two very different things. So just be comfortable being that for now, and just keep your eye out. Be vigilant about what's going on within your organization. Know that purpose and why should always drive your behavior and like the outcome overall. And this will all work out. You just need to be true to yourself in sensing what's going on and understand who you need to be for yourself, your peers, and your organization. And as creepy as it sounds, people are watching you. It's really, really very, very creepy, but they watch how you show up. They watch if you come with your own intent. So make sure that you are aware of how you're showing up. Your wants may not match their wants, and then you have smudges on each of your windows. Now I want to move into some leadership frameworks. I'm going to share with you something called the KEYNOTE framework. This is something that I think you need to take a good watch at this video. Understand, like the whole point is understanding as leaders what situation that we're in and work to show up differently within each of those scenarios. It's just like I said at the beginning, like we are in uncharted waters. There's a correlation in the KEYNOTE framework that you'll see here. And I could talk to you awkwardly about this for 4 minutes, or you could just watch this really awesome person, Jennifer Garvery-Berger, kind of talk about this in a much more elegant way. So we're going to do that now.
So over time, leaders develop patterns and habits in the way we approach things. And often those patterns and habits have worked really well for us in the past. And the problem with them is that we get so used to them that we can forget what the situation calls for and just rely on our own habits. And that's why Dave Snowden's KEYNOTE framework is really helpful, both for us to use to think about ourselves and to use to think about how do we address things with teams. Snowden's framework makes the big distinction between those things which are predictable and those things which are unpredictable. In the predictable world, you can expect things to repeat time after time. They just cycle around. In the unpredictable world, though, things are really different. They don't necessarily happen again in the way they've happened before. He further then separates the predictable world into two different categories. The things that are obvious are those things that everybody agrees. The connection between cause and effect is so tight, it's so apparent, it's so clear that there's best practice around that stuff. It's well researched. So those are the things like, say, there's a recipe for it almost. Like you bake a cake one time, you know how it's going to come out. You bake it again, it's going to come out the same way if you use the same ingredients and the same recipe. And in the obvious space, you should be able to get things that repeat predictably time after time using best practices and recipes, checklists, things like that. In the complicated space, which is the other domain Snowden talks about in the predictable world, in the complicated space, it's different. There is a connection between cause and effect, but it's kind of fuzzy, and you need experts to figure it out. So things repeat over time, but you need a lot of experience or domain expertise to know which approach to take. This isn't the place where we'd have best practice, because experts might disagree about these things. This is the place we'd have good practice, where solid experts with really good research or experience would say, I think you should go this way. Another expert might say, I think you should go this other way. But in general, they're going in the same direction. Things like really hard things that have lots of moving parts can be in this category. Things like bringing a person to the moon, making a rocket ship go to the moon. That lives in this domain, in fact. So you get engineers and scientists and people in charge of rockets and fuel, and all those folks each work together on their own piece. You put it together and you have a machine that will take you someplace wonderful. When you cross over into the unpredictable domain, actually the rules all change, and how we act as leaders also needs to change. Over here, you can't tell what's going to happen next simply because it's happened before. You need to come up with new approaches, novel approaches, safe to fail experiments to figure out how to nudge the system in a new direction. People say parenting isn't rocket science, but actually rocket science is in the complicated domain. Parenting is in the complex domain. Leading people is in the complex domain. Culture change is in the complex domain. These are things that just because they happened one way once, you can't count on them happening that way again. Then Snowden offers us the chaotic domain. And in chaos, there's no connection between cause and effect. We just can't make out the patterns. There, a leader's job is to stabilize the system and see if over time patterns can emerge. We experiment our way, safe to fail experiments in the complex space, and then eventually some things will become predictable and repeatable over time. You can move them across the Cynefin map into the complicated space, and then maybe even some of those things become obvious over time. And in that way, as leaders use the whole of the Cynefin map, they can fit their style and their problem-solving approach to the actual conditions at hand, instead of relying on our habits, which might take us really well in one area and not so well in another area.
Now you may be asking yourself, like, why did you just show this to me? Well, life is nonlinear. We're never gonna meet like complexity with a linear mindset and succeed. We need to struggle to see like what's really going on. And leadership will sit directly in that complex framework. We don't know. This is exactly COVID-19, right? Like it is in this complex framework, and we have no idea. No, there's no script on how to handle like a pandemic at this time of life. And people are complex. They are never going to act the way that you think they would. Of course, we're going to know this working in if you work in the user experience domain area. And we need to remember that like what's complex for me is not complex for you. And so that kind of makes it almost three-dimensional, things that we need to consider. When somebody shows up in some sort of pain in a complex scenario, we need to probe, sense, and respond. If we immediately react, we're most likely, if I'm going to make a correlation to the double diamond for a second, we're jumping into the last half of the diamond, like the very last half, which we know from our experience is not going to solve the problem in the right way. And as a leader, we need to match complexity with complex responses within ourselves, and ask yourself, like, what do I need to work on in me that will match the complexity of the situation that I'm encountering right now? So now you're probably asking, okay, cool, what do I do with this? Right now I'm just trying to bring awareness that there's like a correlation to something that you might actually be comfortable with already. And like, it's important that you understand and recognize what's going on within yourself and the situations that you're encountering, because you're not going to probably respond in the same way on how you would need to like ease yourself or show up to the situation in the same way. Beware of situations and your involvement in them. And then competency. Let's go from, maybe you already recognize all of these things and you're thinking, yeah, this is like, I know exactly kind of what you're saying. I wasn't aware that I was doing it. That means you were unconsciously competent. Let's just go to consciously competent. That's the point where we would like to be sitting. And then see the system. Again, zoom out, probe, sense, respond over and over and over again when you're encountering these complex situations. And then see yourself in the system, and please remove the ego. Let's go back to that subject object before. See yourself as the thing and watch how you're responding in the moment. Watch how you could be part of the problem. And then walk a fine line of identifying and moving, like when you recognize you're in chaos, just like move it right back up to complex. Just acknowledge it is for what it is and dive into it, probe, sense, respond. And I also want to say that this mindset is what I look for in a new UX hire. I can teach anyone a framework or a tool or a method or a thing, but to really work, to have this sort of mentality about the world, if it's innate in you, I can work with that. And that's what I look for in most of our hires. And then I want you to remember that you're predispositioned to gravitate towards one of these areas. So if you get into dysfunction, which is the very center of the KEYNOTE framework, where you're sitting and waiting and not sure like which quadrant you're in, you're going to gravitate towards one instinctually. So make sure that you're aware of where you might gravitate towards and challenge yourself to get back to that complex scenario. Okay, and now I want to talk about showing up as a design leader using the KEYNOTE framework and everything that we've talked about up to this point. And I'm crossing out design in this title slide because this is not about just designers, this is about any leader. Understanding yourself is the key component to making all of this work. Your purpose is servant leadership. To know thyself, you should be able to serve others. It's really an interesting time in the world when like the unicorn that we have talked about for years that we want UXers to be is meeting inclusivity and openness and vulnerability, and they're colliding. It's like about time to pull the plug on the unicorn. Take off the 6 hats. We don't need a savior. We don't need all these people coming into an organization saying that I'm going to be the solution to everything from understanding the problem to writing all the code. Like, no, it's not needed anymore. We need people to pull people together, recognize a complex scenario, and guide them to a solution. Because really, to show up as a leader, you're going to need to see yourself, the system, and know what play to call, all at the same time. Okay, now I want to talk about how leaders roll. Okay, so leaders are continually working in these complex scenarios. Just remember, don't react. Don't react, probe, sense, respond. Push against your own identity or the ego that could be showing up unintentionally. If you feel the need to fix it because it's not right, you're looking at somebody's design, you're like, oh, if I could just move that logo a little, or if I could just like change this thing, check yourself. That's not how a leader shows up. You need to coach them through that solution instead of fixing it for them. Things not being said in your environments, like this is like the number one thing that I think people miss. We are responding to other people, but we're not sensing what's underneath the situation. For example, in a one-on-one recently, somebody told me that they were concerned about something, and the real thing that they were actually concerned about had nothing to do with what they were talking about. Like I had to probe and get to that point with them to understand what was the thing that was really causing their behavior. Create space for others to do their best work. Show up and do their best work with purpose. Be available, clear impediments, and encourage others to grow and trust you and trust the environment that they work within, and then build the next generation. That's the one thing I hope we take away from this talk of everything, is that like your mark on the world is going to be defined on like what you leave behind, and that could be the next leader who follows you. Now, we've talked a little bit about COVID, but someone asked me recently, like how has being a leader changed in the middle of a pandemic? And I just kind of said, it doesn't. We're just in another complex scenario. We're in uncharted waters, and like we just have to look at the system and watch it emerge, and then probe, sense, respond, right? Like you just need to clear space, react quickly, and show up being ready for others. And a lot of that is finding peace within yourself in the situation before being open and available to others. And it's something I think that's also interesting to remember is that the goal of a leader is to get into a self-authored state. So it doesn't mean that you're following the framework in an academic sort of way. It's that you understand instinctually where you are, how you react in those moments, and other people can learn and lean and rely on you because you've cleared that open space for them. They know that they will show up for you. In that self-authored state is the goal we're all trying to get towards. Now I want to talk about leading as a teammate. I don't mean like the lead on the team or like the manager, anything like that. Even the 6 hats that I mentioned before. This is just like a team member on a team. Most importantly, please just do the work. Just because you're a leader doesn't mean that you get to like have hands-off time and just like delegate. Like you will just lose trust with your teammates if you start doing that. So just be a great teammate. And then know when to lead and when to follow. Sometimes things will present themselves where maybe it needs a leader to step in and solve the problem. But before you do, like if you're probing into that, also move to sense real quick and see if anybody else wants to step into that. And if they do, don't control them, support them, ask them how they feel and how they would instinctually respond to these things. And then let go of the creative control of the work. And I think this is the hard part for a lot of folks. The thing that I think we need to all remember is that there's a big difference between different than you do it and wrong. Those are not the same. So if you see some sort of design coming your way or some way that something is being built into a product and it's not the way that you would do it, is it really wrong or is it just different? And that's okay too. And then create space for others to do their best work. It's your turn to like guide and coach and teach. And if you're early in your career, this could mean like purposely making your team more inclusive. If you're just working with a team of designers, you pull an engineer in, pull in a product person, pull in a VP, and work together cross-functionally and solve the problem together. And then just lead by examples, trying to encourage inclusivity and break down silos within organizations, because we are no longer, like I said before, in that generation of the unicorn. We are in a generation of inclusivity and shared purpose and outcomes. Now, remember, everybody is watching us, so embodying leadership can raise the bar for everyone on your team. So I want to give like a few tips for like that you can kind of keep in your back pocket or something like you would print out and keep near you. Probe, sense, respond. Like see from all perspectives before you act. We want to go with purpose every single time we try to do something. Step into uncharted territory. When most won't step up, you need to go first. It'll be, you have no idea if that ground is stable, but that's what we as leaders do. Remember that your urgency will not match the urgency of others. Learn to use we instead of I. Every time, and this can extend all the way into your family. Instead of I want this, it's we want this. And if you can build up that vocabulary, it's us as a team in everywhere you are. And then start learning not only to read the room, but feel the room. So I want to tell a quick story here. Like I was once in a design studio where somebody just wasn't participating the way that I would have liked them to, like where everybody else's water level was at, and they were completely checked out. So I just kind of kindly probed and said, is everything okay? And this person responded with, it's not like that I don't want to participate. I just have a lot of stuff going on at home. And then suddenly we all paused. Something was bigger than the moment, the thing that the objective we were trying to solve for. And we were there for that person. And we walked out with high fives and that person feeling heard and a part of the team. And we still finished our objective with the design studio. But by watching and feeling that person's feelings, we were able to get to a point where we brought everyone along and didn't leave a person behind. And if you're early in your career, you might be thinking like, how can those things apply to me? Well, maybe there's a different cheat sheet here. So take opportunities when they present themselves. Raise your hand, practice with your peers, and purposely get yourself to be uncomfortable. If you are comfortable all the time, you're not growing. Please just make yourself purposely uncomfortable and ask people to step into this place of leadership with you. And then raise your hand for the things that you have no idea how to do. That's going to help you grow the most. Okay, so growing into your next role, I'd like to challenge yourself to see your ecosystem. How are you behaving? What's driving your behavior? What's the thing that's making you act the way you're acting? What do you, like if you feel like you should have been into a leadership position by now, why are you not? Like, is there a glass ceiling above you? Is your own behavior the thing that's causing this moment to be what it is for you right now? Do you have a bunch of smudges all over your window? Is that causing you to act really weird? Do you not even see the point of like why you're doing what you're doing? Because that compounding emotion can cause us to act in ways that we think we're doing okay, but are not. And then ask yourself if you're willing to go into the unknown. That's something that You raise your hand, even that coaching of a young person, I would coach that to anyone in their career. Take steps into things that feel uncomfortable. This is where these complex scenarios exist and where you can show your shining skills. And then I have some hard truths to tell you. You need to let go of some control. Are you having a hard time letting go of the creative work? It happened for me. Like there are times where like I would take the presentation, took a little here, took a little here. Did it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Like it's still giving the same message, and what I thought was important wasn't necessarily the best place to be spending my time. And then our next kind of hard truth is you're just not entitled to anything. If you're feeling like you should be the boss of the situation, you know, like fill in the blank here, just because I'm this, I should be the leader. That's just not afforded to you. You need to work to get to that point. And this is the one that is always like buried deep down within us, the fear of becoming obsolete. If we let go of the things like this creative control, then what's next for me? So like letting go, like create space for others to grow. And your next challenge is not going to reveal itself until you make the leap to let that thing go. And you matter, and your next challenge awaits. And you just need to remember that if I let this go, something will appear next. And then I've heard over and over, like I want a seat at the table. This is going around in the design industry right now. Kind of almost played out and kind of cringe when I hear it, to be real honest, because it's not necessarily like once you have the seat, what are you going to do with it? Like, what are you showing up with a like C-level background and you're just going to suddenly forget about design and care very much about clients and metrics? I doubt it. So instead of thinking about the seat, how about you just think about becoming essential? If you're essential to the organization, all of this kind of works out. Now I want to move into some actionable steps that you can take right now for all of these things. I know I talked and went around all over the place, but I really love to end talks in a way that you can start doing something very actionable in your life to get to that point. I encourage you to start on a self-awareness journey. Like research yourself. Take the Enneagram, an EIQ test, Strength Finders, Myers-Briggs, 16 personality. I mean, they're all over the place. Take any number of tests. Take as many as you can, and look at yourself like the research subject. Like, what data is emerging? What are the trends? Do you find some things that you don't love? Well, you need to learn those, to love those things about yourself, because that's part of you. And then maybe just stop apologizing for being yourself, and like keep reassessing as you go. Like you're going to grow, you're going to change. Some of these tests, like I'm an INTJ on the Myers-Briggs, that's probably never going to change, but my EIQ, wherever that is right now, can grow if I work towards that thing. And then learn how others are seeing you. Do a 360 on yourself. And what I mean by that is go around and ask people, how can I be an even better teammate? And what are my blind spots? And just pull all that data in, along with that personal research you've done on yourself. Like, learn how you're showing up for other people. And in return, ask for radical candor I guess in return, and then tell some kind truths in your relationships. If you're always dancing around the thing and never quite telling people how you feel about something, you're never going to get to the root of the thing, and it will always exist as a smudge on your window. And then just reciprocate to anything that anybody is giving you in return. Find mentors on your journey. I have this thing called like a circle of support. Try to find people at different levels within their career and surround you with all of this support. Like, go to them with things that you can't or don't feel comfortable saying with your peers at work or with family members. These people, if you set an expectation of kind truths, will give that into you in tenfold. So somebody at your level, somebody 5 years out, 10 years out, 20 years out, and they don't even need to be in your area of work. One of my greatest mentors was somebody that worked in retail. So like, get a little bit of a diverse circle around you. And then whatever you learn, pick one person and mentor and give back of everything that you've learned up to this point. And just some great truths to live by. Be vulnerable. Please just go all Brene Brown on everything and make it safe to be real with the people that you're with. Create connections, meaningful connections with people. Build deep relationships. What is the point of having relationships if you don't go deep? They're surface level and they're transactional. You're always wanting something from each other. And you're going to be amazed on how fulfilled you'll be just from having that relationship. And share who you are as you go through that. Lead by example and say the hard things. We have a Patrick Lencioni rule. I hate the book title, it's called Getting Naked, but it's in there, it talks about telling the kind truth. If we always say the thing that maybe you're saying kind of under your breath in a meeting, but in a much kinder way, that person is going to respect you for that. So show up for them. Tell them the reality and that maybe they're not saying something clearly. And then go first into the adaptive challenges that life is just going to present us every day. Because you're a leader from the moment that you decide to be one. Don't wait until you get a title change to show up as a leader, because it's going to be too late. Go deep on your understanding on what you feel called to do, because you're going to be called on. So that's it from me. We have I just hope this was inspiring and motivating for you. I didn't have much leadership around me in the early parts of my career, and I feel so lucky to be surrounded by such strong leaders in my life right now at SEP and in my community and my family. I felt called to tell you all of the things I've learned about showing up, and I certainly hope you sense your calling and you follow it to your unknown places. And that's it for me.
Noelle,
Yeah.
that was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm just, every talk, it just keeps blowing my mind more and more. So like, yeah, every year this just exceeds my expectations. Anyway, all right. So Noelle, we have a couple questions from you from various places. First, from the Miro board /YouTube, Carl Kletzky would like to know, or has asked, can you talk more about what you mean by a self-authored state?
A self-authored means we're not reacting. It means that we feel comfort in our own skin and that we know exactly how we want to show up in that moment, where we have that, I like to say I have this with my archetype personality, I have like an anger streak. So I kind of like have this like, wah, and then like there's a dramatic slope downward of like recognizing how I'm showing up in this moment. Like I feel this thing. Okay, I feel that thing. I recognize that thing. I'm moving on. I know how to be here. I know how to do this thing. I am authoring how I show up at this moment. So feel your feels and then move on towards how you might probe sense respond in that moment. But handling you first is the thing where you get into an authored state where you just feel like you're in control and you're intentional.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna write that down and put it right above my computer so that I can constantly remind myself of that. So thank you for that. Did you have some questions as well, Poppy?
Well, we did have a question asked in YouTube from Laura Windler, asking what are some specific indicators or questions to help you determine if a potential hire has the right mentality. So I think you gave some answers that we put in the Miro board. Do you have anything to add on that?
So like what I'm looking for in a hire is someone who can be present and be and accept the uncomfortable that is being presented to them, and like quickly move through it and encourage others to move into that space with them as well. If I see someone kind of like, oh, I need to go understand and synthesize this, and I'm comfortable and I'm not willing to go there, I know that when we place them onto a client project at SEP, we're going to probably have that same behavior manifest, and that's a hard thing to coach out of someone. We can, but it's going to take some time. And as we're growing at SEP, we kind of need these folks that are willing to like lean into this uncomfortable space and just own it.
Yeah. Well, there are some really positive comments on the YouTube feed. I encourage you to read them and soak it up. I think you've provided such a great message to the design community. So thank you. We're gonna switch over now. So so thanks, Noelle.
Thank you for having me and letting me be a part of this, Poppy and Scott.
Of course. All right, so we're just gonna go to active speaker mode right now while we get everyone up. We're going live. So it's so fun running a live conference like this. It's way different than in person, and somebody who has truly helped take this virtual experience to where I really wanted to take it and make it timely, top of mind, is Richard McCoy. And so I would really like to thank Richard McCoy and the Columbus Design Institute with some sincere gratitude because they really pivoted and took this challenge on hard. So we're going to go through this homeworks recap, but I'm not going to talk too much about it. I'm going to let Richard take over and talk a little bit about what he does and what we've done this week. Take it away, Richard.
Well, thanks, folks. Thanks, Poppy, and everybody who's been working so hard at Indy Design Week for having us here and for giving us the opportunity to experiment and try something new in response to the global pandemic. And so we created Homeworks as a week-long sort of investigation of how design and community can look at 4 critical areas of society and to think about how we can make a difference. And so we spent 2 hours a day for 4 days this week, you know, an entire workday thinking about this. And, you know, we had 15 or more participants talk about their work, talk about how they think of it. It was really an amazing day, and it's all recorded, and we look forward to sort of going back through it. It all happened so quickly, and so we're really glad to do it. Our organization is based in Columbus, Indiana, and it really tries to demonstrate how design is important to so many parts of our life, not just in the built environment, but the way we think and the way we use a process to investigate things. And so with that, you know, we had a great team that worked with us to produce it. And then I asked a friend and a colleague, Rick Valicenti, if he would hang with us for these 4 days and then try to sum it up in 30 minutes. And he took this challenge and said that he would. And so this is a chance for us to sort of combine 8 hours into 30 minutes. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to introduce Rick and get that started. So I'll introduce Rick, who is a designer who on April 1st of this year celebrated his 40th year in professional practice. He is also a friend of ours at Landmark Columbus Foundation. Over the past 5 years, he has educated all of us in the organization in Columbus about the value of good design and showed that good design doesn't have to cost any more than bad design. It's about the process. It's about value. Rick's work has been exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art. It resides in the permanent collections of the Yale and Columbia University libraries, Denver Art Museum, and the Art Institute of Chicago, to name a few. His work has appeared in the New York Times and countless other publications. In 2011, the White House honored Rick with the Smithsonian Cooper Hewitt National Design Award for Communication Design. In 2006, he received the American Institute of Graphic Arts Medal, the highest honor of the graphic design profession, for his sustained contribution to design excellence and the development of the profession. It's an impressive introduction and an impressive guy. It's my pleasure to introduce Rick.
Am I live? I am unmuted by the host. Okay. Richard, it's a privilege. And I just want to give a shout out to Poppy and to you for making this happen. I'm holed up here in Northwest Indiana in my bedroom. But I have to give another big virtual applause to Johnny Gong and of course Poppy and Danny Kane, you, Richard, Chris Merritt, Ben Valentine and Courtney Xavier, who helped make this 30 minutes effortless. So we did spend 8 hours, as you mentioned. It was intense to be in the company of such smart, proactive people, right? I went through those stacks of 4x6 cards like they were autumn leaves. It was just like note after note after note. So I'm going to do my best here to play some of that back. For those of you who are in our 8 hours, nothing you hear me say today will be news to you, but some of the thinking played back again may inspire. That's what I'm hoping. Because I've been inspired over these 4 days. And just the knowledge, even though it wasn't always visible, the 222 of us came together. And we came together from all over the world. That is just mind-blowing. Yes, it does parallel the COVID pandemic in terms of global reach. However, that little yellow dot is us, alone together. We had the thrill of seeing this drawing by Johnny Gong.
Hey, Rick, would you be able to share your screen?
Oh no, you haven't been seeing my screen.
No,
Oh
we
no.
can't see it.
Oh no, where's my Zoom screen? The Zoom technology.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh no, I was doing
It's
all
so
that
important
shout
to
out
see
work.
the beautiful work. So we'll just. I
There
can
we
feel
go.
this.
Oh my God, we're take it from the top. Here we go. This is going to be recorded live. We're doing it from the top. Walk fast. Here we go. Oh my God, how lame. All that tech work we did. Share. Let's do it from the top here. Okay. Get this button. We're ready to go. I wondered why my face wasn't in the corner. But now here we go. Thank you, Richard. And I'm here to give 30 minutes on Homeworks May 2020. A shout out to you, Poppy, and Richard for your fabulous curation and production of this event. Another shout out goes out to the team who made these 30 minutes pretty effortless. Johnny Gong, Danny Kane, Chris Merritt, Ben Valentine, and of course, Courtney Xavier. During the 8 hours, which went by in a flash, I found myself frantically going through note-taking. I haven't done that in this way in such a long time. It was, I think, a result of everybody being completely inspired and inspiring. But as I play back much of what we all heard, nothing for those of you who were there that you will hear me say now will be news to you. But hopefully you'll be reminded of some of what we heard, and hopefully it will again resonate as inspiration. Over 4 days, we had 222 people come together, and they came together from all over the world. This global map is also the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are that yellow dot, but look at the reach of this conversation. This is really a global community, although we're alone together. And of course, this rendering came up on the last day. This was illustration of that feeling that we've all been experiencing. This by Johnny Gong in his very thoughtful and personal presentation. But as we were reminded by the friends at Agency, Sheena told us that we were on an unplanned retreat. And we could see through all of the little windows on Zoom that something is happening to our conversation with, colleagues. And I think what it is the humanization of people, right? This platform has really opened up new windows to dogs barking and streaking kids. I think that's what we see. But we're also seeing like interior design, and we're seeing the things that define who we are. And we're reminded that there are big hearts everywhere. That's the takeaway, loud and clear. In fact, there are many cards, and you'll probably hear me say this, that is the takeaway, but that was one of them. So let's just go back and recap homeworks. On day 1, we dealt with social connectivity. On day 2, we took it to the public space. Day 3, we were home life. And yesterday we were on food systems. Food systems both globally and then at the individual level, at the pantry level. Throughout all of these presentations, however, it was really, really clear that there's some social triage going on. We've got to do something, seemed to be the overriding theme that every presenter had, whether they were a PhD at one of the local schools, whether it was Ball State or IU or Purdue, wherever they were, if they were practicing design in another city, we've got to do something, came through loud and clear. But what? We know that everything has changed, but what does that really mean? It means that everything changes. This is the moment that the game changed. It's not like going from football to baseball. It's from going to intent and essence, right? It's asking us to rethink our motives within the practice of design. Right? What do I need to say? This is it. Expect purposeful change. And with that comes the change in values. During the 4 days, I could feel my value system evolving. And as it evolved, it was one of those moments where I could not imagine going into a design presentation, which I am so practiced at doing, and ignoring the context of this space that we're in right now, this shared space. Right? And so does trust change? Yes, trust changes. Trust changes at the level of what we present and the collaborations that we want to put forth. So we have to build new forms of trust. And they have to be built not around perhaps the same set of objectives that we've been working with before. New objectives, but more empathy. And along the way, all of us will feel connected, both in terms of the making and development process, and also when the artifacts of those processes find their way out into the new world. And with that, it's going to make it our responsibility to ensure that everything we do is a unique and safe connection. Long after the vaccine, this is still going to be in our consciousness. I can't imagine 20 years from now, people going, oh yeah, back in the good old days. No, they're going to be going forever aware of this moment. This is a generational change, right? But we're faced with these questions like where and when and how do I make a difference and how do I participate? You know, I think we should have been wearing like Riddler outfits or something with all these questions that were going on. Like, here's a good question that came. I never even thought of this question. This one came to us from Kent State. I think it was, who was this person? Gillian. Let's see what he said here.
So I think there's a moment right now for us to be demonstrating even small changes to public realm to reclaim that space, and then just not allowing it to be given back at the end of this crisis.
Like, wow, that's good. Will we adopt to this new reality? I don't think we have a choice, right? Will we adapt to a new reality? Yes. But here's what we need to be sensitive to, that it's going to be incremental. It's not going to be dramatic. Small interventions will yield progress. So that's up to each one of us to do what we can. It's like drip, drip, drip. And we will be moving towards a new world as a result. We were reminded by Joanna Nixon, we have creative superpowers. It's like, oh my God, thank you so much. That's what I needed to hear. And that's what I can wake up to every morning. It's like, I can put on my cape and deliver. And in delivering, I can create value. But oh my God, it has to be a new kind of value. And the responsibility now of the designer is we need to be designing critically, systematically, and positively. The definitions of those behaviors, I think, have yet to be formalized, but we were gifted this, and that seems like a great roadmap, critically, systematically, positively, and of course, generously. That's really at the core. Many of the things that we saw during this 8 hours were evidence of practitioners and researchers who had been prototyping these ideas at a small scale. It's as if it's a work in progress, and they have been getting themselves ready for this moment in time without knowing that they were getting ready for this moment in time, right? Moments in time that had phrases like the promise zone. This comes from Joanna Nixon. Push the button, Rick.
So the Indianapolis Promise Zone is comprised of about 22 neighborhoods on the Near East side of Indianapolis, and it is a decade-long initiative focused on addressing some of our city's most complex macro and social issues, such as improving employment, safety, housing, educational attainment, and quality of life.
That's a big idea that's already in progress. So many have been practicing, right? They've been practicing for right now. And with that, they have been practicing at an empathetic level, right? But some of us are becoming fearful. We learned this on day one, right? There's like a great desire to help your neighbors. 80% of the people want to do good. But then we learn that.
And I am fearful for transit at this moment. I'm fearful that people are going to just recede back to their cars again. And yet we're living through this moment when not having fewer cars is making all of our lives so much better.
Right. Most of this group expressed optimism, however, at the end of the day. We could feel it. It was a kind of impenetrable optimism. It wasn't the one that just made you say, today I'm going to be optimistic. It was like, no one is going to punch this optimism out of my midsection. This one's here to stay. That was the consistent thread that emerged. And here's the other one that was so perfectly rendered by Danny Kane. Keep people engaged. It's like, oh my God, look at that. So that becomes our mantra whenever we need one. Just keep people engaged. What do you do for a living? I keep people engaged. Okay. Current and local data, however, pointed to creative connections. Yes, we were all making them. And that we needed connectivity as opposed to disconnectivity. In other words, the tribes need to come together. The kingdom needs to be one. But 48% of us still feel isolated.
So even though people are experiencing more engagement with at least the people they live with and potentially reaching out to other people that they haven't talked to in a while more than ever before, they still subjectively feel more isolated and subjectively feel lonely.
Now, that's not a national statistic. That has come from real-time data collected from 1,500 people at the Indiana University. So it's time to pivot today. And here's who joined us. Look at this. People giving their time, totally committed. Killian, that's who it was. right? And questions come up like Killian asked us, who belongs, what returns, how do we share? It's like, whoa, those are big questions. The answers didn't come. The answers are for us to discover and work through.
Who belongs to public space and who does public space belong to?
Right, there's the other one.
So what returns?
Bree and Gina and Mariah and Donna, she gave it up, and Joanna again. Right, just look, these people were coming into our homes. Oh, Rosemary was great. Rosemary was the attorney. Johnny, so personal. Right, that's the big thing, but here we go. Joanna reminded us that as practitioners and leaders in this field, you know, because it's time for the design process to demonstrate what it has boasted about for so long, its ability to sort of communicate, its ability to think through difficult problems and come to a place of clarity. It's a moment where all of its boasting of offering beauty to the world has to be redefined. And that beauty may come in new forms. It may come in the form of simply sparking some joy. Here's an amazing project that happened in instant time. Coloring books for those families and kids who may be sort of looking for something to do in their homes as they're all alone together. It's like Joanna puts that together in real time. That's fantastic. Kenneth was talking to us from, I think it was Venice Beach in LA, but he's not really there. He just thought it would be a good idea to migrate there during the lockdown. He was sort of prescient in his thinking to be able to get on that airplane right away. I was sort of envious of that. But he tells us that description embeds prescription. It's like, oh, you have to describe the issue, and then maybe through that process, you will prescribe what needs to be done.
Once you find a problem like that, how you describe it matters. For us, we like to use the term that description embeds prescription.
But keep in mind that you can't describe something until you really notice it, until you really pay attention to it and examine it. That's also one of the things that designers have boasted superpowers, being able to like look clearly and closely and examine and distill. So now it's our time to do that.
Once you
oh, we don't need to hear that again.
Like that.
There we go. Kenneth also told us that if oppression and inequalities and inequities are designed, they can be redesigned. That's a systemic, big-time thought. That's one where the mantle and the gauntlet are right before us as practitioners, right? If oppression, inequalities, inequities are designed, they can be redesigned. Oof. We're gonna go, oops, I pushed the wrong button. I'm so sorry. This index finger is out of control. Here we go, let's go back. Stop it. There we go, Martha, or Mariah, I'm sorry.
Also, we don't know what our visitor situation is going to look like. We are relying very heavily on the university and the state to provide guidance on that.
Yes, so Mariah, I think, was coming to us from IU. She was running the art museum over there, and her comments paralleled, I believe his name was Mason from New Harmony. And Mason, and we were talking about like, how are we gonna have hands-on exhibits? How are we gonna have gift stores? Do we wipe down everything that people touch? How do we do this? How do we keep social distancing and responsible behavior to our fellow citizens? How do we design those new systems? Oh, right, how do we stay physically open? And is it really just open online? I like this one, right? New bridges to a new reality. So the themes, they kept repeating themselves over and over. How will we engage again in this thing called community engagement? Donna reminds us, how do we learn to walk when everything has been designed around driving? I didn't wake up this week thinking like, oh, that was a question I expect to hear. But then I get blasted with this fact. We removed the barriers to a better future, but there will be jockeying at the top to gain and remain in power. So how do we navigate that situation, that reality? To be determined. But just knowing that it is there and knowing that everyone won't be doing the kumbaya moment as warmly and as empathetically as all of us, some barriers need to be broken. Tyler was our last contributor. He represented a food pantry, and he reminded us that we were seeing lots of desperation. Oh, of course. Right? And he's aware that we are at a place where we need to grow more diverse farmers. But the big idea that he brought to the table was we need to adopt new metrics. Like not how many people showed up. Oh, that's a good metric. Not how many people spent so much time on your website. No, that's not it. Maybe like, were people getting healthy? He said, yeah, I evaluate it by, oh, my little veggie box that keeps getting picked up every week has certainly transformed the people who enjoy them.
We see people getting healthier. We see people eating more vegetables. We see people, we look at it as a job creator almost. People are getting healthy and then able to get back to work. There's so many different benefits of just knowing you can rely on fresh produce and good fresh produce. So we think as...
Okay, I cut him off there because this is where he was. He was the single person who represented all of us. Everybody was that passionate producer. We saw a PhD, I think, from Ball State, and this guy is now, I guess he got his PhD in forestry, and he is now running like pop-up farmers markets in Indiana with fresh produce. And people come to him and say, I count on you being here weekly. It's like, I'm sure he's scratching his head going, I thought I was a professor, but I'm doing immersive teaching and my students are all volunteers. How does this sustain itself without exhaustion completely taking over? Another question that he brings up, right? But we are all passionate producers and we need to call on that next generation. Some of them are just being born right now. So it is, again, a pivot today. The game that we once knew, along with everything else, has changed. Yes, there may be a vaccine shortly. Yes, there may be like a return to the shopping mall. But what has changed is tattooed on our consciousness, on our souls. And yes, the work will be hard work. And the progress will look like this. We need to react, rethink, reimagine, redesign, and most of all, reset. That's not just reboot, that's reset. That's quite different. That's the big move. Right, the big move, we heard this one. Libraries may be in service of food distribution. And at first it sounded crazy, but then it was like, oh yeah, well, they're in the service of knowledge distribution. How about nutrition distribution? Everything's going to get rethought, and that's what it's going to look like. We're going to have an awakened community. Right? A collective passion has been ignited. I think we're in store for a renaissance of creativity and new thinking unlike anything we have ever experienced. It's the kind of stuff we read about. Oh yeah, in the 1500s in Milan or in Florence, Italy, right? We're having it right now on Earth. New methodologies will be found. They have to be found because we're going to be testing, and new collaborations will be forged because we need one another. Radical thinking now is what we will be asking everybody. No more jive selling stuff that doesn't need to be purchased. No more manipulative presentations. This is the time where, while we can't touch, big hearts are everywhere. We are on the cusp. And if you want to know what CUSP stands for, Creative Uniting Superpowers. That's our cusp. That's it right there. Creative Uniting Superpowers. It is our moment. And yes, we will practice all the things that we have heard at every design conference in the past decade. We need to be accepting that change is upon us, and so we need to design resilience. Well, we're going to be living and practicing and designing resilience. And we will be looking for loving leadership, even if that loving leadership is us. We will promote community engagement because we will be thought leaders and collaborators in that engagement. We will design real human presence, even if it comes in the form of AI. We will remove barriers. We will be part of the process. We will ask new questions. We will engage. We will be more of who we are and who we want to be. But we were reminded of this big idea. Everything is complicated. Everything is more demanding. Everything is different. And everything is connected. We are one Earth community. And that is so clear, both by the attendees and by the maps that we see of the spread of the COVID-19. We are one human family, and that's clear too. So be generous was my takeaway from this Homeworks event. Para todas, for everyone. Now, and well into the future. Applause emoji here. That's your moment, everyone, to react. Let's see them. Yay! I saw one. So now it gives me great pleasure to introduce, oh, I have to change my glasses. Sorry. This is the moment. Context is really important. So here we go, a little context. Grace Minnick was introduced to the Homeworks crew by Rachel. And I guess Grace and Rachel have been friends and colleagues for a while. But Grace has crafted some story-centered songs, right? To move people, to make them, or to encourage them to laugh and cry, and of course, sing along. And I love this cobalt blues soprano voice floats over her acoustic instruments. Her influences are, of course, my faves. It dates me, the Beatles and Joni Mitchell, and of course, others, right? But her recent album is titled Mostly Home, and she has been invited in collaboration with Midway. Let me get the whole thing here. The Midway Music Speaks accepted my invitation to compose an anthem to commemorate our time alone. And all of us are going to be hearing it for the first time today. So with that, Mr. Tech, will you please switch the screen over to Grace Minnick? Let's give her a virtual emoji.
Hello. I'm not sure if I'm visible. Yes? Okay, I am visible. Hello. My name is Grace Minnick. Thank you for the introduction, Rick. That was so kind of you. I wrote this song in the last couple days. It's called We Gotta Do Something. answer was heavy. When I first asked her what she thought, she just lost her hope. And she just lost her job. She was anchored by the weight, but the sea couldn't drown her. She floated on the waves. She stayed above water. He's been on the job hunt since 2018. Time flies on the stovetop as his pen keeps writing. He calls for a rematch. Down with the bourgeoisie. Will we settle for the old or make a new reality? We gotta do something, invite innovation day by day. Alone, together, empower each other, relief is on its way. Her theater sits empty, but it's the last thing on her mind. Her brother just called. His wife barely got to say goodbye. Now the piano feels hollow, but music still speaks. Someday this stage will heal community. We gotta do something, invite innovation day by day. Alone, together, empower each other, relief is on its way. We gotta do something day by day. Alone, together, relief is on its way. Thank you. Now we're looking forward to the Q&A next.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you. That was fantastic. Okay. How'd we do, Richard?
I think Grace is amazing and was
Jesus
really courageous to sing a song live on YouTube that she wrote yesterday that connects to what you just presented. That's amazing. And I think what's so interesting about it is that it's also what you brought out in your talk is that I think part of it is to expect change, and it's not maybe just to demand it, but it's like, hey, if we don't expect change, then it's not going to happen. And so I think Grace really sort of embodied that. So thanks, Grace. It was awesome. And thank you, Rick.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was just absolutely stunning. So beautiful, so timely. And I think it's appropriately named an anthem by Rick.
It's cool to see also the way that people are celebrating Grace in the chat bar, clapping hearts. I don't know what that one is. That's like swirling hearts. It's a new one, but I think it all means, Grace, you did a wonderful job.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been an honor to be a part of this.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
So we're going to get into a Q&A now. So this is your moment, audience, to ask Richard and Rick any questions that you might have around the homework series, things that were recapped, and anything else, specific speakers, or maybe other themes, diving a little deeper. Just put them in the chat. We're looking for them.
Yeah, if I could just maybe respond a little bit to Rick's presentation, which was really great. I was getting people texting me and contacting me along the way saying how great it was and how inspiring. And I think it's, you know, for me, you know, when we started to think about creating this project, this is, you know, we wanted to see if we could get to a moment to see a new bridge. And I think Rick has helped to say that not only that there's a new bridge, but the idea that creative people in the design community should be on the front lines to build that bridge and to think about it and to think about the design process. And so, you know, just the idea that you said that now is a time for renaissance for creative thinkers. And I think more than ever, that's a message that really resonate with me, is this idea that if you look of what is important to a community, asking the creatives to lead the way is super important. And so I just thank you for saying that. And also you expressed another idea, Rick, which was that it's okay if it's incremental, you know, that it doesn't have to be some big thing. And so even, you know, feeling a little bit of the part of being a part of this week is an incremental improvement, right? You helped open some minds and help us think in a new way. And so I just say thank you, Rick, for really putting yourself into all of this and to think about it in a new way. And so I just, you know, yeah, thank you, Rick.
You're welcome, Richard. It was a pleasure. But again, it was a kind of evidence of the way we're all going to be working, right? One person does something, invites somebody else to observe it. They're inspired to then respond in kind. And before you know it, it's just like leapfrogging everywhere. And we will move, right? Those rocks, they don't get smooth, those little river rocks, on the first time they experience water.
Right.
Right. It takes a while to smooth those jaggy things off and burnish those edges. But I'm also keenly aware that the creative community hasn't always been at the policy making level.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so if the best we have is a result of us not being completely present, just imagine what can happen when we are completely present, collectively, individually. That, I think, is the insight too that I had over these homeworks. So many people were talking about the design process in a way that was both enlightened, but also like matter of fact. This is what I do. I'm passionate about this. I care deeply. And there was a result. And yes, that result maybe only had an impact on one or two people or a whole community. It wasn't like the global impact. No, it was just like one or two people. It's like, great, make life a little bit better.
Yeah.
Just improve the quality of life. That's all we're after. There's no more room anywhere for nonsense. There's no more room anywhere for greed. Those days are gone. They're gone. People are going to resist that like it's a new pandemic. Give me the virus or the vaccine for greed. I want that one. Right? I think the designer who thinks, oh yeah, we can get more eyeballs on this website if we just do this or that. It's like, I'm sorry, how about like intentional, important, relevant, essential content?
Yeah.
With
wow.
a good experience.
That's
is that a
no, it's I'm taking notes, you know, it's just this idea that I think everybody in the past that expressed it during this workshop, and I think many of us over the past couple of months, you push back to this idea of why you're doing what you're doing. And if the reason why you're in this design profession is based in purely a commodification and doesn't have much to do with community, I don't think you're going to find nearly as much value in what you're doing.
That's exactly right. You know, I can only speak from the position of a graphic designer. I can't speak from a sociologist or a policymaker in forestry or an educator, but from a graphic design point of view, there's evidence out there, although ephemeral, that says the graphic design community hasn't done its best civic job. We really haven't put out into the visible public shared space the most thoughtful rendering of communication and exchange. In fact, it looks pretty terrible. In fact, we get excited when it starts to deteriorate, right? Billboards start to shred and gig posters start to peel off of walls and the wheat paste goes away. We love that stuff. But sometimes that collective, permanent, branded moment really looks offensive. And now I think it's going to look, once we get out of our homes, really offensive. Because we will see that the motives that brought those things into the public sphere are not the motives that are required right now today and into the future.
Rick, I have a question. So what is some piece of advice that you might give somebody who is a part of this moment, feeling inspired, but maybe feeling scared to have those conversations at the company they work for, or scared or just lacking the confidence to take a stand, to do something? What might you say to those people?
I can only repeat something I said, and I've had a lifetime of regret about it. But while I was working as a young designer with a really fantastic designer in retrospect, there was one of those moments where my ego had gotten way out of control and disproportionate to my experience. And I said to him, "Search your aesthetic soul." Now, back then that was like so disrespectful. But today, I think the advice I would give every one of us who's in the creative practice is to search our aesthetic soul and to find out if the gifts that we have been given, those gifts that allow us to see with clarity, to see with formal poetry, those gifts that allow us to speak with nuance and whatever we do that's so magical, if those things are being called to service for the wrong reasons, then what part of our soul have we sacrificed? What part of ourselves have we put up for sale that we cannot buy back? And I think this is the moment. And if it is a situation where somebody is working for someone else and that workplace is not listening, I believe it's the responsibility of that individual to make a litigious case, to bring it right to the jury and to say what they believe. And if they're making it up as they go along because they haven't had a lifetime to like carve it and smooth it out and get the rap just perfect, practice. And if it doesn't work and if it doesn't resonate, then leave, because there will be like-minded souls elsewhere who are really trying to make a difference. This renaissance isn't going to happen everywhere. There are those who will be and are tone deaf. I've seen it in the emails that have come from design practices saying, yes, we've learned to work remotely. You can still count on us. It's like, I'm sorry, that's not enough. I don't care. We're all working remotely, right? We're all trying to like fill in time cards. Who cares? I think the real story should be, I'm working remotely, but we're right now in full-on research mode around some things that we can do here once the doors start to open. That will be much better. And they're in prototype world right now in our research lab. We have converted, just like we hear factories, like the pup people. The pup people come out and they say, now we're making what, 60,000 masks a day. It's like, damn, that's the model, right? So the service business, I'm sorry for getting on a soapbox here. You got me all cranked up with that question. But the service business ought to be doing the same thing. It's like, I've got some people who've got downtime. We're not going to scribble, right? We've got some downtime. We're going to be thinking about this issue from a position of our strengths. What can we bring? How can we reframe writing? How can we make our clients smarter and better? Why don't we give that time that would be downtime to our clients right now today? Because you know what? Those clients are scared to call us. Those clients are scared that they won't have opportunities that will require our services. So why don't we help them see the world more clearly? That's our gift. I think there's so many things. This is like a massive call to action for designers and anyone who practices that design thinking methodology. It's like, it's showtime.
Well,
yeah.
I think that's the last word.
It's showtime.
Yeah, it's showtime, people. Let's go.
Drop the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Grace, Rick, Richard, for just doing this on the fly, rolling with it, doing this experiment. I think it's been so valuable, such a valuable conversation. And Rick is actually our closing keynote today. So his topic, we're going to hear a lot more about him and his work and dive a little deeper into that and hear from him again. So please tune in to close out the day again with Rick Valicenti. So we're going to switch to a more passive activity, a little more fun. We'll be doing a popcorn Q&A with speakers and workshop facilitators. So you guys are welcome to stay on and be a part of that, or you can hop off as well. It's completely up to you. It's just going to be a fun, just a fun little intermission. And then we'll hear from our sponsors and community partners later. Through some videos. So it's basically lunch now. So you can take a break and just maybe keep it on the side, but we're just gonna have some fun.
Well, thanks, Poppy. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Right, I'm gonna let all of our friends in.
Wonderful.
We have 5 in the room. Oh, we have 9 in the room. Okay, here we go. Okay, and then you'll all need to turn on your video so we can see you.
Thanks, Poppy. Thanks for having us.
Oh, thank you. Of course. I'm like, where did that come from? Oh, good, awesome. We might have a few more people hop in, and that's okay. So speakers, if you're watching, or facilitators, if you want to hop in and take part, you can do so. But we're just going to hang out for a bit.
Awesome. Thanks, Poppy. So yeah, so like Poppy was saying, we thought we'd just take some time very passively to kind of get speakers, moderators, facilitators together and just do some nice little professional and personal little Q&A back and forth just to get to know each other a little bit better, and so that everybody has a chance to talk and say hey outside of their little time frames. So the way this is going to work is that I will randomly pick the first person and I will ask you a question, and then I'll give you an opportunity to answer. And then I will ask another question and you can choose who you want to answer that question, who is in the Zoom. And you can choose however you'd like. All right? Does it sound, can I get some thumbs up? Does that make sense to everybody? All right, good deal. So thank you all first for being on here. I love these kind of things. I love little random Q&As, whether they're work related or not. So you're just making my heart happy for a lot of different reasons.
How long do we have before it starts?
What was that?
How long do we have before it starts?
You approximately until I finish reading the question. So 1 or 2 seconds.
Okay.
So Deneisha, I'm glad that you asked. I'm gonna pick on you first. So the first question, this is the first question is for you. What's a good one? What's a good one for you?
Oh my
Let's see. What is the worst job you've ever had?
The worst job I've ever had, and it actually turned out to be a blessing though, was cleaning office buildings. And that's only because just the level of the mess and the stuff that was that I would find was it just made me feel like, oh my God, I want to be creating, I want to be designing, I want to be producing events. But I got to be here cleaning up this office building, right? But then later on, I just realized, man, that was actually good because it gave me another sense and another appreciation for what other people do. So that was a bad job for me at the time, but it ended up being something that helped me really stay humble.
I love that.
So let me see okay, so do I have to ask the question? I'm trying to understand.
No, I have a bunch of questions. I'll ask the
good.
question and then you get to pick who you want to answer.
Okay, let me see who's in here. Does anybody want to say hi? And then I'll pop. I'm trying to see who who's in here.
Deneisha, you can look, if you click participants, you can see a list of people, so that might help.
Okay, thank you. Participants, all right.
And we just had Danny join us.
Let's go with Danny. Hey,
Danny. All right. All right, Danny, your question is, oh, that's a good one. If you were to switch to a different design discipline, which would you choose?
I would choose, actually, I've been thinking about this a lot. So so right now I'm a graphic designer, illustrator of sorts. I would love to see a role where I can interact with more people. So one that's research-based, kind of a little bit more sociological type of thing, and how people interact with cities specifically, and how can we design cities better for the people that live them and make good solutions for populations, instead of just like random like one size fits all that never actually fits anyone type of solutions. So that's kind of the work that I would like to see.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. All right, so the next question will be, who is your favorite designer or artist outside of your discipline? So who would you like to answer that question?
Now I have the power.
You do.
I would like to popcorn to Richard.
All right, Richard. All right, so the question was, who is your favorite designer or artist outside of your discipline?
That is an interesting question for me, because I don't know if I have a favorite. I go in ebbs and flows, kind of like with taste in music. I don't really have a favorite artist, like overall. Right now, I'm fascinated by Simon Stahlberg, I think, Stalenhag. He did a series called Tales from the Loop, and then a few other series that are kind of very sci-fi, and juxtapose these kind of monolithic structures or these images that fill you with dread with kind of very idyllic and peaceful kind of settings. So I thought it was really interesting. And then I watched the Hulu series, not Hulu, Amazon Prime series that was based on his art. So.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to add that to my list. So thank you for that.
Yep.
My ever-growing list. Awesome. Okay, so the next question will be, why is Indie Design Week important to our community? So who would you like to answer that?
I will go with Grace.
Grace, perfect. So, yeah, there you are, Grace. So why, from your perspective, why do you think Indie Design Week is important to our community?
So I think just the bringing together of people and telling stories and working together for the sake of community and for the sake of improvement, for the sake of creativity. It's just the most beautiful thing, that it's so inspiring that people want to come together for that, where it seems like in a lot of places creativity and design and like community are squashed, that this is uplifting that.
Yeah. I love that. I love that. All right, so the next question that you can pick someone to answer is, have you ever had a client dislike your work?
Does anybody especially want to answer that? I don't know you all very well. Sam?
Yeah, I was actually just going to jump in all the time. We're constantly, in a good way, we're constantly being challenged on our ideas, and that's part of why our profession. I guess I should step back. I'm an architect, working with Kira, who's also on this call at Delv Design. So we're constantly challenged by clients, and a lot of them are not afraid. And it's good when they tell us that they don't like things. And our talk was based on empathy, and part of that is just listening. And really, even when you're training to be an architect, you go through presentations, and you learn that to expect for people to be hard on you and develop thick skin, and realize that design is not personal to you. It's not part of your identity or part of your being. It's something that's outside of you, and there's absolutely no problem taking criticism and turning it into something that's constructive.
I feel like you could I feel like a lot of us could give an entire workshop on all of that. So definitely thank you for sharing that. All right, so the next question is, how have you been creative outside of work in the last 30 days? So who would you like to answer that?
Deneisha.
No.
I know, I wrote that one down during her talk earlier.
Noelle.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I had a kiddo thing.
That's okay.
The
question was, how have you been creative outside of work in the last 30 days?
Oh, I feel like everything I have to do has to be creative. Like there is, calling back to, like, we're in this complex space, so there is no right way to do it. So I feel like everything that I've been doing since we've been home is an iteration of the thing that I did yesterday. So, and I'm just trying to find comfort with learning versus needing to be perfect or feeling like I have this all figured out, because how I model that for my family, like they can feel my energy, and if I'm all nervous about it, or I don't just like own the failure and iterate, for one, I'm not setting a good example for my kiddo on how to just be a good human, and then also we don't get any better or find any peace with the current situation. So creativity like happens every second of every day. It's how we think about how we're going to solve something, how we're going to show up for something, like how I might keep an eye on my kiddo when both of us are in a call. We can't do that. Well, anyway, background. We have cameras all over the house now to help us make sure that we keep an eye on them. Like solving that problem was really hard to like make some sort of comfort level with two parents working from home and a kiddo that could be smearing like flour all over the wall for all I know. So he's just kind of got the run of the house, and it's like, well, if I think around the problem, like I just need to see. So we got some cheap cameras and put them around the house and have this comfort level of making sure that he's safe at all times. And he's learning how to be self-sufficient. So like through our creativity, we also encouraged him to like own this a little earlier in his life, but I think has like helped our whole family get better throughout this entire stay at home.
As evidence right now.
Yep.
But they're all gone.
Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Okay, I love it. I love it.
It's perfect, yeah.
I know, I feel like the same way, except instead of a child, it's our kittens, right? Just cheap cameras everywhere, keeping track of them.
Wait, you have little kittens? Can we see them later? Could you like bring them on camera?
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't. Honestly, I think they're like 8 months old now, but.
Yeah. Oh, I thought they were like tiny little fluff balls, and I really wanted that.
I mean, they still are, but anyway, I'll talk about them for an hour if you don't stop me. So I'm gonna stop myself. All right. So Noelle went on mute.
I'm okay. We're okay.
Okay. No, all you have to do is pick the next person to answer the next question, which is, what is your personal why for design?
Ooh, I'm gonna pick Kara. I feel like I really sort of like connected with everything that you were saying this morning. Just like we do similar work with different disciplines. I would love to know like what your why is and the thing that drives you every day.
Yeah, so you guys gave me a softball here. I was all prepared to talk about my like first terrible job, which was in a Delv. No, my why can be summed up pretty well by a quote from a book, Pillars of the Earth, where there's a quote in it. Somebody asks why you do something that they've been working at their whole life and through generations, and the answer is because it will be beautiful. And I find a lot of meaning in that, in not only my design work, but just in my personal life. Anything that moves toward beauty or contributes to beauty in the world is really meaningful. And so I happen to practice architecture, so I use that skill set to bring that to the world. But I challenge myself, I would say, to do that in more areas just than what I happen to be able to be professionally skilled in.
I love that. I just I've gotten a little bit of goosebumps, but it's fine. You can't see those over, you can't see those over Zoom, I guess. All right. How are we doing on time, Poppy? We good? Keep the questions rolling?
Yeah, we're good. I actually forgot to keep track of time right now. So.
That's A-okay. We're all learning. We're evolving.
Yeah, we could probably, I'd like to hear something from Susie. So let's put her in the hot seat.
Ooh. Do you want to ask a question or should I?
You should. You have the list of questions.
I do have a list of questions, a never-ending list of questions. Susie, it's kind of similar but different from a question that we already asked. What is a design discipline you wish you knew more about?
Oh, you hit somebody who is the ultimate curiosity person. I want to know more about everything.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, long time ago, I actually applied to architecture programs. And I was a psychology major, and I applied to architecture programs because I was interested in the way human beings interact with their environments, which is why I think I ended up with a degree in human factors, which is applied psychology on how people deal with their environments. It ended up, I'm doing a lot with software design, but I always am keeping the context in which people do things and taking that into account. And I think it's because I had a lot of interest in architecture. So yeah, the talks on architecture I found very interesting. I love them. So thanks.
Well, thank you all for participating in this impromptu Q&A. I think it was really cool, and it was great to hear just a little bit deeper about you in a little more informal way. So thank you all. We're going to transition to some sponsored videos and some promotional videos. They're not boring by any means. They're all well designed and curated, and you should learn about some new things, maybe even feel inspired from this. But again, it's like a passive thing you can have on, eat your lunch, and then tune back in at 12:30 when we bring Jenny Todd on to talk about a village in the making. It's on point with our theme, cultivating connections, which I forgot to open up. So. All right, enjoy lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, you're on mute. I'll unmute you. There we go.
Oh, there we go. No, I was gonna say I was. If we had more time, I was gonna pick on you next because I could ask you literally any of these questions. But what would you like the honors?
Sure.
To ask me something?
Sure. Okay. Let me think about this. What is what is one design project that you didn't win but would have like knocked out of the park? Like the one that got away.
Oh God. Oh my gosh, there are a handful of them. There was a project. Oh my gosh. How do I pick a favorite one? The design project that got away. There was, I think it was like the first mobile app that I was asked to design and build was for a realtor, which is like real estate and like residential architecture and just kind of everything in that space is really fascinating to me. I love that whole ecosystem. So a couple years ago, I was asked to design and build an app for a local realtor that I was so excited for. I did so much research and I was ready to go, but it ended up like falling through, ended up falling through. And I was like super bummed, which I low-key still like kind of still worked on for a long time, even after the project itself died, just in case it ever comes up again, you know?
Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, there were a lot of those. I'm gonna ask you one. What is your favorite part of the creative process?
Yeah. When it comes to the creative process, like the cop-out answer is like the entire thing. But what I truly, truly love is the ability to take disparate information and find a reference from it, to find relevancy in everything that I'm taking in and everything that I've experienced throughout like my short time in living, and be able to apply that to a new domain. That's one of my favorite things. And then I also love when I know that I've been able to change somebody's perspective, provide some kind of new piece of information or shift their framing to think about something in a different way, to help us go down a path that was better than the path that we were on. I don't know if that is necessarily a part of the to me it's a part of the creative process, but I think I would have to say that it's like the discovery of new information, putting it all together, and then making that, like, those insights that I've had accessible to somebody else.
Yeah, I think knowing you, I absolutely, I would, that's probably the answer that I would have ballpark expected. And I love that. I love it.
Predictable. Oh man.
No, not even predictable. No, I just mean like just because I know you.
I know.
Like, just because I'm familiar with you and how your brain works to a certain extent. So I love that.
A lot going on up there. Well, I'm hoping that we can switch to our videos. We've just been filling time. In the meantime,
it would be a great cat interaction time, but I think they're having lunch, so they're locked in their room.
Kitties. I want to shout out to Noelle for getting us DoorDash gift cards. Thank you so much. That was
seriously.
So sweet. I put in my order for Chipotle. I'm sorry, local business owner, it's Indy Design Week, but I was like, I need it fast, I need it healthy, and I want a bowl of goodness.
You know, I'm excited I placed mine yet. I'm excited to get into it here shortly.
Yeah. Any word? Hey, Dave, how we doing? Okay, cool. We're gonna switch to the videos. I hope that some of you are still tuning in. We'll run them again, if not. So I'm gonna try to eat. I hope you do too, Scott.
I will.
Our small businesses need us now more than ever. While they may be doing business a bit differently for a while, they're reinventing the ways they serve us. This is our moment. Support, engage, promote. By Indy.
Here's an opportunity for us to have this inspirational, innovative district right here in Indiana.
16 Tech is really an opportunity for our city to put its mark on the globe.
It's about having good people come together and do unexpected things.
This is the White River. To the north is 16th Street, and all of this is 16 Tech. Building 1 is going to go in right here. It doesn't look like much now, but wait till you see what's coming.
Well, 16 Tech will be a mix of startups, established corporations, incubators, and accelerators.
It's a place where you can have different industries along with our community coming together to thrive and work together.
This idea of this community, there's a richness to it. It's not just science, it's not just industry, it's information technology, it's art, it's the communities and neighborhoods around us. All of that goes into the mix that makes this so special.
And it's the convergence of all of these skills and individuals, and it's the exchange of ideas between them that will result in new aha moments.
16 Tech is about connections. As we came to 16 Tech, part of the connections that we're very excited about, the IU School of Medicine, the largest medical school in the country, is literally right across the street from us. We've also connected with the Indiana Biosciences Research Institute, IBRI.
16 Tech is about collaboration. Having this building here in 16 Tech allows us to bring together industry partners that can bring new technologies, different skills, different sciences, disciplines to solve the challenges of today.
Collaboration so often comes down to proximity. Get people in the same place together and just let happen what happens.
People from different industries are coming into contact with each other, and it's those interactions that result in the exchange of ideas that leads to innovation. This is where we plan to have our makerspace, where entrepreneurs will have access to the product design software and equipment that they need to develop physical products and prototypes.
16 Tech is about talent, an opportunity for new corporations to be established, for current corporations to spin off new divisions, and therefore our talent that is in Indianapolis and nearby will want to come and stay and work and play right here at 16 Tech.
16 Tech is about inspiration. Kids need an example and they need inspiration. We have to create those pathways. We have to connect those dots.
16 Tech is about opportunities. The opportunity for future generations to be witnessing development on the fields of health, bioscience, technology.
This will give our kids the inspiration to grow beyond their horizons.
So that's one thing that 16 Tech brings to the community, a lot of opportunities to interact with the future.
Someday, I'm going to walk into a room and realize I'm hearing the future being created right then, right there. That's what I'm looking forward to.
In Indiana, we pride ourselves, our economy, on making things, growing things, and moving things. The problem is that those three industries are being renovated right now at lightning speed.
And if we don't act on this internet connectedness, this technology, this innovation, there's a chance that those industries could be gutted within our state, and major sources of employment and wealth creation could just be gone because we didn't innovate faster than our competitors across the nation or around the world.
So as we look ahead to what it is that we need to be able to make that work, one of the things that's really key is a place that we can do that work in.
So the facility is 24,000 square feet. It's a mixture of lab space, maker type space, but also spaces for meetings and ideation. It's our vision that you'll be able to do everything from explore self-driving vehicles all the way to internet connected crock pots. Just about anything that you can dream up that could be internet connected, we want to be able to accommodate that.
And I think it allows us to really combine strengths as far as those individuals that are really working on the technologies now in an applied sense, as well as those back at the university who are working kind of in the lab.
And it's all in the nickel plate district right in our downtown, where we have a wonderful collection of entrepreneurial companies that have chosen downtown Fishers as their ultimate home.
So we're building this on a foundation of 4 key pillars. We're bringing all of those disciplines together in one facility so that even companies that don't have those disciplines inside of them, they can come and take advantage of this collection of great resources at the IoT lab.
I think it creates a unique opportunity for us to be at the forefront of this new burgeoning economy.
And I think we have a great opportunity to establish a leadership position today that will last for generations to come.
Many of the films that were honored to be part of tonight's Oscars came from the independent circuit. Those movies are hard to find in central Indiana, but a new venue will soon be filling that void. Brad Brown is back with a look inside. Brad.
Amanda, the Indy metro area has nearly 300 screens running movies on any given night. If you're looking for the latest buzzy Indy release or high-profile foreign films like tonight's Best Picture winner, you're probably going to have to make a long drive. Soon, though, you'll be able to see them right here in the Circle City. Much like pre-production on a Hollywood blockbuster, the pieces are falling into place in what will soon be Indy's newest cinema space.
Indianapolis has had an awesome burgeoning filmmaking community and film-loving community, but we've been missing a home to kind of gather all parties together.
Construction is in full swing at the Can Cinema. The building is situated in the Windsor Park neighborhood, just northeast of the core of downtown. That location was the first key element in the planning process.
By being located in a residential area, particularly one like Windsor Park that's getting a lot of attention as a near downtown neighborhood, that allows us to have more opportunities to be able to truly engage in the community, which is the goal of being a not-for-profit arts institution.
The Can will eventually include 4 screens, from the largest with 150 seats to a very intimate 30-seat room. The programming will focus on independent films and locally produced content, filling a void in the central Indiana movie scene.
There's a whole bunch of films that get made and go all over the world, and they don't ever come to Indianapolis.
Kind of be an unofficial film school of Indianapolis, but then also bring in local filmmakers, especially give them a home to screen their work.
Up front will also include a restaurant space. The French-inspired brasserie and cocktail bar will be open on its own. There are multiple community spaces as well, looking to make the Can more than just a movie house.
Let us be your host. You come here. Let us be a convening space. Let's put your work up on the screen. Let's help all of you kind of come together. We all love film, and we've been all watching and programming film for years, so we just are so excited to bring that to a year-round venue.
1257 Windsor Avenue, just past the end of Mass Ave, is where the Can is located, hoping to have their premiere screening sometime before the end of March. They're also looking to be a host site for some of Indy's film festivals. Annual memberships are available if you'd like to be a part of the Can Cinema's mission.
Hey everyone, my name is Trevor St. Aubin and I host a monthly event called Art Speak. It's held on the second Thursday of each month. At Art Speak, you can expect a few things. First, we ask artists to bring in personal pieces of artwork and talk about process, to talk about why they did what they did and what they were trying to communicate. Second, we interview each artist. We ask them personal, philosophical, and practical questions like, what is beauty? What is its purpose? And what is your most vivid encounter with beauty? We just want to take a deep dive into the mind of each artist. Finally, we started Art Speak as a common interest space for artists of all different mediums. So we hope you can come out, make it to the events, find someone you don't know, and make a new friend.
Welcome back, Indy Design Week, from our lunch break. I hope you guys had something tasty. I myself have a little Izzy beverage. This is not a promo, so I was like, I have a nice beverage.
Hey, Izzy, if you're watching,
you want a sponsor?
Yeah.
we just gave you some free promo.
we can work something out.
So I'm really excited for our next speaker, and Scott's going to do her introduction.
Yeah. So to say that I am excited about the next speaker is putting it lightly. She is one of my favorite people on the planet. It is Jenny Todd, who is the owner and creative director and designer at Jenny Todd Creative. She is co-owner of Indy Coffee Roasters in Carmel. And she also recently had a children's book published that you can check out called Brunch Brunch Baby, which is amazing. And the illustrations are beautiful, as you would expect. And she is here to enlighten us today. And I am super excited about it. So without further ado, Jenny Todd.
Good afternoon, and welcome to A Village in the Making, building a community around your brand. Just want to start out by thanking you all for being here today. I'm just so excited to bring some interesting and amazing content to you, and a special thanks to Indy Design Week for putting in all the time and effort to make this happen virtually. Obviously, I wish that circumstances were a little different and I was sitting in front of your beautiful faces today, but we're going to make the most of the situation. So let's jump in. As I said, my name is Jenny Todd, and I want to give you a little information about myself first. So I own two businesses. The first is Jenny Todd Creative. It's a design and brand shop where I service a number of clients across the country doing branding, illustration, and design work. The second is Indy Coffee Roasters. Indy Coffee Roasters is a coffee roasting company. We're located currently in Carmel, Indiana, but we have wholesale clients all across the country as well. This is my amazing family. I am so lucky to have a husband like Alec and a son like Roman to be alongside me as I do everything that I do. So Alec and Roman, hi, I love you, and thank you for your support. So we've all heard the phrase, it takes a village. In other words, goals are accomplished, missions are pursued, and values are strengthened best within community. I think we all know this to be true. Indy Design Week's theme this year is community, so we all know how important community really is. But I want to take a step back for a second to really be able to understand how we create that community that will stand behind us. What things do we need to do? What information do we need to know to create that village? When we grow in our understanding of how to cultivate a support system for our businesses and our lives, root our lives in encouragement, commitment, and diligence, we'll see our villages develop. This is something that I'm very familiar with. So not only am I a two-time business owner, but I'm a wife, as I said, to my husband Alec, a mom to my son Roman. I'm a children's book illustrator and author, a novice interior designer, a marathon runner, a photographer, a sister, a daughter, a friend, among so many other things, as well as a Christ follower. So as you can see, there's so many things happening in my life at any given moment that the success of these things is directly affected by the amount of support I have behind me, truly, especially in business. So I want to share a few ways that I've found success getting others to rally behind me, whether that be customers, employees, prospects, friends, anybody really. How do you get them to buy into your vision and become a part of your community? So the first one is to discover what makes you unique. So start out by establishing a clear mission and vision. I think this can be personal, but very much also professional. I've heard a lot of people that create mission statements for their family, so it definitely applies there as well, but I'm really going to focus on how this applies a little bit more in business. So we need to know how to speak to who we are and where we're going. By being both clear and honest, others will hear our passion, they'll relate to our story, and inevitably they'll have a desire to rally around it. So when we first opened Indy Coffee Roasters back in 2013, we didn't have a lot of these things yet. But fast forward 5 years later to when we decided to bring on more team members and open our first retail space, expand our wholesale offerings. The list kind of goes on. We knew that it was time to look at creating a mission and a vision statement for ourselves. And so we created this one here that you can see in the photo. We believe in it so much that we actually created vinyls and had them placed in our retail space so that anybody that comes in can understand who we are and why we do this. So whether blue collar, white collar, or leather collar, everyone deserves to have excellent coffee. We doggedly believe that a great cup of coffee shared amongst friends, family, and neighbors is an enlightening experience. This really kind of sets the stage for every decision that we make as a company and where we're going, and we believe it's truly important. So the next thing is to be authentic. Be uniquely you. Own your love for pointless reality TV or Animal Crossing or Amy Poehler audiobooks, most of which I am currently doing and obsessed with right now. Own those things that make you who you are, because that's going to be incredibly important as you move into whatever area you move into, whether it's owning your own business or being involved in the company that you currently work for. Your brand will inevitably be a reflection. In large part, it'll be a reflection of you, in large part because you are a part of it. Whether you're an owner or an employee, you make up part of the brand. And so it's important that we're able to make that a reflection of ourselves. So what do you bring to the tables that others can't? What makes you stand out? What are you passionate about? Others will see that authenticity, and that passion will become contagious. I love telling the story of the Indy Coffee Roasters brand because this rings completely true for myself and for my husband. We have a miniature dachshund named Indy, and so he was the inspiration behind the Indy Coffee Roasters brand. We clearly love him so much that we thought that he needed to become the mascot of the company. And so we brought him into the brand. And it just shows how passionate we are about our dog. And I know that there's many of you out there who have the same passion for your dog, your animals, something else in your life. And so it just shows that you can use that passion and bring it into a brand that you're creating. It's been amazing to see how people have really rallied around the dog, and they will remember us because we're the dog coffee company, or they'll even come inside because they love dachshunds, and they may not even want to drink a cup of coffee, but they want to come be a part of what we're doing because they love that side of it. So it's been something that's been really cool to see how it's just really spread in ways that we had no idea it would. And then even, he now gets to show up inside of our retail walls, even though we're not allowed to have dogs in our space. He kind of gets his place on the wall, which is really fun. So if you want to meet him, he sometimes shows up on the patios in the summer. So you'll have to stop by Indy Coffee Roasters to meet him sometime. So the next one is to practice transparency. I know a lot of people say this, but I think it's really difficult to accomplish. But we need to be transparent, both in who we are and how we manage our team, whether that's a team of a company that you own or just a company that you manage and have employees of. And I think that this happens twofold. I think it happens first internally. And so, by showing transparency internally, we're creating a work environment that encourages growth. It encourages asking questions, trying new things, and sometimes failing. A lot of times failing, probably, if it's like, my experiences. But having the passion to want to improve on those missteps for the sake of the company. Because we love the company, we love what we do, and we want to try new things and fail, and we want to get better. This is something that we very much try to do in both of the companies that I own, both Todd Creative and Indy Coffee Roasters. It happens in a lot of different ways. We've started implementing annual State of the Union addresses where once a year, kind of usually in January, we'll get our whole team together and we'll share with them what happened last year, what worked well, and what's going to be goals for the coming year. We share financials, we share hires and new information, new things we're trying to accomplish, new goals, and this just gives our team an insight into what's happening. I'm sure a lot of you do something similar, and I think it's incredibly important. We've also started to do quarterly financial updates. This is one thing that Bree, my teammate, my office manager at Indy Coffee Roasters, and I have started doing. We've actually started trying to get together quarterly and talk about what did numbers look like this previous quarter and where do we want to go in the coming quarter. And this has even kind of led to us being able to divvy out bonuses. And so I just tried to be upfront and honest with her and say, look, if we accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, this is what we get from it. So she knows where we're at, I know where we're at. It just feels like there's a relationship build there that's happening based on that internal transparency. And the other side of that is external. So I know this is a little bit harder to do, but I think it's incredibly important. And I think that your clients, your customers, they will feel your transparency if you're able to be transparent. They'll feel that passion and that authenticity behind your words. They'll trust you more, and they'll even be more likely to forgive you or to diffuse a difficult situation when it might happen. So I've found this a lot. I have clients where I've had to be straightforward with them and say, hey, look, I dropped the ball here. I missed this. I'm incredibly sorry. Can you forgive me this time? And I promise it won't happen again. And it builds trust. It builds a relationship between myself and my client. And it's helped me to be a better designer, a better business owner. And I believe that they would say the same thing for themselves. The next one is to find your people. So build your relationships with like-minded individuals. For me, this looks like finding people who have personal, professional, and faith-based commonalities with myself. Right now, obviously that doesn't mean that you can't have relationships with others. It just means that these are the people who truly get what you're going through. They get what you're experiencing, and they want to help. They want to be there for you. Right now, for me, this has been other creative entrepreneurs who have families, who have a strong faith, and who are experiencing a lot of the same growing pains that I am in growing a small business. So we've done things like Slack channels and Zoom meetings and even just good old email to stay connected, especially during this time right now. But even more so, once this lifts and we all kind of get back to being out and about in the hustle and bustle, it's so important that we stay connected to those people who are in our corner. Check in, ask them how things are going, ask them what they need, how can you support them? And I believe that by doing that to others, it will be reciprocated to yourself. This could also be a mentor-mentee relationship. So if you haven't heard of an organization called EDGE here in Indianapolis, it's an amazing group of people who are working to grow mentor-mentee relationships and help to connect people who have like-minded job positions or similarities in what they're going through so that they might be able to support one another and help each other grow. The next is to be bold. So the legend himself, Michael Scott, I believe, said this best by way of Wayne Gretzky, of course. You'll miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So I truly believe that there are things that we don't do because we're just a little bit afraid. And I think it's time for us to be bold and to go after what we want. So I'm sure there's somebody that you've been looking to reach out to on social media who you've always wanted to interact with or learn or grow from, and you just haven't. So I would say right now, take out a pencil and paper and write down the name of 1 or 2 people who you've always wanted to connect with or grab coffee with, and just reach out. Send them a message, shoot them a LinkedIn message or an email, and just say, hey, I'd love to grab coffee. Would you be interested in doing that with me? And I'm nearly positive that they'll say yes. And the reason I say that is because I've had a similar experience. So when I was early on in my design career, I was working at an agency here locally, and there was a designer who I very much looked up to for her leadership skills, her entrepreneurship skills, her design skills, and just because she's an all-around amazing person, and that's Amy McAdams Gonzalez. If you aren't familiar with her, she and her husband run Matinee Creative. And I reached out and I said, hey, I love what you do and I love your work. Would you grab some coffee with me one morning? And it went so well that for the next year or two, just about every month, we got together for coffee. And it was an amazing time for myself to grow and to learn how to be a business owner and an incredibly talented designer, also to be a mom and to separate my time. She was just very inspiring to me. And so it wouldn't have happened if I wouldn't have just reached out and asked. So I would encourage you to do the same thing. I've also seen this play out. A few months back, I released my first children's book called Brunch Brunch Baby. And one of the things that I did was I got to the very end of the design process, and I'd been looking at things for so long that I knew it was time to step back and pull in some reinforcements. So I reached out to a few of those people that, some of whom I knew really well and had connected with, some who I just looked up to, and I said, hey, would you be interested in coming, meeting up with me, getting in the same room, and just critiquing the work that I've done? I would love your feedback. I value what you bring to the table, and I'd love it if you'd be a part of what I'm doing. And every single one of them said yes. So it wouldn't have happened if I wouldn't have just reached out and said, hey, would you be willing? The least they can do is say no. And it's built an incredible support system and community around design, around passions and faith and a lot of other things. And so for that, I'm incredibly grateful. And so the last part of this is that it doesn't just have to be with your people, you know, your personal relationships, but it can be with your clients too. Surrounding yourself with people who lift you up. The people that are around you are going to either lift you up or bring you down. So make sure it's people who are bringing you up and who are pushing you in the direction you want to go. I like to say, make sure that the values that you have for your company are reciprocated. So I like to work with people who have similar values. They don't have to be exact, but who are striving for the same things. Work with clients who challenge you to be better. I can't think of a better example for this than my friends Jen and Steph over at Lily and Sparrow. They run a boutique in Fishers, and I had the absolute honor of working with them on a new brand about a year ago when they were celebrating their 5th anniversary. Jen and Steph are two of the most humble, kind, and hardworking people that I know. And I knew when I met them that it was going to be an amazing relationship for both sides. They've become my advocates. They've worked with me, they know who I am, and they now are becoming huge advocates for my business. But even better, I look back on the work that we did together and I see so much heart in what came out of the work that we put in, because I had passion, they had passion, and we shared those passions together. They wanted to see women feel empowered and feel beautiful and feel loved, and that's something that's important to me too. So we found a commonality, and that created an even better end result. So the last thing I'll say, and I think this picture kind of sums it all up, my son Roman would tell you, to be a good human. That's the last thing I can say. You know, I read this, another designer that I follow on social media, she shared a quote, and it was kind people are my kind of people. And I love that because I know the kind of person that I want to be and that I want to be around. And so I want to reciprocate those things. If your team sees you upholding the values that you've set out for them, it naturally will inspire them. And hopefully they'll want to become better people as well. What you ask of others, offer to others. So what you're asking, the things that I'm asking Amy to do with me, I'm going to offer up to the younger generation because I know that they're seeking it because I was. So put out what you want to get back. I truly believe that the things we put out into the universe will get back tenfold. And so for that, I'm thankful. I hope these things have helped you to be able to take a step back and find your uniqueness. Surround yourself with like-minded people and be bold. Put out what you're looking to get back. I truly believe that when you do, you'll have the ability to accomplish your goals, pursue your mission, and strengthen your values with and only with the people around you helping you do it along the way. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm so honored again to be here, and I can't wait to connect with you all soon. Thanks. We'll see you next time.
Jenny, that was amazing. That was so good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I love this talk specifically because Jenny and I have had very similar, have had this conversation in different capacities over the years. Because obviously she is one of the co-owners of Indy Coffee Roasters and I run the Indianapolis Coffee Guide. So we've known each other for a while since you all were, since you all were roasting out of Porter out in Lawrence.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. So I have, from even then, I have always admired the way Indy Coffee Roasters has developed a community behind their brand. So when I saw that this is the talk you were giving, I was like, okay, yeah, sure. Obviously. So my question then is, are there other brands in Indy, specifically ones that you haven't touched, that aren't your responsibility, that you think do a good job with kind of creating communities behind their brands as well?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. Obviously, like, I'm so engulfed in the coffee world. Like, I think I started to think of like a lot of coffee brands, and I know we're all like, we love our coffee. So that's like a really easy one to get behind. I honestly think Tinker does a great job. They are probably considered a competitor to us, but I think they do an incredible job around building this community. Same thing with Circle Kombucha. I'm a huge kombucha drinker. So I think they do an incredible job of like building these people that are so supportive of not just the product that they're putting out there, but why they're doing it. I love that with Circle, they like are very clear about who they are and what they do and why they're doing it, which I think is incredible. I think I worked at Well Done Marketing, and I think that I would love to give a shout out to them because I think they do an incredible job of showcasing a lot of the why behind their work. And I think that's so important. Like, there's reasons why we do a lot of this stuff. It's not just because, it's a job, but it's a lot about who we are and what we're passionate about. So I think it's cool that they work for a lot of nonprofits here in the city and a lot of organizations and groups that are helping to further the work that's happening in the city. They've done a lot of work with the Cultural Trail and a ton of other amazing organizations keep Indianapolis beautiful. And so I love that they're so invested in kind of the why behind the work. Those are just a few. There's so many great ones out there, but those are a couple that come to mind.
And thank you for that. So I'm wondering, what's like the one place to start? Like, you talked about this in your talk a bit, but like just that one piece of guidance.
Man, boiling it all down to one. I think it kind of depends on where you're coming into the process at. But man, if I could really push anything, I think it's just taking a step back, whether you're starting, whether you're fully invested in your company or the things that you're working on right now, or if you're kind of a lot further along and a lot further developed. But just take a step back for a minute and just understand and think about like, what is the purpose behind the work that you're doing? Because honestly, that's what people want to get behind, right? They love great products, they love great branding, they love things that look great and make them happy. But at the end of the day, I think that people get behind a passion and a purpose. Like, they want to get behind the why behind what you're doing. So if you can step back as a company, as an individual, as an organization, and think like, what's the why? Why are we doing this? And how do we communicate that? That's what I think gets people like so inspired to come alongside you and be a part of it. I think that has been huge for us at Indy Coffee. Like, yes, we hope that you think our coffee is great, but at the end of the day, like, everyone has personal preferences, right? Some people don't like it, and that's okay. But I think we've built a brand around the people that are passionate and our team and why we do it and what we work so hard at doing. That's really been like what people have rallied around, which is just such a cool thing to think about.
Yeah, that reminds me of something like Rick said earlier, is that like we have to change our values. Like, this time it's driving us towards more authenticity, and people are going to crave it because they're feeling really real right now too. So thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and bring on our next speaker. If you have any more questions for Jenny, you can ask them in the chat, in the Miro, and also in our Slack channel on any Design Week questions. All right, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome to our live stream conference, Dr. Alexander Bandar, sorry. Alex is an incredible force of nature. He inspires so many people to truly become a maker and tap into their own creativity and leverage anything, all the resources they have available to them, and helping them expose them. And he's done this
in his own city of Columbus. He's helping us do that here in Indianapolis, and we're grateful to have him on the stage, on our virtual stage. So welcome, Alex. Yeah, I'll just let you say hi. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. And I have to say, you make easy work for me by assembling all the movers and shakers in Indianapolis. So you've already made the party. I'm just glad to pour the drinks.
Well, with that being said, why don't we transition to your talk and hear what you have to say? I'm really excited to share it.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
It's okay. It's Alex Bandar. Minor technical difficulties. Okay, now we're going to hear from Alex, and then we'll come back on for some Q&A.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be speaking at Indy Design Week, and I'll be talking about innovation neighborhoods and how to create a planet of 10 billion innovators. I know that sounds a little outlandish, but hopefully over the next 10 minutes, I'll sketch out a roadmap that makes you think maybe there is a way to achieve this. That's exciting stuff. So I like to begin by pointing out something everyone knows. Life is hard, especially these days. Life is very challenging. And in my opinion, technology can make our lives easier and more fun. In my opinion, that's the purpose of technology. So for example, medicine, of course, can make our lives easier and better when we're sick. Video games or virtual happy hours can make our lives more fun. And I'd like to see more of this flowering around the planet. So how do we get more technology? Well, I think technology improves one innovation at a time. And I define innovation as intentionally creating new value. So I wanted to ask myself, where are innovations coming from? And I used as a metric the patent. And I did some original research, which is to say I Googled some stuff. I looked at the top 100 universities in 2015, according to the US Patent Office. How many patents were they creating versus the top 100 corporations around the world versus independent inventors. And we see that in 2015, about 6,000 patents came out of the top 100 universities around the world. That's a lot of great new ideas helping people. But we saw more than 100,000 coming from the top 100 companies around the world. And of independent inventors, we saw about 20,000 patents. Now, if we compare these numbers, that's actually 3 times as many as came from the top 100 universities around the world. And it's a significant fraction, about 15-20% of what the top 100 businesses are doing. These are real numbers. And if I ask myself, can we get 10 times the number of patents suddenly coming out of universities? Can we get a 10x increase from them? I don't think we can. I think universities' purposes are to produce students, and occasionally they also produce research and patents. Can we ask companies to produce 10 times as much as they already are? I don't think we can. I think they're operating at full tilt, but I think there's an enormous untapped ocean of potential in everyday people and the independent inventors. And that's the group that I'd like to see empowered. And that's what I'll talk about more today. So here is Alex's simple model of how ideas come from a person's mind and reach the marketplace, how they help people. I think first we begin with innovators, and innovators have ideas, and some of those ideas are good ideas. And then some of those good ideas get turned into an actual prototype, a physical product or a mobile app that you can kick the tires on, show to an investor and see if they'll invest in you, show to a potential customer and ask, would you buy this? And once you've validated that you actually have a good idea, a retail product, an invention, a piece of art, then we know there's a global network of manufacturers, distributors, and retailers who can take that product and distribute it around the world. Someday soon, we might just call this Amazon. So I see 2 bottlenecks in this process. 1, a source of more good ideas, and 2, the capacity to take those ideas and turn them into physical products or mobile apps. So I think the way we make more ideas is we simply make more innovators. That means we have more good ideas, and I'd like to see us make it stupid easy to take an idea out of your head and actually hold it in your hand. If we've done that, then we've widened this pipeline from people's minds to the marketplace. But you might say, Alex, not everyone is an inventor. Not everyone's a scientist or engineer. And I think you don't have to be to have a good idea. And Ken Robinson, who has a great TED Talk, likes to say the same thing. There are millions of people around the world who are very talented at something they may never have discovered yet, or they don't know they have a passion for something yet. So I'd love to push this culture of empowered innovation where people can discover what they're good at and pursue that. So again, if we're asking who are our innovators, you might think of traditional scientists or engineers, but what about musicians or athletes or dancers? What about school children or farmers or nurses or factory workers? Of course, the answer is everyone is a potentially educated and empowered innovator. And in fact, I think people who are doing work are the best source of potential innovations because they encounter problems. So if everyone who encounters a problem suddenly feels like they are empowered to consider a solution, design it, build it, and share it, they've made the world better. So this is possible, I think, over the last 10 years because things like YouTube have suddenly become the world's university. Information is free now. This is really exciting. But you need more than knowledge to create something. You need to design. Digital design tools are actually free now as well. And not just free, but easy to use and amazing. So here we have an example of Sculptress, which is a legally free 3D design program where if you have a design, you can easily sketch it or design it simply by moving the mouse. You can sculpt or carve, and not just on a laptop. You can do this in virtual reality, where you can literally design things out of thin air. Again, without a lot of knowledge, these are very intuitive, very easy to use design packages. And then once you have that digital file, there are machines which will take that and machine it out of metal, or print it out of plastic, or laser cut it out of wood or metal or plastic. So again, the bottlenecks to taking an idea out of your head and actually physically realizing it are widening. So what do we do with this culture? We take people who we know are collaborative and innovative, and we teach ourselves how to learn from the web. And we also teach people how to design digital files, how to create code, how to market a product over social media, all the digital internet-based work. But we remember that we live in a physical world. So we remind ourselves how to make physical goods, 3D printing, machining, woodworking, welding, and all that. We take all of this and we put it under one roof, and we call this a makerspace. So I created a makerspace in Columbus, Ohio, called the Idea Foundry. I'm also creating a makerspace in Indianapolis called the 16 Tech Makerspace, and I'm also helping a few other cities do this. Here's a snapshot of our community in Columbus. Everyone from K-12 STEM and STEAM students to artisans, to hobbyists, to fabricators, to startup technologists, and more. We host amazing events, and this is everything we'll be doing in Indy as well. We teach people how to use all of our tools, and we also teach people how to market their ideas, how to podcast, how to do social media. It's important to let the world know about your innovations. We also do fun and kooky things like indoor drone racing, where people design and build their own drones that have a camera on them, and you can watch it fly through the space by wearing a pair of virtual reality goggles. Really amazing and fun stuff. So this culture will be emerging in Indianapolis through, among other places, the 16 Tech Makerspace. This is a makerspace we're building on the 16 Tech Innovation District campus. Here's a rendering of it. And the makerspace will be right next door to a co-working space and to an artisan marketplace. So within one spot, you've got co-working, you've got making, you've got food, beer, and events, everything you want to create an innovative and exciting community. And this is an amazing and modern district that's under construction right now. So expect to see this next year. The mission of the Makerspace is to help anyone in central Indiana bring their idea to reality, to sharpen the region's capacity to create, to demonstrate the world that Indianapolis supports innovation and entrepreneurship, and to educate and provide exposure to practically anyone, people in school, people in neighborhood communities, and more. We'll have things like tools, design resources, we'll have space, we'll have programming, and importantly, we'll have people, a network of amazing folks who are learning and designing together. And I would actually like to make an appeal to all the designers watching right now. Among other things, we have a pedestrian tunnel leading to the makerspace. I would like to outfit it with an amazing lightscape and soundscape, an interactive environment that shows how innovative and design heavy we can be. Equally, I would like to outfit the space with interesting and intriguing furniture and festoon the walls with amazing and interactive art. So anyone watching right now, I'd love to hear from you and make this a really collaborative, design heavy space that we've all built together. So I've talked about how we can empower the designers and innovators of Indianapolis, but how can we take this globally? Well, I think there's a collection of resources such as the Akash Phablet. This is a phone and a tablet that's produced in India. It only costs $70. You can design simple things on it, run software on it. You can charge it with a free electricity device called the Gravity Light. This is a crowd-funded project designed by folks who needed cheap and free electricity. And once you have this device, you can surf the web with something like worldwide Wi-Fi produced by something like Project Loon that Google is making, or Aquila from Facebook. So there are opportunities to take this culture and spread it globally through resources affordable around the world. And I think what happens then is you've taken the pie slice of people who are our typical designers, engineers, creatives. That might be a small fraction of the total global talent, making all of our products of value. But now you've spread this culture around the entire planet. And by 2050, we'll have 10 billion people on this planet. I expect we'll have cheap browsable devices, cheap electricity, and cheap Wi-Fi. So there's no reason that every person on the planet can't be a potentially educated and empowered designer, innovator, maker, bringing their ideas to reality and helping the world become an exciting place. Thanks so much. Look forward to your questions.
Oh man, I don't know about you guys, but I am so excited for 16 Tech to grace our city. Thank you so much, Alex, for helping us incubate our makers. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how you got started in like creating spaces for people to be makers and inspiring them to do so?
Sure. So again, my internet is a little funny. I hope you can hear me okay. Give me a thumbs up if you can. So my background is in engineering, specifically metallurgy, very specifically computational metallurgy, which is a great way to stop conversations at parties. But my sister became an artistic metalsmith and a sculptor and a professor of jewelry in Vermont. And when she proved to me that she's actually a much better welder, machinist, blacksmith, designer, and maker than I was a little bit embarrassed and very envious that if I had an idea, maybe I could write a computer program about it or design an alloy. If she or her artist or designer friends had an idea, they just made the damn thing. So that's what motivated me to become much better at making things with my hands. And I was really attracted to the idea of a clubhouse with tools for designers and artists and entrepreneurs and startups. So that's my my origin story, and it's been a lot of fun since.
Awesome. Is there something else that you would want to share with the Indy design community?
Yeah, like I said before the talk, again, I appreciate you and everyone else at Indy Design Week for already aggregating all the interesting people. I used to think that the tools to create one's ideas were the bottleneck in bringing a thought to reality. But now that you have things like 3D printers, like laser cutters, like CNC machines, the bottlenecks are the design. So what I'm really eager to do is to connect with all the designers in town and to say, hey, we have an interesting clubhouse to build for ourselves. And I'm looking for people who want to jump on board, who want to build the actual physical space, design the architectural treatments, the lighting, the soundscapes, and to use the resources to collaborate with each other to bring their own ideas to life. So January of 2021 is when we plan to open, but we're building out now. So for the next 7 months, we'll be designing and constructing. So anyone who'd like to get involved, please shoot me an email at info@16techmakerspace.com, and we'll have some fun together.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We are going to say goodbye for now. We'll see you soon when we can go to 16 Tech.
Yeah.
and bring on Hannah Brokenshire. So thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Welcome, Hannah. Hi. Thank you for your patience. Oh, you're on mute. There we go. Got you. Hi there. Hi. So we're gonna go ahead and jump right into your talk, and then we'll come back for Q&A. All right.
Good.
Today I'll be taking you on a virtual field trip to Columbus, Indiana. We'll explore the role our community schools play in the city's architectural history and why our organization is highlighting these spaces during the COVID-19 pandemic. First, a bit about our organization. Exhibit Columbus is an exploration of architecture, art, design, and community that activates the design legacy of Columbus, Indiana. We create a cycle of programming that uses this context to convene conversations around innovative ideas and commission site-responsive installations in a free public exhibition. The images you see here are a few of the installations from our 2019 exhibition, which took place from August to December last year. We're a program of Landmark Columbus Foundation, which cares for, celebrates, and advances the cultural legacy of Columbus. And in addition to our program, Exhibit Columbus, the foundation also directs Landmark Columbus, a progressive preservation effort, and the Columbus Design Institute. Columbus is known as a mecca for modern architecture. You may be familiar with images of iconic buildings and the 7 National Historic Landmarks in our city, like this one, the Miller House and Garden, designed by Eero Saarinen. The home was commissioned by industrialist and philanthropist J. Irwin Miller and his wife, Xenia S. Miller, who you see here. The Miller House showcases the work of leading 20th century designers Eero Saarinen, Alexander Girard, and Dan Kiley. And behind them is the conversation pit. Or you may recognize North Christian Church. Both the building, also by Saarinen, and the landscape, also by Dan Kiley, were recognized as a National Historic Landmark in 2000. And this image here is a still from the 2017 film Columbus, which was shot in Columbus. And in this scene here, you see actors Haley Lou Richardson and John Cho. And there are many more, including First Christian Church, considered the first modernist building in Columbus, not to mention an early example of a modern church in the United States, and Library Plaza, known anecdotally as the community's living room. But if you look a bit closer, you'll discover that in many ways, Columbus's design legacy and its impact on the community started with investments made in the schools through the Cummins Foundation Architecture Program. For a very quick history lesson on Cummins, Columbus, and J. Irwin Miller, whose home I just showed you. The Cummins Engine Company was founded in 1919 by Mr. Miller's relative W.G. Irwin and Clessie Cummins, and they focused on developing the diesel engine. The Cummins Foundation was created in 1954, 35 years after the company began. Here's Mr. Miller, the former chairman and CEO. He understood that Cummins' success in retaining the best and brightest employees was closely tied to the company's ability to attract this talent to Columbus. Investing in a vibrant community in their headquarters city started with his vision. Miller said, "Every one of us lives and moves all his life within the limitations, sight, and influence of architecture, at home, at school, at church, and at work. The influence of architecture with which we are surrounded in our youth affects our lives, our standards, our tastes when we are grown, just as the influence of the parents and teachers with which we are surrounded in our youth affects us as adults." In response to the baby boom of the 1950s, more schools needed to be built in Columbus. The Cummins Foundation made its first grant to support architecture fees for the Lillian C. Schmidt Elementary School, designed by Harry Weiss. The architecture program became a formal part of the Cummins Foundation in 1960 with a grant for Northside Middle School. And here's Mr. Miller and Harry Weiss, that designer, in front of Northside Middle School. That's the second school that Weiss designed in Columbus, and I'll be showing you more of these schools soon. Cummins Foundation support began with schools, but later grew to all types of civic buildings and public spaces in Columbus, like the fire stations, the post office, county library branch, and City Hall. And City Hall in this image is shown here with an installation called Soft Civic by our 2019 J. Irwin and Xenia S. Miller Prize winner, Brian E. Roberts, a designer out of New York, who participated in our last exhibition, Good Design in the Community. Today, Cummins is a Fortune 500 company, and the foundation has sponsored more than 50 projects in the community, and many other significant works of architecture have been privately commissioned. The resulting partnership between private and corporate resources devoted to design has created a community that continues to capture international attention and inspires our organization's programs today. One of the goals of our Exhibit Columbus programs is to grow an engaged community that is knowledgeable about, invested in the past, present, and future of Columbus's design legacy. The main way that we do this is through public events that bring people together. We alternate between a symposium year where we all gather in Columbus, shown here, and an exhibition year that uses our downtown as context for temporary architectural installations. This image here is another National Historic Landmark in town, the Republic Building by Myron Goldsmith, and what was once the newspaper building now houses Indiana University's J. Irwin Miller Architecture Program. And the installation that you see is by Indiana University professors Daniel Luis Martinez and Etienne Santiago, also from our last exhibition. And with that, we'll turn our attention back to the topic today, which is Columbus Schools, Good Design in the Community. In response to COVID-19, we created a social media campaign to celebrate our schools and educators during a time where we need to be physically distant, but want to stay socially connected. We chose to highlight schools first because we are continuously inspired by the forward-thinking investments our community has made in the built environment. I'm going to walk you through 4 schools on our field trip. So we'll begin the tour with the first school to receive support from the Cummins Foundation Architecture Program, Schmidt Elementary School, designed by Harry Weiss, who we saw earlier. The original school consisted of a kindergarten area and 12 classrooms, which you can see here. Weiss kept the building low to the ground, much like the houses in the surrounding neighborhood, so as not to overwhelm the children in their introduction to school. And here's some of my favorite interactions from our audience when we posted this online, including from the school's Facebook page itself, who shared the post at the end of their first e-learning week. The local fire department got excited about it as well. And then community members who either had children or grandchildren who have attended Schmidt, or they taught there themselves. And that's just a small sample of the connections being made related to this school post. Our next school is Lincoln Elementary School, which is designed by Gunnar Berkitz in 1967, with support from the Cummins Foundation Architecture Program. When we shared this post online, we included a list of fun facts, and there's definitely plenty about this school, but 2 of my favorites are that the First Lady of the United States at the time when the school was built was Lady Bird Johnson, who dedicated a plaque at the entrance of the school during her Crossroads USA tour to honor both the school and then Columbus itself for efforts in beautifying America, which I thought was pretty special. And then the second is that later on in the 1980s, when St. Peter's Church across the street decided to build a new sanctuary, they chose the same designer to design the building. The concentric rings of the Lincoln School building and site plan were used as an influence on the concept for the church design. The 2 Berkitz buildings sit across the street from each other and are used as originally intended to this day. And I think using the same designer, this community being inspired by what the school did, really speaks to how support from the Cummins Foundation Architecture Program to build these excellent schools inspired further investment throughout the community. And we see that continue to this day. This comment here up on the screen is from Randy Royer, who's a landscape architect, and he actually was part of the design of the playground that we see just behind the school. and that's a part of the Linden Project in Columbus, which has inspired continuous improvement of the playgrounds for all the Bartholomew County schools. So we really see that cycle of investment in design continue. Now, this is one of the more unique spaces in Columbus, Smith Elementary by John M. Johansson, which was finished in 1969. This building's defining feature is the brightly painted steel ramps, or what is known as the gerbil tubes, that connect the modular sections of the school. And when we shared this post online, there was a lot of love for the gerbil tubes, a lot of fond memories of students who went there, from folks who were part of the original graduating class at this school, to more recent students. This is still a school today and still just as loved, and had to show an extra angle here so you get the bird's eye view just to see the color. It's fun. And we'll end our virtual field trip today with our fourth school, Southside Elementary, what we fondly refer to as Brutalism's Bright Side in Columbus. Though the exterior concrete walls and slot windows might resemble a fortress more than a traditional school, the students who grew up within the walls of this building shared more than a few fond memories with us. Here are two of my favorites that came up from trying to remember your locker combination or going to school dances, to folks who were reconnecting with people in the comments section of a Facebook post. And I think one of the most interesting aspects of this campaign for us has been the amount of conversations we're having with community members and architecture fans. While we may all be behind a screen for a few moments a day, people are transported back to walking the halls of their high school, or a college student is introduced to an architect they admire. And personally, for me, I was able to research all of these buildings and learn more about them while all of our public programs are on pause. And just as Columbus has done in the past, we are looking to designers, architects, and artists for creative and innovative solutions, and spending time reconnecting with our communities and social networks, even if for now that means behind a screen. Thanks for taking a virtual tour of Columbus with me today and spending some time learning more about the stories of our built environment. We hope to see you online and in person again soon. And here are websites and where you can follow along for our next feature that we'll do. And thanks so much.
Hannah, thank you so much for a virtual tour from the comfort of my own office here.
Yep.
Very much appreciated. I wish we could be there because you guys do tours and things, right?
Yeah, the Columbus Area Visitor Center does a bunch of different architecture tours in Columbus, and then we lead tours when our exhibition is up. So we've done that in 2017 and 2019. But yeah, we wish we were down there too.
And is that a map? What map is that behind you?
This is Columbus, Ohio, which I was making the
Plot
joke.
twist.
Alex's talk before, I was like, oh, you've got Columbus, Ohio and Columbus, Indiana back to back. And I have a little of both in our house right now in our home office life.
Well, Scott, do you have any questions?
I have about 1 million. That's going to start with, when do I get my personal tour of Columbus from you? No. So there's just, Exhibit Columbus specifically is just, it's so much bigger, right, than like what you can just like sum up in like a little snippet. Is there a part of it that excites you the most, like you personally the most?
Oh,
I always like the feel good questions. Don't come to me for your analytical questions. I'm gonna ask you the feel questions.
I mean, our program, Exhibit Columbus, I mean, I feel really honored to be able to get to work on a program like this that reaches so many different audiences. And the way that we approach all of our programs is to be as engaging and as accessible as possible to the community that we work in Columbus, as well as the global community that we can reach online or in person when folks are traveling and kind of crossing Columbus off their bucket list, and getting to introduce them to a lot of the designers and architects and thinkers that we have the pleasure of getting to work with and convene. So that's the most inspiring part to me, is just the community that we work in and the people. My husband is filming me from our living room because that is the world we live in right now. But yeah, it's a wonderful program, and I'm excited to see how we transition in the coming months to keep bringing programs to folks online like you're doing, and then in person again, safely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Hannah. We're going to transition to our next speaker. So if you want to learn, if you wanted to continue the conversation, join our Slack, pop a question in our YouTube chat, or write on our Miro board. There's so many ways. So thank you, and we will see you online and in person one day.
Thanks, Hannah.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Ron Bronson. So we are so thrilled to be able to have Ron with us. He relatively recently moved to Portland from Indiana, and we owe Indy Design Week to him as founding father of Indy Design Week. And so because we turned virtual, we were able to bring him back in the program. So really happy to have Ron. Do you want to say a few things, Ron?
Well, first off, thanks for having me back. It is great to be back. It's been cool to be in Indiana for real, but this is a great facsimile. And while I came up with the name Indiana Design Week, everything else is a testament to you and the entire team who made this event a real thing and have really grown it. And it's been fantastic to watch from afar. So like I said, really super to be here and be back.
Thank you. Well, we will transition to Ron's talk. Really happy to hear it, and I think it's going to be really provocative for y'all. So without further ado.
So thanks for joining me today to talk a little bit about consequence design. And I know what you're thinking. What do you mean we design consequences? Or how does that even work? So we're going to talk a little bit about it, and the more we talk about it, the more I think you'll start to understand what this is and how it's present in everyday experiences. And so I'm Ron Bronson. You can learn more about me online at bronson.com. But been sort of working in this space for quite some time. And what's happened is as traveling and sort of going different places, I've started to sort of see some patterns, not just patterns in terms of sort of like interaction design patterns, but also patterns in real life experiences, and seeing how those two things merge and intersect. And so let's talk a little bit about consequences. The genesis of this talk was really sort of formed around things that you probably heard of called dark patterns, or sort of UX anti-patterns, sort of tricky things that happen online when you're trying to use a website or perform a service or something, and finding that it misdirects you to try to get you to do something different than you want to actually do. And in thinking about those experiences, coupled with like real life experiences, the things that happen in our everyday lives, or sort of friction that occurs through the work that we might do, this made me think that these two things were sort of intertwined and more connected than I think we realize. And there's no name for it because nobody really owns this part of the process. Nobody owns friction. It's just sort of baked into the everyday sort of morass of the things that we do. So talk about anti-patterns. What are anti-patterns? Not just online things, but they exist, UI dark patterns exist everywhere, from, a website that you use to trying to buy something on a kiosk and having the things not work the way you would think that they would work, because often they're not tested by anybody. They're just designed and shipped out into the real world. Misdirection. You expect one thing to happen, but something else happens instead. Trick questions, deceptive language that's designed to make you think one thing, but you end up agreeing to something completely different. Or you don't get the option to disagree at all before you get to use the service. Or things that make usability heuristics, and so tricky Xboxes to try to close an ad, but take you to an ad you didn't mean to click on, and away from the content you were trying to engage with online or the thing you were trying to buy. So There are other conjugating patterns, but these are some of the core ones that I've talked about throughout this sort of discussing this topic. In 1971, Victor Papanek wrote a book called Design for the Real World, which is still very relevant. It's not a print, but it's really easy to find online. And I love showing this everywhere I go because I think that as designers of all stripes, we often think the problem is the big part of the triangle, but the reality is it's a very small part of the triangle. And the real problem is completely beneath that. And if you get nothing else from this talk, I want you to really think about that, about the real problem, and start investigating and interrogating what the real problem is and whatever it is you're trying to solve for. Legitimate Bob wrote a book that I'm really enjoying called Thinking in Services, which really sort of maps all of these service things across different disciplines. And the quote talks about services are performances and affordances that satisfy a set of needs. So think about that for a second. When you think about services, any kind of service, we live in a world that is very service driven. And I don't just mean like going to a bank or a retail experience, but truly any kind of service that you're trying to design are really about performing acts, and affordances are the things that allow you to do that. And how easy or not easy you make those affordances can determine whether people return that service. Or in this case, if you're thinking about services that are not optional things, like I can choose whether I'm going to buy ice cream downstairs or not. But if I need to go to DMV, that's less of an optional thing unless I don't want to drive or something, so how we design these services and the affordances we bake in, or the friction that we bake into these experiences, can determine outcomes that can be very severe for people's lives, whether we're thinking about that or not. So let's talk a little bit more about stress cases. Edge cases are sort of liminal things, right? The experience that we didn't account for, we were designing the tool or building the thing. But stress cases are that, but worse. So I get in a car accident, need to pull up, I don't have a print version of my insurance card for whatever reason. I do, but say I didn't, but the app has one, and I can pull that up very quickly. But if I've got to log in to the app at that very second, maybe that doesn't work out for me. That can be stressful. I got to call someone now. I have to stay on the phone to get this information that should be really easy to find. That's an extreme example, but there are other kinds of stress cases. Calling a healthcare provider when you're in the middle of a very difficult situation, or again, going back to the DMV, full of stress cases. Not just diminishing the stress that the user's having, and being able to incorporate that into the design is super important. Closure experience. I love talking about closure and about cancellation, about exits. We're so focused on the funnel and getting folks into the experience, but we're not as focused about getting them out in a respectful, humane way. Like we'll get them out and then shame them at the end of it. Say, "Oh, I can't believe you're leaving. Couldn't handle our content." When you subscribe from a newsletter or decide to cancel the service because you don't need it anymore. And the fact that because we're so business driven often, are focused on keeping folks in the pipeline rather than letting them leave in a humane, respectful way is problematic and something that we need to really interrogate more. Wicked problems are not just design-focused problems. These are problems that are often very, very large problems. Climate change is a wicked problem. Healthcare is a wicked problem. And thinking about how we solve for these kinds of really large and tractable problems that are really hard to identify, maybe not even commonly agreed on, and then figure out the framework and the tools that we're going to use to solve for those things. I won't read these to you directly, but I will just say that if you think about affordances and friction, understanding what these things are and understanding, a simple friction is trying to get into a door when you need to push it rather than pull it. It also can be an affordance. If there's a sign on there that tells you push or pull, be reasons why you don't want everybody rushing a door at one time, why you create that friction. But putting an affordance there, let somebody know, hey, actually you need to open this door this way, because we've learned a lot of folks run into the door, or a lot of folks push it when they need to pull it. It's minor, but that's a way. It's an easy way to think about those two things. Attention theft is something that I think we need to reflect on more when you think about, specifically in the interaction design space, thinking about how we capture people's attention, and what we do with that, and you're creating apps that are more addictive, and you can say, oh, well, we didn't mean to do that, or we can't help what folks do. You can't, it's human nature. Well, yeah, but is it? And are we complicit in creating these distractions that allow folks to drive on a road and run into a tree or something because they were goofing around on Instagram? Yeah, we had some complicity in that. But at the same time, are there ways that we can create friction to make people less inclined to do those kinds of things? So much of this conversation around consequences and around hostile design is focused on people thinking the solution is around empathy, and thinking that, well, if we just focus on empathy and we can channel what folks are feeling, then we're able to do a better job. And I think that to some degree, it parallels with the conversation around ethics and people thinking that all design really needs to make things better. Again, I'm talking really about sort of human-centered design, interaction design. These conversations are pretty rampant. Is that, oh, if we just focus on the core values, because everybody's good at the end of the day. And I think that if you live long enough, you start to understand that we're not operating from the same set of values. I don't mean this in a value judgment sort of way. I mean this in terms of like, some friction is deliberate. And I think that we have to understand and accept that cruelty, in some cases, can be not a design flaw, but it's baked in to how people perceive the world, perceive their audiences, perceive their users. And so this fallacy that we can use empathy, or that we can devise some kind of ethical framework to all operate from, just sort of falls flat, because we clearly, living in a polarized country and in a sort of increasingly polarized world, that I think that anybody who's paying any attention at all will understand that you get two folks in a room and they may not agree on much of anything. And so I don't know how we can extend that to design and think that we're going to be able to create frameworks that are one size fits all, when we can't even do that, for making two people in a room and saying, what kind of pie do you want? Except the stakes in this case are much higher, and the implications have far greater reach. You think about objects, and when I say objects, I'm talking not just about physical objects, but the objects we devise and design, and how they're everywhere. And obviously, increasingly with things like phones and sort of Internet of Things, all the different tools that sort of proliferate our lives. Especially in this era where we sit. I wrote this talk before social distancing. I wrote this talk well before we were in a world that the one we currently live in. So when you think about how much of the day-to-day, how much of we considered normal has changed, you start to understand that how we create and design different things doesn't account for all of the facets of how life can change in a drop of a dime, and how we need to focus on that sort of more deeply. And so when we think about sort of the design of public services, and we think about the design of interaction or tools, I think it's less about what we're doing wrong and how we can focus on doing things the right way. So much of these conversations can be boiled down to doing things like listening to actual people. I could give you countless examples of tools that have been devised without walking down the street. You live in a town that can be ostensibly diverse, and you canvass 10 people who maybe you know them, or they're friends of yours, or the folks that you source from somewhere else, or you abdicate that responsibility for who you're talking to. You release the incomplete thing that negates an entire part of your audience. And then you get mad because you're like, well, I don't understand why everybody's upset. This doesn't work for them. We tested it. Yeah, but with who? Ask better questions. Ask the right questions. If you don't know what the right questions are, ask more questions. And then keep asking questions. Release the thing and ask more questions. If you're working on a thing, people ask me a lot. Well, I don't know. This thing is hostile, but I'm not sure. and I don't know sure who to tell. And also I want to keep my job. Agreed, you should keep your job. But do things like log these abusive patterns, flagging these different things and showing where if there's something that doesn't make sense or doesn't work right, flag that, identify that. And if you're someplace that happens consistently, maybe you need to figure out someplace else to be if it bothers you. Because it's not really about winning all of the time. It's about creating patterns that make people understand that we can't consistently create harm, and to identify what harm is. And again, picking your battles is important, but logging these things can be important. Something that I'm working on a lot is sort of cataloging friction. We don't have good language. There's a tweet that's not in this deck that I should have dredged it up for you, that says something along the lines of, from Patrick McKenzie, who lives in Japan. He works for Stripe, I think. And he said something along the line, it was a company line that he said this, but he said something along the lines of, if there's a piece of a tool or a website or something else that folks, if nobody owns that experience and then a thing breaks with that experience, you can be sort of assured that that's the part that's going to fail because nobody owns that thing. If nobody owns onboarding, or if nobody owns the the onboarding flow or some other piece of a tool or a process, you can be sure that that's part that's going to fail down. So much of the stuff that we're building doesn't have language around it because nobody owns it. No one's responsible for that. And so when we think about friction, I've been working on thinking about, how do we create vocabulary around friction? What do different kinds of friction look like? What is good friction versus like positive friction versus negative friction? When do you want it? When do you want to do that? Why is that important? Why do we need to catalog these things? I think really interrogating that on anything you're working on, and this is again something that applies across design disciplines, is super important. In vocalizing that, so folks understand what we even mean when we say friction. The last one is sort of very specific to user experience, but I think can be broadened to using a designated dissenter on project teams and having folks work together to figure out, to wear the hat of somebody who's like, okay, what if we did this differently? How can folks, using active threat modeling to identify how folks can abuse a thing that we've devised and developed, with our, going back to the earlier slides, good intentions. How do we really devise ways to figure out how to break the thing? Again, before we release it, okay, you've got a rush, you've got a deadline, cool. Release the thing anyway. But again, come back to these questions because it's super important to understand the ways that we can improve experiences for people every single day. Here's a little reading list for you. I hope I give you 50 other books to read, but there's a lot of thinking that's being done right now around, sort of broadly around the space of service design, but not thinking of service design as just a thing of Post-it notes or the province of business. And the sooner that you can start to delve further into how we're creating experiences, how spatial experiences, interaction experiences, and digital experiences all sort of converge, the sooner that we can start making sense of that, I think the better that all of our experiences that we create, all the services that we design, can be better for everyone that we're designing for. So with that, I appreciate your time and look forward to speaking with you all more soon.
Ron Bronson, that was so insightful. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a few audience questions that we want to address. So Marie Williams asks, Ron, what if any patterns are used for a good reason? I'm thinking of the TV box that has a bicycle printed on it on the hopes of reducing breakage. Is this still an anti-pattern?
I think that I think the thing about what this talk actually is a longer version, and one of the things I talk about in that version is that there are reasons for good friction sometimes versus like things that are sort of like negative frictions or like bad things. And so I think determining whether something is an anti-pattern or not is being able to test with your audiences and starting to understand like what works for people, the unintended consequences of things that you're creating. And then having processes in place for being able to really delve into all the different patterns or things you're creating, whether it's an application or a product, to be able to better figure out to have processes in place for being able to figure these kinds of things out constantly. And so I think that it's not like a one-off, okay, this is good, this is bad. I don't think it's that kind of thing. I think it's working with users and figuring out and doing that constantly. Okay, we implemented a thing, let's go back to users and figure out if that worked. Okay, that worked, let's go back to users and figure out this new addition actually works out as well. So that coupled with processes, I think having in place will help you to better sort of delineate good friction versus say malintent, even if it's unintended.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I could take that and turn it into like 100 more questions. But the one question that I wanted to ask was, what are some things an individual in their early stages of their career can do to be mindful of hostile design?
So I think the first thing is I joke about this, but it's true. It's like, go down the street. Like, watch the way that users who are not in your perceived target audience, a lot of folks, whether by ill or by nil, will often perceive who they think is using the tool, the product, the site, the thing you're building. And maybe you're building for a third party, so it's harder to envision that. And that's a little bit more difficult because I recognize that you're taking requirements from a vendor, or you're just a UI designer on a thing, and you've got a boss with a boss, and then you're dealing with a vendor, and that's a little bit different. But even then, you could be asking questions about who's our audience, who uses this thing. You know, when you're doing comparative analysis, looking at other products and how they operate, maybe how they've done, abusability testing. Looking at sort of like lightweight ways to get your team thinking, whether it's do design critiques or in other meetings that you have, stand-ups even, to find out the kinds of things that you all are doing to figure out how folks may abuse a particular thing. Like, oh, we created a messenger mechanism in this tool because folks want to chat. Well, did you think about how that could be abused, right? Somebody tweeted a bunch of years ago about, it said every time you have a DM capability in your tool's a dating app. And that's like glib, but I mean, if you think about it, think about how people are doing these things. And so even if you're early in your career, recognize there are constraints, and you got to eat. And so I don't ask people to, quit your job if you feel like you're being, I don't go that far, but I do think that it doesn't hurt to ask questions. And if you ask enough questions and you don't like the answers you're getting constantly, maybe you need to figure out something. Maybe you're starting to figure out where your bright line is or where your values are, and maybe what you're working on or what you're doing isn't as aligned with those things, and you start to need to figure out, okay, well, I'm gonna do this job for this period of time, but my next job's gonna be a little bit different because I don't like maybe building this kind of thing or doing this kind of thing. So just ask questions. That's what I say ultimately.
I wanted to tell our audience a little bit more about you. We just learned that Ron has actually given over 50 conference talks since 2008. So he's a seasoned speaker. And he also works for the government's design agency. So he has a lot of experience in making these decisions that have a lot of high impact, high risk. So I just wanted to add more legitimacy. Like, he knows about this stuff. Like,
yeah, feel free to Google me. You can see other talks, and ronbronson.com is my site. I have lots of, you can learn about my bio, my background. Before I took the job I have now, and there are reasons, there are constraints to why I can't explain more than that. I've worked in local government, I've worked in state government, and in higher ed as well. And so sort of, across, UX and information architecture and service design, sort of right now, working on a book right now called Consequence Design, and it'll be out next year, thinking about some of the impacts of these things, and also like how we can apply different methodologies, thinking about things like, like defining the different frictions that happen. And so, it's a really exciting space and time, to be thinking about these kinds of things. And I think that all of us have a role in doing that. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that, thank you so much, Ron.
Thanks for having me.
Be sure to look him up, post your comments in our various places.
Cool. Thanks, you all.
Thank you. We're going to bring on Scott Kiekbusch. I'm letting him in now. And we're rolling. He's connecting, so it'll be a few minutes. I'm really excited for Scott's talk. I've been telling people about it because I got to see them all, like we recorded them early, and and then I had to like, oh yeah, I was joking. I was like, it's kind of like Professor Scott. Oh, hello. Here you are. So Scott leads product design, digital product design at Allegiant. He is so experienced. Beyond that, he has about 20 years, which he says, but I think his talk is super timely for my field, and I hope that if your relevant, like your tangential design disciplines are experiencing some of these things, like there's a takeaway, right? And what we can get into that in the Q&A. So hi, Scott. We're gonna just get rolling with his talk, and we'll come back for the Q&A. Take notes, ask questions. It's a good one.
We're going to talk about a topic near and dear to my heart, UX design and the UX designer. Now, fair warning, what you're about to hear might be a little upsetting to some of you. It's not intended to be. I know many of you have worked very hard and spent a lot of time and money to get that coveted title of UX designer or UX UI designer or UI UX designer or UX developer or UX writer or UX architect or UX strategist, et cetera, et cetera. But I want you to hear me out. Hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll see where I'm coming from with regard to the role of UX design. So a little bit of background. I have been in this industry for close to 20 years. Started off as a designer and web developer, front-end web developer primarily. Built a lot of websites end-to-end, designed and built a lot of Flash applications when Flash was still a thing. And as I was building my career and working in different agencies, I was working with a lot of designers who came from a print background and teaching them how to transition what they did and make their designs work for the web. I also received from them, when we were building things out, basically just Photoshop files. That was all the documentation that I got as a developer. And I started to see a need for additional documentation. What happens when the user clicks this button or hovers over this? What are the types of interactions that they're seeing? So my career started to transition. I was doing more requirements documentation. I was creating user flows, I was creating site maps. And at that point, I transitioned from front-end development into an information architect. Not a title that's really too popular nowadays, but my job was really just to try to do more documentation in terms of the digital products that we were building. And as I did more of that, I wanted to do more with our end users, user research, understand their needs so we could be designing for them. And my role as an information architect finally evolved into this brand new thing called a UX designer. And I was so excited. So this was probably like 2006, 2007. I was thrilled at this new title. I thought it was so cool. I get to design the user experience. Probably some ego in there as well, because when you think about it, thinking you are the one who gets to design all of this, it's a lot. But I was very excited about this role, and I remained in that role for several years. As a practitioner myself, I've directed user experience design teams in agencies, consultancies, and product side. And interesting to note, there's always been confusion around what exactly a user experience designer does. Not just to people outside of the tech community who need it explained to them, but even people that you tend to work with day in and day out. They're still kind of hazy about what specifically a UX designer does. And there's a lot of explaining and kind of an existential crisis that I think a lot of us go through as UX designers. But this all came to a head for me probably 3 or 4 years ago. I was working with a new product owner, and during a sprint planning meeting, she turned to me and she asked me this question. When are you going to finish the UX? Now, I'm still not entirely clear what she meant by that. Maybe she meant the wireframes, maybe she meant a prototype, but something jumped out at me there. Someone who I worked with, day in and day out, was really still pretty hazy about what exactly UX meant. Because to me, UX is more than just wireframes or a prototype. It's the whole user experience of something. So when I'm going to finish it seemed like a very strange question. So let's get into this a little bit. What exactly is UX? Well, we can go to the internet. Let's look at Google, for instance. If you do a quick Google search, you're going to find a lot of information about the difference between UX and UI. There's a ton of articles and graphics and videos and all kinds of things. In fact, according to Google, there's almost 250 million search results on this topic. And sadly, none of them are super clear about this role. It tends to vary quite a bit. Even when you're looking at job descriptions, yes, you are responsible for the UX of our application, but what exactly does that mean? When you go in and you take this job, what types of things will you be doing day in and day out? What types of deliverables will you be creating? It can often be vague. When I'm interviewing new designers for my team, one of the first things that I tend to ask them is, in terms of UX design, what are your skills? What do you like to do? Because there's such a broad range out there. If we turn to other designers, there's been a lot of information put out there about, what is user experience? What's the difference between user experience and design? Well, if I look at this image, I'm led to believe that you can only have a user experience if you're walking in dirt, apparently. There's no experience on the path. Or this famous ketchup image, apparently there is no experience involved in using a glass bottle of ketchup. The only experience is through the squeezy bottle, which maybe doesn't have a UI. I'm not sure. It's just additional confusion here. Then we'll go to this next image. I like to call this, if designers were Bratz dolls. You've got a depiction of these different types of designers and what they do. It feels kind of arbitrary, still a lot of overlap between the roles. And speaking of overlaps, let's get into the Venn diagram section. People love making these Venn diagrams of what is user experience design. I want you to stop and think for a moment that a designer made this. A designer made this to try to explain to people what experience design is. Crystal clear, if you ask me. Just take a look at this. And if this doesn't make sense, take a look at this one. I mean, if you don't understand what UX means after you've seen this, then I don't know what's wrong with you. In all seriousness, these are not helpful. It's not helping me truly understand the role of a UX designer. So if we turn to some thought leaders in the design space, sadly, it's not too helpful there either. These are 3 examples of some tweets that I've put together from various design thought leaders. These guys have tens of thousands of followers on Twitter. 1 or 2 of them run agencies and design schools. And they're basically saying things like, everyone's a designer. There's no such thing as UX design. So this is really just not helping with our existential crisis. This one triggered me. I came across this in January of this year. And this article is all about how, people don't understand what UX design really is. Again, written by someone who has 75,000 Twitter followers, 100,000 people visit his website every month. And he's basically saying, hey, if you're a designer, you might as well just call yourself a UX designer because that's what clients want, so just go for it, right? It's as if a dermatologist heard that people really want brain surgery now, so he'll just call himself a brain surgeon. What's the big deal? Just call yourself a UX designer. It doesn't matter. Still confusing. And bottom line, the UX of UX, it's not great. If you as a designer created a design and you shared this design with your peers, with stakeholders, clients, with the end users, and they were entirely confused by this design, they couldn't understand what it meant or how it worked, would you consider that a successful design? I don't think so. And that's where we are with UX. When you look at Dieter Rams and the 10 principles of good design, the one that really jumps out at me here is number 4. Good design is understandable, and at best, it's self-explanatory. When we call ourselves UX designers, at the very best, it is not self-explanatory. So what I'd like to do is hear from the guy who actually coined the term user experience. It's Don Norman, and Don Norman had some things to say about what he intended when he created the term user experience and how it's evolved over time. So if you bear with me, this is a very short video clip from Don Norman.
Once upon a time, a very long time ago, I was at Apple. And we said the experience of using these computers is weak. The experience, when you first discover it, when you see it in the store, when you buy it, when you, can't fit it into the car. It's in this great big box. It doesn't fit into the car. And when you finally do get it home, opening the box up and, it looks scary. I don't know if I dare put this computer together. All of that is user experience. It's everything that touches upon your experience with the product, and it may not even be near the product. It may be when you're telling somebody else about it. That's what we meant when we devised the term user experience and set up what we called the User Experience Architect's Office at Apple to try to enhance things. Now, Apple was already pretty good, so we were starting with a good product, making it even better. Today, that term has been horribly misused. It's used by people to say, I'm a user experience designer. I design websites or I design apps. And they have no clues to what they're doing. And they think the experience is that simple device, the website or the app or who knows what. No, it's everything. It's the way you experience the world. It's the way you experience your life. It's the way you experience the service. Or, an app or a computer system. But it's a system, it's everything. Got it?
So as you heard from the guy who coined the term, user experience is so much more than just a simple interaction with a website or a mobile app. So keeping that in mind, I would like to talk about a case study regarding a product that is made at Allegion, where I work. So this product is called the Encode Smart Lock. As you can see, this is a physical product. It's actually a deadbolt that attaches to an exterior door. There's a keypad on this deadbolt that triggers the locking mechanism. There's a key cylinder that you can use as well. What's interesting about this deadbolt is there's also a Wi-Fi receiver. So this deadbolt can connect to the wireless network in your house, and it allows you to control the lock via a mobile application. You can set up new passcodes, you can lock and unlock the door, you can see who's coming, going, etc. So this product involves a lot of people. There are so many roles involved in the creation, and successful delivery of this product. Lots of different types of designers, industrial designers designing the hardware. There's graphic designers, packaging designers to create the box. There's mobile app designers to create the application. There's a bunch of different engineers, security, software engineers, firmware, mechanical engineers. We also have lots of different partners, retail partners, integration partners. This lock works with Alexa and Google Home and Apple HomeKit, etc. All of these things work in concert to create a great product. So if something goes wrong with this product, I'm not saying it would, it's a great product, but if something did go wrong, maybe the deadbolt isn't locking properly in your door frame, maybe the Wi-Fi receiver is the connection is failing, these things are going to affect the user experience. And when we talk about user experience, what we're really talking about is how you feel about this product. How does this product make you feel? Do you feel secure? Do you feel frustrated? When you are installing and setting this product up, is it intimidating? Just like Don Norman was saying, there's so much that goes into the experience of this product. It goes far beyond just the interaction with the mobile application. So that being said, who's responsible for delivering a great user experience for this product? The answer is everyone. All of the people on this team, in their own way, focusing on their own skills that they bring to the table, all of the people on the team are responsible for creating a great user experience. Now, obviously, they're not all designers, and designers are a big part of that as well, but the entire team is responsible. Which brings me to my ultimate point. UX is not a specific role. It's a practice. Everybody on that team works together to make a great product for the end user. That being said, going back to the beginning of the talk, you're a user experience designer. I've just sat here and said, user experience is not a role. It's a practice that everybody on the team does. So what about you? What are we going to call you now? Well, it depends. And I'll give you a very clear example of what I did with my team, and hopefully it'll help you and your team. So when I joined Allegion, the name of the team was the UI UX team. Obviously, the very first thing I did was change the name of that team. We are no longer the UI UX team. We are the digital product design team, because our team is focused on the design of digital products, software, websites, things like that. And instead of having everybody on my team being called a UI UX designer, we've separated people into specific roles based on their skill set and their interests. So now we have 3 roles that I'll walk you through. Role number 1 is interaction design. The interaction designer is probably the most similar to what would be typically considered a UX designer. Interaction designers are looking at the interaction between the person using a system and the system itself. They're doing a lot of work with their product owners. They're partnering with them to understand what are the business needs, what are the user needs, what are the problems to be solved. They're documenting that information, and then they're using that knowledge to create user flows, customer journeys, wireframes, prototypes, and even an experience strategy. The next role on my team are UI designers. UI designers are more focused at the tail end of the design process, that detail section of design. They are very focused on creating, as their title implies, user interfaces. So very detailed, high fidelity mockups. They might own design systems, design standards. They're really stewards of the visual brand standards that go into the user interface that you're building. They also work very closely with the development team, providing specs, red lines, to make sure that the developers are building that product up to the specification of the UI designer. And then finally, the third role is design research. So the design researcher kind of sits at 2 points in our design process. We've got the discover phase, where they're helping us learn more about our users. Maybe they're doing some ethnographic research, some interviews, as well as the validate phase, where they're taking the concepts that were created by the interaction designer and making sure that those solutions are actually meeting the needs of our customers. They're also doing usability studies, working more closely with the UI designer and the more polished user interface to make sure that things are working correctly. So those 3 roles work in concert to deliver a digital product. They alone are not the ones responsible for the user experience, because these roles are also working with others on the team: product managers, developers, business analysts, QA. Everyone together works to make sure that we're delivering a great user experience. Hopefully, that wasn't too shocking for you. Hopefully you can see yourself in one of these other roles and you can leave behind the title of UX designer with confidence. I appreciate your time. If you'd like to continue the conversation, again, I'm on Twitter. You can find me in the Indy Design Slack. And I also have a book coming out later this year called The Designer's Guide to Product Vision. Would love for you to go out and grab a copy. It's going to help you understand how to level up your game from being a more tactical designer into someone who's more strategic and helping drive that product strategy and create a vision that your team and your business can get really excited about. Thanks again for watching. Take care.
Wow. Okay. Scott, from one Scott to another, thank you for that. So for those of you who didn't get my intro this morning, I am the UX lead at 120 Water in Zionsville. And I get asked a lot because I'm the UX lead. Oh, well, cool. How big is your team? And I'm like, well, me, like as a team of 1, right? So you kind of broke that up. You kind of broke it up and you said it was a practice, right? And it's really, there are 3 different roles. So I know I'm not alone in this. So those of us who are kind of might be the sole person in like a UX role, like how would you suggest like defining that or saying that? Or
Sure. And you're not alone. There are a lot of people who are a UX team of 1. And I would encourage those of you who are in that position to pick one of those 3 roles that you most identify with. So if you feel like you're doing more interaction design, that's your strength, or maybe it's design research, identify yourself with that role, and then just let people know that, I'm a design researcher, but I can also do some UI design, and I'll be doing the UI design today. So you, as a singular, designer on the team, you still don't own the overall user experience, right? You're working with other people to deliver a great user experience together collectively. But again, if there's one of those 3 titles that matches best with you, I think that makes sense. Yeah.
So oddly enough, Jackie Clark from Lessonly has a similar question, like the same question that I had to that, which is, where do you think the title of product designer or digital product designer falls within these buckets for digital designers?
Yeah, great question. When I decided to stop calling myself a user experience UX designer, I started identifying as a product designer as well. I do believe that there's still some ambiguity there, because a product designer could be more focused on user interfaces versus the interaction side of things. But again, if you're on a smaller team and you wear all of those hats, I think product designer is great. I don't know that it encompasses the aspect of design research. But again, if you really feel like I do digital product design and tomorrow we're doing a research exercise, so I'm going to put on my design research hat so we can talk to some customers and do some usability testing.
Thank you for that. I'm hoping that this can bring some clarity to the field, because we, I mean, this is near and dear to my heart, being in the field. Like we're all three of us actually are in the same field, and so I just hope that it can strengthen the conversation and get us to talk about what really matters versus what we call ourselves, right? Like why spend so much time naming the band? Like let's talk about the work we're doing and the value we're going to bring, which is what I think. Like even though you named the band, like, but you're saying like here's why. It's because it's relating to the work that we're doing when we take on these different roles.
Yeah, and I think the band analogy is an apt one because a band is a group of people that collectively work together to create something greater than the sum of its parts, just like a product team. You're working with developers and BAs and your product owner and designers to all deliver that great user experience.
Carl Klutsky asks, I sometimes see interaction designer refer to someone who adds animations to UIs, so I wasn't sure about that title. Will many people be confused by this?
I think that's a valid point. I think there may have been a time when interaction and motion, people were kind of coupling those things. It's not necessarily true. It can be true. I would see those detailed motion designs more as a part of a UI design personally. But as long as you are very clear about, as a designer, you're focused on the interaction between the human and the system that they're using.
And how might this be analogous to other design disciplines?
I think there are analogies there, and I actually use, so a lot of the business people that we work with at Allegion come from the construction space. And we've used analogies in terms of, you can look at a designer in the construction field also having different roles. You have architects who are more like the interaction designer. They're understanding the user's needs to create these usable spaces. And then you have interior designers who are, adding the decor, hanging the drapes, the carpet. They're styling the space to bring out that personality. So very similar to a user interface designer. That analogy really helped a lot of our construction partners start to clearly understand what we do.
Nice. And I like that analogy too, because there's still pragmatism that comes with interior design. It's not,
absolutely,
it goes beyond, like it's about the space and the usability of the space, and we all have to take part in that role.
It's form and function, right? All working together. It's the same thing with digital design.
Well, thank you so much, Scott.
You're welcome. Thank you guys.
Great conversation. Where can people learn more about you?
I have a pretty unique last name, so you can Google me. I'm on Twitter at @AdjusterFresh. I'm one of the admins, along with Poppy, on our Indy Design Slack. And check out my book if and when it comes out this August. Fingers crossed.
Yes, I can't wait to get a copy. So with that, we are going to do our afternoon break. It's going to be about 25 minutes. We're going to cut it just a little short, just so that we can stay on schedule. And hope you stick around. We're running the same promos. We have another one from 120 Water, so that's where Scott works. And so we're going to run one of their promos. And we have some artist spotlights. So if you stay tuned, you can see some beautiful art from local artists that we're featuring for free. So if you like their stuff, you can follow them, go buy stuff from them, decorate your homes. You're there enough right now, so you might as well beautify it. We will see you back in around 25 minutes.
Lead sampling programs in schools and childcare facilities are critical to ensuring a safe learning environment for our children. But running a program can be a logistical maze. Collecting compliance samples, coordinating with the lab, public reporting, and community engagement are already complicated. And that's before layering in multiple facilities and all the data you have to track down. Keeping samples and chain of custody forms in order is no walk in the park either. With so many steps and stakeholders, there's a lot of room for error. And compliance is only getting tougher. New regulations will require ongoing sampling and remediation plans, which means having an accurate record that can be accessed from anywhere is essential. There's got to be a better way. Now there is, with 120 Water's end-to-end solution. Here's how it works. First, all of the fixtures in your facility are mapped in the 120 Water platform. This means your plumbing profile and sample plan is easy to find and accessible from any device. When it's time to collect the sample kits are sent directly to the facility and are pre-labeled to match each fixture, reducing the opportunity for errors. From there, the collector simply places the return label on the completed sample kit to be sent to the lab, and results are automatically available in the 120 Water platform. Plus, you can track each kit every step of the way. Whether you're managing a large single facility, a whole district, or an entire state, 120 Water's dashboards and reports empower you to provide accurate results to regulators and other stakeholders quickly. And your community will appreciate the easily accessible public transparency dashboard. 120 Water's platform is used by thousands of facilities across the country to plan, manage, and report on sampling plans. Learn more today so that you can focus your time and energy where it matters most, keeping your community safe.
Our small businesses need us now more than ever. While they may be doing business a bit differently for a while, they're reinventing the ways they serve us. This is our moment. Support, engage, promote. By Indy.
Hey everyone, my name is Trevor St. Aubin, and I host a monthly event called ArtSpeak. It's held on the second Thursday of each month. At ArtSpeak, you can expect a few things. First, we ask artists to bring in personal pieces of artwork and talk about process, to talk about why they did what they did and what they were trying to communicate. Second, we interview each artist. We ask them personal, philosophical, and practical questions like, what is beauty? What is its purpose? And what is your most vivid encounter with beauty? We just want to take a deep dive into the mind of each artist. Finally, we started Art Speak as a common interest space for artists of all different mediums. So we hope you can come out, make it to the events, find someone you don't know, and make a new friend.
Here's an opportunity for us to have this inspirational, innovative district right here in Indiana.
16 Tech is really an opportunity for our city to put its mark on the globe.
It's about having good people come together and do unexpected things.
This is the White River. To the north is 16th Street, and all of this is 16 Tech. Building 1 is going to go in right here. It doesn't look like much now, but wait till you see what's coming.
Well, 16 Tech will be a mix of startups, established corporations, incubators, and accelerators.
It's a place where you can have different industries along with our community coming together to thrive and work together.
This idea of this community, there's a richness to it. It's not just science, it's not just industry, it's information technology, it's art, it's the communities and neighborhoods around us. All of that goes into the mix that makes this so special.
It's the convergence of all of these skills and individuals, and it's the exchange of ideas between them that will result in new aha moments.
16 Tech is about connections. As we came to 16 Tech, part of the connections that we're very excited about, the IU School of Medicine, the largest medical school in the country, is literally right across the street from us. We've also connected with the Indiana Biosciences Research Institute, IBRI.
16 Tech is about a collaboration. Having this building here in 16 Tech allows us to bring together industry partners that can bring new technologies, different skills, different sciences, disciplines to solve the challenges of today.
Collaboration so often comes down to proximity. Get people in the same place together and just let happen what happens.
People from different industries are coming into contact with each other, and it's those interactions that result in the exchange of ideas that leads to innovation.
This is where we plan to have our makerspace, where entrepreneurs will have access to the product design software and equipment that they need to develop physical products and prototypes.
16 Tech is about talent. An opportunity for new corporations to be established, for current corporations to spin off new divisions, and therefore our talent that is in Indianapolis and nearby will want to come and stay and work and play right here at 16 Tech.
16 Tech is about inspiration. Kids need an example and they need inspiration. We have to create those pathways. We have to connect those dots.
16 Tech is about opportunities. The opportunity for future generations to be witnessing development on the fields of health, bioscience, technology.
This will give our kids the inspiration to grow beyond their horizons.
So that's one thing that 16 Tech brings to the community, a lot of opportunities to interact with the future.
Someday, I'm going to walk into a room and realize I'm hearing the future being created right then, right there. That's what I'm looking forward to.
In Indiana, we pride ourselves, our economy, on making things, growing things, and moving things. The problem is that those three industries are being renovated right now at lightning speed.
And if we don't act on this internet connectedness, this technology, this innovation, there's a chance that those industries could be gutted within our state, and major sources of employment and wealth creation could just be gone because we didn't innovate faster than our competitors across the nation or around the world.
So as we look ahead to what it is that we need to be able to make that work, one of the things that's really key is a place that we can do that work in.
So the facility is 24,000 square feet. It's a mixture of lab space, maker type space, but also spaces for meetings and ideation. It's our vision that you'll be able to do everything from explore self-driving vehicles all the way to internet-connected crockpots. Just about anything that you can dream up that could be internet-connected, we want to be able to accommodate that.
And I think it allows us to really combine strengths as far as those individuals that are really working on the technologies now in an applied sense, as well as those back at the university who are working kind of in the lab.
And it's all in the nickel plate district right in our downtown, where we have a wonderful collection of entrepreneurial companies that have chosen downtown Fishers as their ultimate home.
So we're building this on a foundation of 4 key pillars. We're bringing all of those disciplines together in one facility so that even companies that don't have those disciplines inside of them, they can come and take advantage of this collection of great resources at the IoT lab.
I think it creates a unique opportunity for us to be at the forefront of this new burgeoning economy.
And I think we have a great opportunity to establish a leadership position today that will last for generations to come.
The AIA Indiana Young Architect Award was created to recognize proficiency and exceptional accomplishments in and contributions to the profession by a licensed architect who has been a member in good standing of AIA Indiana for a minimum of 3 years and is 40 years or younger. Being an architect wasn't Jeremy Wellew's dream job. No, Jeremy really wanted to be a professional hockey player. When he wasn't drafted out of high school, Jeremy went with his backup plan, architecture school. It's worked out well for the 39-year-old. Jeremy co-founded Delv Architecture in 2014, where he wears lots of titles: resident idea guy, dreamer, schemer, mentor, leader, entrepreneur, and of course, architect. A creative mind at its finest, Jeremy provides an energizing and unique perspective to every conversation, every project. According to his nomination, he's quick to a joke, puts people at ease instantly, and pulls fun into every aspect of his life. Jeremy is passionate about technology, and he's created a lab inside the design studio where he and his team can continue to ideate, explore, develop, and pilot new tools that will in the future be available to other design firms. He's also leveraging his ideas to help advance and elevate the small firms which make up 85% of U.S. firms. Jeremy's been invited to share his expertise on the national stage by organizations such as AIA National and the Society of College and University Planning. In addition to speaking engagements and designing projects, Jeremy was the 2018 president of AIA Indianapolis, and he still finds time to play hockey, just for fun. Congratulations, Jeremy, on receiving the Young Architect Award.
Hello, hello, Indy Design Week. Hopefully you enjoyed your afternoon break. I went outside and got some sunshine. It was quite lovely. Did you get to go outside at all, Scott?
Yeah, I did. I actually was outside for like 10 minutes. It was super nice.
Yes. So we are so glad to bring Rohit Jesudian to our virtual stage. He's a well-known designer in Indianapolis. You might know him from work that he's done with Xylo and some other startups in town. And he's a worldly international person as well. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, Rohit?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me here. Hey, everybody. I've traveled all around the world, lived in different places, originally from India, lived in Dubai for most of my life and grew up there, lived in Yemen for a little stint and started off in graphic design over there. And then even, spent some time in places like Venezuela and Spain, cultivating and understanding different cultures. So it's really cool to kind of bring all that over here to Indianapolis.
And you made Indianapolis your home.
Yes, both my wife and I, so my wife's from Venezuela, I'm from India, and we've kind of stayed here for the past 10 years now. Started a family here too.
Wow. Well, we're lucky to have you. With that, let's transition to his talk and we'll come back for Q&A.
Sounds good.
Hello, I'm Rohit, dad, husband, musician, and travel junkie. I'm currently serving as the product designer at ActiveCampaign, a customer experience automation platform seeking to help growing businesses make meaningful connections with their customers. I'm also serving as the founder at CODA, a career mentorship community aimed at connecting people with people. It's awesome to be part of this week, and I'd like to thank each of you for being flexible with our new normal as we wind down this amazing week that we've had. We've heard some amazing speakers across the gamut of creative disciplines, and for this 30-minute window, I'd like to broaden our audience a bit. So if you have a friend or a family member close by, pull them in because this could be just as applicable for them as it would be for you. I've had some conversations with folks who are interested in mentoring but hesitate to take the first step as the task seems daunting or they aren't able to see the benefits to it for their time. These are difficult times for businesses and individuals as the future holds a lot of uncertainty both around the job market as well as around the future of our countries. Having somebody to guide you through the journey can be an invaluable asset to an early professional. However, there are plenty of benefits to the mentor as well. In this talk, I'd like to share some of the benefits of being a mentor as well as ways to connect and build great relationships. Now think about the last time you were at a crossroad and you turned to a friend, a parent, a partner for advice. And because of that conversation, or those words of affirmation, or even the space for caution, that decision turned out to be one of the best decisions you've made. As we dig deeper into the decisions that caused the rise and fall of some of the most influential people in the world, we see how a steady voice of reason helps shape the course of their careers and their lives. Oprah had Maya Angelou guiding her through some of the most important years of her life. It's interesting because Maya Angelou wasn't really even in Oprah's field. Gandhi's political guru was Gopal Krishna Gokhale. He also took inspiration from Leo Tolstoy's works, even though he had never met him. Paul Rand, the creator of iconic brands such as ABC, AIGA, Cummins, Ford, IBM, and UPS, to name a few, leaned deeply on the works of Gustav Henson and Cassandre. And of course, where would Harry Potter have been without Dumbledore? In all these instances, mentorship took on many different forms, and I'd like to touch on one relationship in particular, that of Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu.
Now, Mandela is acclaimed as the leader of the ANC, a freedom fighter, conqueror of apartheid, Nobel Peace Prize winner, and the first president of South Africa. But there is a deeper story that laid the foundation for all of this. Mandela's mentor, Walter Sisulu, saw something in him and took him on as his protege by recruiting him into the ANC and then continuing to shape and guide his views on life. This mentorship carried on when they radicalized the ANC and then even when they spent 25 years together in jail on Robben Island. It was here that Mandela started to take on more of a senior role, and Sisulu started recognizing his leadership strength, encouraged him in doing so. He still advised and challenged Mandela and shaped his thoughts and ideals, but all the while preparing Mandela to take over for him as the leader of the movement. There really is much to learn through their friendship. While it might seem like Mandela reaped all of the benefits of that relationship, Sisulu revealed in interviews later on in life that he looked up to Mandela as well. He relied on his tough demeanor and cool head under the pressure, as well as his qualities of leadership, since Mandela was being groomed to be the leader of the Xhosa. Sisulu also leaned on Mandela's youth and methods to inspire and relate to the pressures and hardships facing younger Africans of the day. Now, my life has brought on its fair share of experiences, and while not all of them were pleasant, they were definitely great teachers. It wasn't until recently that I actively engaged in individuals, in mentors and mentees. And while there are many thoughts to the need or value of a mentor, I believe that having people to look up to help encourage me and guide me through some of my harder decisions. It has shaped my life and allowed me the opportunities that have brought me to where I am today. Mentorship can take on many forms, and some can be a relationship built over time. Others can be a one-time conversation, and others yet might be between folks who have never met. Now, I've had plenty of individuals whose works and teaching have shaped me and my career, all the while having never met them in person. This just goes to show, no matter your situation, you will only get what you put into your own career growth. It's not about getting the perfect mentor, it's about being a hardworking mentee. Now, I'm a firm believer that as a mentor, you get more out of the relationship than you really put in. While at times it might seem like an effort to take on another meeting or lose an hour in your week to take on someone else's problems, the benefits overshadow any temporary sacrifices you might make. I'd like to share a few of those benefits with you today. The first is intrinsic. The joy of having an impact in someone else's life is immense. While this might seem daunting, by merely being an example through your own success, you can show someone else the possibilities that await them should they make the most of the opportunities that life throws at them. Secondly is selflessness. This is a state that many of us aspire to. However, with work issues, home stress, not to mention our own fears and anxieties, our goals and plans for our life keep us occupied and feel like a weight has been put on us that we can't really bear. Taking the focus off ourselves and spending time helping someone else with their problems shifts the focus from us and allows us to transcend our egotism, as well as recharge for another bout with our problems. Then is growth. The best way to teach a subject, then is growth. The best way to learn a subject is to teach it. Iron sharpens iron, and as you share your knowledge with someone else and look to answer questions that they have, you'll find yourself growing in your subject matter, either through reiterating the principles that you already know, or through finding reasons to learn the old odd edge cases that you might not have even been aware of. And then lastly really is self-reflection. A lot of times I get folks telling me that their mentee impacted their lives in unimaginable ways. Whether through deliberate means or innocent ones, their mentees shined a light on areas of themselves that they needed to work on and allowed them to course correct. Okay, now that I've convinced each of you to give up your time and experiences, let's go over some ways to really prepare yourself as a mentor. First, while this might not be many of your initial foray into mentoring, I can attest that this is going to be one of the most rewarding experiences that you will have if well managed. Your mentee might have a few people that they lean on for advice, and you need to understand your place in their constellation of mentors. Now I'm going to come back to that word in a little bit. Identify what areas they lean on you for and be specific in your direction. Begin by getting a better understanding of their interests, passions, and what brought them to this point. Your goal is to get as much information about them to give valuable feedback. This is not the time to share your entire life story. And then be available. There's a lot you have going on, and it's important to maintain boundaries and expectations earlier on. However, take stock of your time and make sure you don't overburden yourself with taking on more mentees than you can manage as well. For the mentees that you do have, set schedules and be there. There's nothing more disheartening for a mentee to come hopeful and prepared for a conversation and then be stood up. And then really think about the end goal. Every journey has a beginning and an end, and it's important to come back to the reason for your mentorship sessions and identify what your mentee's next steps really should be, whether that's continuing with you or moving on to another mentor that can better address another area of growth. Now, I know that many of you are well aware of how valuable a mentor is to your own life and career growth, but for the few of you who haven't yet found that special someone, I'd like to share my thoughts on that matter. Go get a mentor. Firstly, a mentor can keep you informed and updated on the latest trends and valuable insights in your industry. They already know the tips and tricks to stay on top of these and can be great sources of truth in a world that has so many voices. Next, they bring valuable experiences that can shine a light on areas of improvement that would take you years to identify and correct. It's also easier if the critique that you receive is from someone who you trust and respect, and who also has a vested interest in your betterment. Next is inspiration. Life is going to throw some curveballs at you, and there are going to be times when you feel emotionally drained. Oprah Winfrey stated, "A mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself." I think that statement rings true, as a good mentor perceives when you hit these breakpoints and provides you encouragement and guidance and even confidence to continue down the path. And then networking. Now, I want to caution people here. A lot of times I see folks using their mentors or other people that they come across to just get to the next person. You need to first and foremost seek to build and strengthen a relationship before surging into the next one. However, a good mentor can open the right doors for you. They might not be able to provide deep feedback into every area of your life, but they can guide you to the next right person that can help you. They can also get you investors for your next idea. They can introduce you to recruiters for your next job, find you customers, or just set you up for success for your next mentor once you're ready for it. I really want to stress upon this quote because I think it's really interesting, and a point that we often forget. A mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself. It's a really deep and profound thought, and especially something that we as mentors need to understand about our mentees. We're providing hope, we're providing path, and we're providing a opportunity for somebody who's just looking for that hand to push on with their dreams. One of the best descriptions of building a mentorship group is that of a constellation. This view has defined how I've gone about finding individuals to surround myself, to build me up, and challenge me as I develop my career path. It's an archaic notion to, especially in this day and age, that we must be bound to a single source of truth, or that apprenticeship is the only path to success. As you look to build your own constellation, spend some time. Focus on potential mentors' careers as well as their lives and their values. Someone might be a huge success in their field, but might instill values in you that you're not really looking to build. Now let's take some time and build out your constellation. There are a few different types of mentors that I would like to cover today. Keep in mind that there's no perfect formula for success, and I would highly recommend each of you build your own constellation of mentors and mentees around you. Inspirations. This is someone who is a few steps ahead of you in life or career. You can relate to them and aspire to reach where they are now. These could be friends, coworkers, or someone in the industry that you follow. They can be a great help to avoiding pitfalls that they themselves might have faced and helping you navigate your career path. Next are peers. This is someone who is in the same stage or focus area of life as you are now, who acutely understands what you're going through, and you can lean on each other for support and advice. They can be a great sounding board to your ideas and feed in with thoughts of their own. Next is coaches. This is someone who's years ahead of you, who you look up to and have risen to the top of that hill that you wish to climb. They have a wealth of information and knowledge that can open doors for you as need be. Their keen insight into the past can help you make some strategic decisions as you navigate your own. Next are challengers. This is someone who provides you a completely different perspective. There might be one or two traits that you share with them, but their role is to really challenge your thoughts and ideas and present you with a divergent view of the world. You don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of people who just say yes to you all the time, or else why even bother having a mentor if you can provide your own answers to everything? And then there's resources. So I understand you're not going to be able to find a mentor for every specific problem area of your life. We live in the golden age of information, and resources abound to answer and inform. Turn to the internet, books, podcasts, blogs, and so on. And with these resources, you can really have access to a vast mentor list, all the way from Gandhi to Oprah. One thing I really want to stress on over here, especially for mentees, the most important element is to seek genuine relationships. This is not a transaction, and if you only focus on what you can get out of it, you'll find yourself frustrated and lost. Try and have conversations, deep, meaningful conversations with your mentors, and understand where they are in life, understand some of the frustrations and challenges that they're facing, and there's a lot that you could even learn from that too, or even provide value and input into their own problems. Now let's go over some steps to help you get started and setting up your own constellation. First, start to build your list of mentors that inspire, spot, coach, and challenge you. Look for those within your current circles and research them and their careers as well as their lives. Also identify areas that you need support to grow. It's a long life and you don't have time to fix everything today. You also only have so much time in a day to work on yourself, and if you take too much time, if you take on too much, you'll find yourself unfulfilled and your mentors would be disappointed. Next, seek out individuals that are different than you. This is a great opportunity for you to surround yourself with people who walk different walks than you. Diversity breeds innovation, and if everyone shares your worldviews and thoughts, you really aren't growing. Next, reach out. So according to a recent study of about 3,000 US workers, 76% agree that a mentor is important to success. However, only 37% had a mentor. Each one of us on this panel, and many more out there in the world, got to where they are now because at some point of time, someone along their journey took the time to help them in their decision-making process, or gave them advice that prevented them from making a decision that prevented them from going down the wrong path. Don't spend a month to craft the perfect email template and send it to everyone. A short yet personal message focused on building a connection can really go a long way. Also, no one has time to read your 3-page letter on how you're planning on taking over the world. Congrats, you've gotten a mentor and it's ready to surge forward. Now it's the time to plan, set a cadence for follow-ups, and come prepared to every single conversation. This isn't school where coursework is prepared for you. you need to really you need to get really good at building an agenda and documenting all of your conversations. Now, I've had some conversations that went nowhere for 30 minutes or so because there was no set direction and my mentees weren't sure what they wanted out of the conversation. And by the time we came around to a struggle or a true challenge that they were facing, we only had about 3 to 5 minutes left. As you find your path through shaping your career, one thing is worth remembering. Your relationships will ebb and flow, and you need to know when to grow some and when to just let some go. Connecting people towards a mission of personal growth is a huge passion of mine, especially because the lack of direction in self-development is a problem plaguing everyone across fields and experience levels. Students feel unprepared and about the impending challenges that they are about to face. New professionals feel overwhelmed by the change in the atmosphere as they struggle to find their place in the workforce. Industry leaders feel unsure of the best way to contribute their time and experience. And then organizations are feeling disheartened by a system that has missed the mark in preparing incoming professionals. You're never too old or too young to mentor or receive mentorship. We each possess different skills and experiences that we can share, and through sharing, we can build a stronger community. And I'm on a mission to build that community. I bootstrap Coda as a mentorship community, starting small through connecting individuals based on their needs and strengths. And my goal is to build a community large enough that strengthens itself. We're currently looking for folks to take on mentees as the need is great. My inbox is filled with students and industry professionals looking for support, guidance, and someone to take a chance on them. Some might think that this is a difficult time to connect. However, I would challenge that. People are yearning for relationship and community, and I personally have had folks that have ignored my repeated nagging over the years who have turned around and contacted me for a connection. Mentorship isn't a one-stop pathway. It's more like a two-way street. It has a potential to impact not just one life, but two, and contribute to the collective growth of the entire society. Now, I'd love to take some time and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing. So I think, first off, I have to say that the biggest takeaway that I got was your Carly Rae Jepsen reference there at the end. So thank you for that. No, obviously just kidding. No, that was, thank you for that. First off, that was personally for me very impactful because I have been really shaped by the mentorships, relationships that I've had in my, what feels like long, but I guess it's probably short professional career so far. So one thing that I was kind of wondering throughout that is there a specific mentorship relationship that you've been part of, whether you were the mentor or not, that has really been impactful for you or kind of stood out from others? Or
Yeah, definitely. So I've had a few different mentors, and I kind of talked about the different mentor types that you can have to really build your constellation. I've had inspirations or taken inspiration from individuals like Mark Hamian and Brian Lovin, and actually built out a relationship with them. There are some UI UX designers or product designers in the Bay Area, and I've also had peers like a friend of mine, Richard Nixon, who I went to school with, and continue a friendship to this day, who has really strengthened me. And I've had coaches all throughout. My dad is really a huge coach for me. And then I also have challengers. I have quite a few friends who really push me and expect me to think or get me to think differently. The biggest piece for me is a person named Sudarshan, who was a professor of mine when I was in India. I was basically going through a mechanical engineering degree and was almost in my third year of it. And I was doing okay, but it really wasn't my passion. It really wasn't what I was going for. But I loved engineering, drawing. I loved AutoCAD. I loved being able to create things and design with computers too. And he really called me out. He had a conversation with me. He would have continuing conversations with me too, and asked me to think about the possibility of not doing mechanical engineering and trying to explore this pathway. In India, if you're not going to the medical profession or IT or engineering, you're not doing something right. So jumping into design was a completely unheard of thing, but I actually explored it, and this leads me to where I am today. That was a huge turning point, and if it wasn't for that mentor, I don't think I would have even explored that side of my creativity or passion. So yeah.
Wow. It really is. Yeah, it really is like the essence of cultivating connections.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Rohit, for sharing and being vulnerable. Please stay in touch, audience. He's on our Slack. He's pretty active, and he's active on Twitter. And he also is looking for mentors on Coda. So there's a whole list of people that need people like you to help them on this journey. So thank you, Rohit, for your community work and being a part of Indianapolis.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And yeah, good to see everybody here today.
Well, we're going to bring on Chris. Take care, Rohit.
See ya.
Right. Getting Chris in. And so Chris Bill is a senior designer over at Salesforce. And oh, look, he has a fun background. Yeah. A little Tiger King action.
Yeah. Couldn't resist.
Yeah. Scott, do you have anything you want to say about Chris?
I am mostly just really excited. I mean, I know I keep saying that a lot, but obviously Salesforce is a cornerstone of tech and design and like a lot of things, right? In Indy, it's just an Indianapolis cornerstone back from when it was whatever it was before it was Salesforce. So no, I'm really excited, Chris. So thank you for being here and for sharing your vast wisdom and knowledge with us.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks.
And Chris is actually a part of the team that is working on community building at Salesforce and was instrumental in bringing them on as a sponsor to help support Indy Design Week. And we're really grateful. So thank you.
Yeah, we love to support Indy as much as we can. And we are all designers in this community. So love to figure out ways to give back.
Awesome. Well, we're going to transition to Chris's talk. Hope you enjoyed as much as I did. We'll come back for Q&A.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. My name's Chris Bill. I'm a senior product designer at Salesforce. I've been there for about 5 years and graduated from Purdue University right before that. And today, I'm here to talk to you about building effective communication with stakeholders to clarify solutions. I recognize that's a bit of a mouthful. Essentially what we're talking about today is how you can work better with your team to improve the requirements. To give you a bit of a sense of what's coming up in this presentation, go through a quick outline. So we've got the problem, which I'm going to dive into a story example of to really help illustrate that problem. We'll dive into the solution, which is really a mental mind shift for you, the designer. And then I wanted to give you some key actionable takeaways that you could start as soon as tomorrow. So we'll go into that. And then finally, I'll summarize it all up with a nice little conclusion. Before I go any further, though, I want to take a note on these background images you'll see throughout the presentation. This was my attempt to inject some personality into this presentation. Since we all have to be remote in this, I wanted to add some of my personality. My wife and I love to travel around the United States and outside. So I've added some of my favorite locations and photos from those travels. So we start off with the Sandstone Cliffs right outside of San Diego. It's an amazing hike. It's really cool to see all these sandy cliffs. I definitely recommend doing a tour guide though, if you're gonna go through those. The hike can be a little treacherous by yourself. All right, so let's dig into the problem. And again, I wanna start off with a story, which unfortunately is not the happiest of stories, but it's a problem setup. So imagine you're the designer and you are working for a company that their primary product is a food delivery app. So people pick up food from different stores and deliver it to consumers' houses. In light of COVID-19, the company is looking at ways they can create new products that eliminate the need for human interaction entirely. So they're looking at a new product, which is a drone delivery service. Very exciting, using all new technology. Imagine having your groceries delivered or food delivered from restaurants right to your front doorstep via drone. Might be a little messy, but we'll figure out the details later. You are the designer in charge of this product, and you're very excited. You hear some initial product requirements have been defined, and you put on real clothes for the first time in weeks, similar to what I've done today, and you join the kickoff call. So in the kickoff meeting, you've got your PM here on the screen, but the rest of the dev team is there as well. You start digging into some of the requirements, and it becomes obvious that they still have a lot of technical details to work through, but you write down some of the high-level requirements and get started on some user flows. So you're going through, you're creating these user flows, doing some low-level mock-ups, and you get a ping from your product manager a couple days later. She says, some things have changed. We need to sync up to talk about those new changes. You get on the call with her and she says, based on some of the new business shifting requirements, we need to change our direction, unfortunately. You go through what those changes are, and it turns out most of the work you've done so far needs to be scrapped and you need to start over. It's unfortunate, but you understand because it's the beginning of a project. So after the feedback meeting, you get back and start designing. And as you're going through and creating those mock-ups and designs and wireframes for those new requirements, you're ready to get some feedback from your product manager again. When you get in that meeting and start showing off your new designs, you start to find that the feedback she's giving you is not quite what you expected. It's much more in line with functional feedback versus the flows or usability. You start to dig into why that feedback is the way it is, just to come to find out that the requirements, especially technical requirements, have changed a couple days ago, and she just hasn't had time to let you know. So unfortunately, this kind of churn pattern continues to happen throughout the rest of the project until the project is complete. So in this talk, we're really going to talk about how we can eliminate that churn. And unfortunately, we have designers need to kind of embrace the thought that requirements will change. That's okay, right? Requirements change for a reason. Typically, they change for business values that are changing, or new user research that comes in, or even new understanding at the technical level. Those things are going to happen, and we need to accept that. The other fundamental thing we need to accept is that those requirements will be fuzzy. And they'll be fuzzy, especially at the beginning of the project, and hopefully get clearer throughout. So we as designers need to assess when things are too fuzzy to even start designing. Maybe we just start with a document. And when we get clear enough to then start moving to the low fidelity and high fidelity. The goal of this whole presentation is to cut down the amount of iteration cycles we're doing and reduce that churn. So let's get into the solution for all this. And that actually takes us to Central Park. Very nice place to visit. And I want to start off in terms of the solution with the team and the team dynamic. So thinking about that kickoff meeting, who are the key players? You, of course, have your product manager. You have you, the designer, still not very happy, and an engineer or team of engineers. The other thing I want you to think about and take a look in that kickoff meeting is, do you have a Scrum Master? If you do have a Scrum Master, you found your new best friend. The Scrum Master's role is all about ensuring the team's productivity and making sure no one is blocked, making sure the team can perform at its highest ability, right? The other thing I want to touch on is the value of design. So everyone on the team might value design a little bit differently. Even if the company as a whole says they do value design, don't come onto a new project expecting that you're going to have that seat at the table. Make sure you fight for it and make sure you prove yourself as a designer that your feedback does matter. I want to start and really focus on the three key players here. You might have heard of this referred to as the three-legged stool. These three people are key in terms of moving the project forward. And I want to start with an assumption that is made in terms of how these three people interact. Engineers typically give the product manager, especially at the start of a project, a lot of technical kind of understanding and knowledge. How is this thing going to function? Product manager needs to take all that input and understand how this thing will work. They also take other inputs from outside the project. So they might be other product managers that have a shared stake in this product, or it might be business values that are kind of driving their decisions. There's a whole lot of other things that they need to consider when they're creating their requirements. We as designers expect those requirements to come from the product manager in a nice organized list that is perfectly clear and prioritized. Doesn't always become the case, as we know. The product manager really in this scenario is acting as a switchboard between all these people. And then of course we take those requirements, design them, and pass them off to engineer. This is a little bit of an oversimplification, but you get the sense of what I'm talking about. What can happen in teams and what I've seen is that product managers start to become overloaded. So maybe this is a product that has a lot of technical consideration that needs to be made. And so the product manager needs to understand a lot of new concepts for them to be able to create these requirements. The other thing that can happen is maybe this product is at the center of a lot of other products. So there's a lot of shared stakeholder kind of interaction the product manager needs to manage. So there's a lot of other things that can kind of influence the product manager outside of this team. You'll notice here the lines to this switchboard to the product manager are increasing, but we as designers kind of still have that expectation of perfect requirements. When the situation starts to appear, you'll start to hear different things from different people. So from the engineering team, you might hear it, this design isn't going to work because it's not technically feasible. Or, you know what, this design is great and we could do it, but it's going to take 3 times as long as we have, so it's just not going to work out for us. From the product manager, you'll start to hear things similar to the example like, these designs aren't quite what I had in mind, or, you know, based on some shifting requirements, we're going to have to change direction again. And then you as the designer might start hearing yourself say, I don't think these requirements are really aligned to what the user needs, or they're too high level, they're too fuzzy. All of this information you might start to hear and it might take you by surprise. So let's just pause here for a second and let's take a breath. We are all human, we're all one team, and we're all in this together. It's a great opportunity for us to practice our empathy. And what I mean by that more specifically is empathizing with the product manager. So in general, we have these 3 kind of expectations of what the product manager will do. They'll create use cases and requirements based on valid business goals that meet the user's needs from feedback and also meet the technical requirements of the product. But what's just below the line there, right? What other considerations does the product manager need to take on? Took a look at Salesforce's job postings for many of the product managers, and this list is nowhere near exhaustive, right? There's a lot of things our product managers have to do in terms of responsibility, so we need to have a little bit of empathy for them in those situations. And so here's the key takeaway, right? Here's the key solution. Instead of having this expectation that these requirements are going to become perfect and they're going to be the sole responsibility of the product manager, we need to share that responsibility as a team. Don't get me wrong, the product manager will still own those requirements, but how can design help shape those requirements to create a better product, right? How can we push the product manager, push those requirements to make them more in line with the user's needs? And this is a talk focused on designers, but I think this could also apply to engineers, right? It's a shared responsibility between the whole team, not just 2 spokes. So that's great. It's helpful in terms of a solution, but what are some key actionable takeaways that you can try as soon as tomorrow? That takes us to the Cliffs of Moher, Ireland. Very beautiful location. And more specifically, I've broken this down into 4 major categories of takeaways. So we've got building relationships on the team. over communicate with all your team members, even outside of the team, create a source of truth or potentially source of truths, depending on your structure, and getting feedback. So let's dig into each of these in a little bit more detail. And before I do, I want to call out in our giant shared mural board in Indy's Design Week, in the top left corner, there'll be a little section that looks kind of like this. I've gone ahead and put in some of the different things I'm going to talk about here. I'd love if some of these things resonate with you to just throw a little like icon on there. And also, if there's other things that you can think of that you've tried in the past, feel free to add them on there as well. I'd love to start a discussion around what things have worked best for all the designers out there. All right, so building relationships. First of all, for me, I find one-on-ones very helpful in terms of building more of that personal relationship with these people. And at the very least, set up a one-on-one with your product manager and your engineering guide, and Scrum Master if you have one, right? Those key people. Get to know them a little bit better, and this doesn't have to be a reoccurring thing, but something you're intentional about. Spend the first 5 minutes of each of those just spending time to catch up, right? Building that personal relationship, saying, hey, what interests do you have? Here are the interests I have. Find that common ground. And this doesn't have to be just in your one-on-ones either. As a full team, spend 5 minutes just catching up at the beginning of every meeting. Reoccurring UX, Dev, and PM syncs are very important. I definitely recommend setting up those at least once a week, especially if you're in the beginning of a project. Just keeping everyone in sync and kind of talking about what the different requirements are is super, super helpful. And have this be a UX or a design-driven conversation. Here are the things I need as a designer so that I can move forward. And then finally, I know we all have enough meetings on the calendar as it is, but attend the Scrum meetings as much as you can. So at least if you can attend one stand-up a week, that goes a long way in showing the team that you are engaged and you are in there with them. I know those long release plan meetings, those can be quite a big chunk of time to take, but join and be multitasking, right? And let the team know that, hey, I'm here if you need me, but I'm just gonna be working on some other stuff while you guys talk. All right, moving on, over communicate. This is a really important one, especially in projects that start to get really complicated and there can be a lot of moving pieces. I can't tell you how many times I have been in a situation where I'll be in one meeting and chatting with someone about how something works, and then I'll go to another meeting and have a conversation similar but different. Two people thinking one thing works differently. Take the initiative as the designer to be the glue between those people and bring them together and say, hey, let's work together. I'm hearing two different things from you guys. Let's just take a moment to talk about this. That brings me to point number 2, which is calling out unclear communication. What I mean by this is in those meetings, when those people are talking about those two different things, they might still be thinking they're talking about the same thing. Take a moment to act as that mediator to say, hey, I think we're speaking two different languages here. Again, this is all about trying to confirm that we are all agreed on one specific concept. Even if those two people are talking about the same thing, this is a great learning opportunity for you as the designer to better understand your project and how it's talked about. Or even it's an opportunity to standardize on ways things are talked about. Especially in complicated projects, you might find that the dev team talks about a feature way differently than the product manager. So take a moment to say, hey, let's standardize on how we talk about this thing. All right, the term I'm blocked. So this is a super useful tool, especially if you have a Scrum Master on the team. Again, the whole role of a Scrum Master is to try and unblock people, try and move the progress forward. So if you as the designer are saying, hey, I'm blocked, I can't move forward, they're gonna come to you and say, how can I help? How can I unblock you? So be prepared to answer that question. All right, moving on to the third one, source of truth. And the way I have structured my source of truth is there's a design one that focuses much more on the UI level. And then I have subsequent documents with the dev team that are much more on the technical limitations and how it technically works. You can kind of structure yours however you want, but this is really about the UX version of the source of truth, which is about the requirements. So designate the responsibility. If this document doesn't exist, it might make sense for you as the designer to take on this responsibility up front and just say, I'm going to start with this thing. I'm going to write this out. We'll see where it goes. The goal, though, is to share that responsibility with you, the designer, and the PM. Level of detail is really important, especially when you get into the requirements. So maybe you decide that you do want to bring in development into this document. So the level of detail is not just the UI level, but you go into a lot of detail on the technical requirements as well. It's really up to you and what process is going to work best for your team. And finally, treat this document as a team agreement. So when you're going in and starting to build this thing, you'll have this nice list of how the thing should function that everyone agrees on. This is what we're building this release. To go through a quick example of this, we're going back to our drone application. And for the upcoming release, there's a new feature we're rolling out called the drone weight limit feature. So let's dig into this. Up front, you can see that design status is blocked. We cannot move forward until we get these questions answered. Again, this is a great forcing function for your Scrum Master to help push this along. The use case. So again, the use case is all about driving business value. What value does this have to the customer, and how is this relevant to the overall plan? So ideally, you're writing this with your PM as well. And here at Salesforce, we like to use the jobs to be done framework. That's a great one. I'd recommend looking it up if you don't know what that is. But there's a couple different ways you could write use cases. This third section here, working design documents. This doesn't necessarily have to be just designed. It could also be those technical documents that you link to. But everything that kind of informed this document or other helpful pieces that could inform the document. All right, moving down the page, we have the functional requirements. And this is really where we get into that level of detail, right? It's up to you in terms of how much technical information you want to put in here. Just to go through a quick example. The weight should appear on every purchasable item. So that seems like something that's kind of table stakes, right? But don't make those assumptions about what this product's going to do. Write them all down. Make sure you as a team agree that this is what we're building. The second one, the weight on an item should be rounded to 1 decimal. This is an example of changing requirements. So let's say in this example, I, the designer, met with my PM and we decided that whole numbers seem fine. We don't need to worry about that for the user. We'll just make it simple. It'll just be a whole number in terms of the weight. I'm in a separate meeting with my developer, and he's very adamant that two decimal places is way more important because it can determine if a drone can hold 2 extra items, right? So that's a great opportunity, again, to bring your 2 people together and say, hey, 2 different ideas here. Let's find a middle ground. And in this example, we've landed on 1 decimal. This third item. So the feature can include sub-features. Maybe there's a weight bar that pops up from the bottom of the screen that fills up as the cart gets full. Moving on to the open questions. And again, this is to go back to the block section at the top. These are really important questions to get you, the designer, unblocked. So that second question there, how does the weight amount limit show up on the checkout page? We can't really design the checkout page until we get some of this stuff written down. So let's go through and have a conversation with PM and Dev around how the checkout page is going to function. The other thing I'll throw in here is that as designers, we're really creative people. And as we're going through this design process, we might have ideas for new features that would improve the user experience. Write those down in this section and find the right time to talk to your product manager about them and say, hey, I think this new feature could really benefit us. You might be surprised how often those things get picked up. That fourth one down there is an example of that. Should there be a feature that suggests similar products that weigh less? That'd be really helpful that would be really helpful to the user. All right, moving along. So that's the source of truth. Our final section here is getting feedback. In those one-on-ones with your team members, ask for feedback. Seems really simple, but it's something I think we can forget about. Say, hey, how am I doing as a designer, right? How am I doing in this process? How are we interacting together? How can it be better? And also ask for overall, like, do you have any struggles with the team dynamic and how it's working? Just asking for feedback all around about how this team processes can help you figure out what changes to make. Again, in terms of the meetings and attending the meetings, retros are fantastic. If you don't have them set up, I recommend suggesting that they get set up. This is a great opportunity for you to get direct feedback from your team and also give direct feedback. Just the other day in one of my retros, I added a couple items in the what went well column to call out some awesome work I appreciated on our devs to reach out to me about UX questions they had. They were being proactive and asking questions instead of just kind of moving forward, which I really appreciated and wanted to let them know that. So that's a great opportunity to both give and get feedback. I don't know if this one really needs to be said, but I'll just say it. Don't place blame, just state the facts. No one likes playing the blame game, and honestly, it doesn't move the progress forward. It just stalls things out, and it gets people defensive. So just say, hey, we need a better process, right? Those requirements are fuzzy, that kind of thing. Don't place blame on any one person. And then finally, get feedback from outside the team. Your design manager can be a especially good resource for this. Keep them up to date in all of your syncs with them about what you're trying, what's going well, what's not going well, and get feedback from them on how you can improve the process a little bit at a time. Also, if you've worked with PMs in the past and had a really good relationship with them, set up a one-on-one with them to ask, hey, I'm struggling with this new team, any feedback for me, any suggestions on how I could make this better. All right, so that is it. We're in the conclusion now, and I wanted to do a quick summary. Understandably, there are a lot of takeaways from this presentation. If I had to boil it down to two, I would say it's the shared responsibility and the get feedback. Again, shared responsibility is making that mental shift to say, hey, how can I help shift and change these requirements? And then feedback, that last one there, is really about figuring out what works best for your team. These three middle sections I've made the opacity higher on are really things that have worked well for me. And I got to those by getting feedback from my team. So those might work great for you. I'm happy if they do, but figure out what works best for your situation. And then finally, just to touch on some results I've seen in the last 6 to 8 months, greater cross-team alignment, that's been fantastic. Again, to go back to the problem statement, less iteration cycles, I'm seeing way less of those in terms of designing, mainly because I'm spending more time strategizing, but that's okay, right? We want to avoid that churn and we want to avoid that frustration. And honestly, that leads to more happiness as a designer. And I think we can all say in this day and age, who couldn't use more of that? So that's it for me today. Thank you so much for listening. I'm really excited to check out the mural board, see if anyone's added things to there. I'll also take just a couple questions since I think we have a couple minutes. And this final photo here is Highway 1 between LA and San Francisco. It's a beautiful drive down there. I definitely recommend checking it out if you're ever in that area. Thank you so much.
Chris, that was awesome. That was awesome. So I'm sure with everybody who was watching, right? A lot of that definitely resonated with me personally. And it's really awesome watching the mirror board on this one kind of lighting up with everybody's thoughts. And one of the things that stuck out to me, it looks like to a lot of other people, is something that's worked in the past with kind of communicating to stakeholders, and I guess communicating in general, is helping engineers feel safe when they're asking questions. Can you go into that a little bit more, and what's been successful for you, or how you've seen that played out, or how you kind of handle those situations?
Yeah, sure. And it's a really good question. I'm glad someone kind of put that on the mirror board. So a couple of things. Engineers, when I've worked with them, can reach out and try and communicate about the requirements of the designs, either in a broader form, so like, in a UX review, or they might reach out to you kind of one-on-one to have more of that personal, hey, I had this thought or this suggestion. My biggest suggestion there is to just be completely open and say like positive in your response to them, right? Say like, I love that idea. Let's explore that a little bit more. Take the time to really like make them feel like their consideration was appreciated, because honestly, they're coming at it from a different angle that you are, and they probably have some information that might help inform your designs a little bit further, right? Especially if this is a really technical project in nature. You definitely want to take note when engineers are kind of reaching out and saying, hey, what about this other thing? Even if the suggestion, maybe isn't the best, you might want to defend some design rationale, explain why you did the things you did, but take that time, right? I think that's the most important thing. Take the time, make them feel like their question was important, and always thank them for reaching out and encourage that. In the retros and that kind of thing, that's another thing I've done is posted in the what went well, like thanks, David or Ross for, reaching out to me with these suggestions. I really appreciated it. And even, sorry, just keep going. You even, as the designer, reaching out to the devs to get feedback on designs goes a long way too, in terms of making them feel like their opinions matter.
Yeah, Amanda Brinkman says this is good stuff. We can really be effective being empathetic with our project partners and not playing the blame game.
Yes,
Yeah. I love how you just break it down and make it like this makes sense. Like we just have to communicate. We have to be kind people. We have to consider that everyone's coming from their own perspective and has something to offer, and that we're all working towards the same goals. So here are some ways that we can do that more effectively. Love it.
Yeah, and especially in this day and age, right, with COVID, I think we need to double down on that even more, right?
Yes, that is so true. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, it looks like we might have one more. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I thought we had another question, but we don't. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to bring on our next speaker.
Thanks, everyone.
Here. Hope you guys follow. Chris is in our Slack. I'm sure that he'd be welcome any additional comments. He's got a lot of other content, a lot of good pieces of advice to give. So we look forward to hearing from you more.
Thanks, for sure. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, so our next speaker is currently a master's student at IUPUI and a Fulbright scholar. He loves traveling. He's from Ecuador, and he can tell you a little bit more about himself. But it's Luis Garcia. Love your content. I'm gonna unmute you, and you can, just
hello.
Welcome word.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you so much for having me. Good to be here.
Yeah. Wait, real quick, how long have you been in Indy?
Oh, maybe 9 months or 10 months. I think I lost track of time after what happened. But yeah, I arrived on August 2019. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and we were chatting that you kind of came in it and you were excited because it's like, oh, you're going to be in the United States and you can go and travel and see the country, and then COVID.
Yeah, I guess, nobody could have known what was going to happen. But yeah, I mean, for now, we need to focus on surviving and do the best we can until we can come out again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is probably a talk for a different time, but I would love to hear your international perspective on the different responses and cultural response that this pandemic is having. So maybe that's a episode 2. Who knows?
Yes, for sure. That's gonna take more time for sure. Yeah.
Well, why don't we go ahead and transition to your talk?
Okay. Yeah. Great. So I'm currently part of the graduate program in design at Heron. I love being a student. I always say that if I could be a professional student for life, that would be ideal. Today, I will be talking about design and why I think it contributes to create a better world. I was also thinking on showing a couple of examples of where design is operating beyond the traditional practices. Just a quick background about myself. Before starting my graduate studies, I work in the entrepreneurship world, developing mobile banking initiatives. I work in research as a research assistant in photography education projects, flipped learning methodologies, and also with a project that try to understand food intake and physical activity practices from kids in my city. And more recently, in the innovation, in an innovation department, working with open innovation processes and to understand public transportation and how to solve some of the issues there. So I am a designer when I say that I'm a designer, I think it's a precise description, but it always has many misinterpretations, and most of them never truly address what I do, or sometimes just parts of what I do. Those who know me know that I love talking about design, but it's never easy, especially when I say where I worked before. So talking about design and why I think it can contribute to create a better world, when I was looking about this, one of the first examples that I found during my undergrad had to do with the Palm Beach fiasco, where the design of the ballot had a tremendous impact in the history of the United States. So in the fall of 2000, when George Bush and Al Gore were candidates for the presidency of the United States, the supervisor of elections for Palm Beach County was tasked with designing a ballot that needed to fit more candidates that could fit on a single row. The design of the ballot confused around 3,000 voters that instead of voting for Al Gore, voted for Pat Buchanan. Later on, it was known that around 500 votes was what it gave George Bush the Florida state and the presidency. So arguably, this design problem could have changed the history of a country or even the world. So with everything that I was talking, I wanted to start defining what is design. I like this definition from Victor Papanek, where he says that everyone's a designer because all that we do almost all the time is design, and that design is basic to all human activity. There is other definition that I like from Ezio Mancini, where he says that in the context of design for social innovation, that the most precise way of describing what the role of designers is to make things happen. But one definition that I think is the one that I enjoy the most is from Herbert Simon, where he says that to design is to devise courses of actions aimed at changing existing situations into preferred ones. And I know all these definitions can be quite ambitious, sometimes confusing, but if we think about how are we trained as designers, we are trained to think about the future, hopefully a preferred one, to understand people, to understand their context, their problems, sometimes redefine the problems and think about those problems differently to meet the needs of people. So design has evolved from a traditional to a product and service design, and going to organizational transformational design to a more social transformational design, where the challenges are even more complicated, and of course the problems where designers are operating on even more complex. So talking about design and why designers have the capacity of operating here, one good example is that designers have this capacity of thinking outside the box and working beyond the constraints. So for example, if I give you this problem where you need to draw 4 straight lines without putting your pencil up, if you work in the square, you might have a lot of problems to solve the problem. But then what I think designers do is that they work beyond these constraints, thinking outside the box and solving the problem, helping and meeting people's needs. So given the constraints, we find our way. Another characteristic of design of designers is that it is an inherently collaborative discipline. Designers do not have all the answers for the problems that I've been talking, and knowing how to collaborate and learn from other disciplines is critical. So knowing more about medicine and technology and economy and how cities are built and all. Another characteristic from designers and what is happening a lot now with design is that we are moving to be makers, to be orchestrators and facilitators. So these are some photos of experiences that we've had in the graduate program in Heron, where we were trying to understand how people interact with the public spaces, what are their desires, their needs, and hopefully deliver those perspectives to decision makers, so in the future they can be considered to create a better city. I like this phrase from Elizabeth Sanders and Peter Jan Stapers that mentioned that when we bring co-creation into design practice, this will cause a number of changes to occur from how we design, what we design, and who designs. A good example of this happening on a bigger context, it's the work that MindLab did on Denmark. MindLab was was a public sector innovation lab where they work from designing solutions to civic problems to ingraining experimentation and risk-taking across the government. They did this by, well, among other things, bringing design thinking practices and methodologies, co-creation, to redefine how the government operates and how innovation capacity is built. Today, amazing things keep happening in the Danish Design Center in Denmark. And another example that I see designers operating and doing an important work is through the United Nations Development Program. There are around 60 laboratories worldwide where design research is having an important role on understanding people's perspective and helping achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. So after everything I talk, maybe one of the questions that people have is why design? So one of the characteristics is that designers inherently bring an aspiration and optimism about the future. They decide thinking that the future can be better for what we wish. Then another characteristic is that designers can be inserted in a context and look the problems and the place where they're working from multiple views and negotiating and the tensions that exist between stakeholders, users, organizations, and more. And also because designers are trained to be empathetic, creative, to tolerate ambiguity, about the challenges and opportunities that designers are facing in the context of what I was talking. One that I found very interesting is from the Design Census of 2019 from AIGA. According to the community, there are two main issues facing designers now. One of them is the lack of awareness of design's impact, and the other one is that designers do not have a seat on the table. So this is certainly a problem that as designers we need to work to solve more in the future, especially with everything that I've been talking, putting designers, for example, in the decision-making table in governments, we might help to avoid problems as the one that I mentioned at the beginning. An opportunity for designers has to do with learning from other disciplines so we can show people what the value of what we do is. So we need to be fluent talking about medicine and economy and cities, law and more, so we can start showing other disciplines what's the value, what we contribute, and we can work together to create this better world that I was talking. Just to close, hopefully this talk would have started some curiosity and questions about design and how design is contributing to change positively the places where we're living. And I wanted to close with this phrase from Arturo Escobar, where in his book he mentions that we design the world and the world designs us back. So I guess my question is, what world we want to design? Thank you.
Luis, that was spectacular. I learned so much hearing you talk, and I think of myself.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I did. I think a lot about systemic design and these kind of more larger, like I don't know. I learned about new agencies and new frameworks. So thank you for that. My question to you is that I know that you participated a lot in the homework series this week, and I think there's a lot of parallels between that program and your talk, and I'd love for you to talk more about that, maybe how it changed your frame of thinking or your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting because I wrote this talk before the homework series, so it was reinforcing to see that all this event was talking a lot about collaboration from food systems, public space, home life, and see how there's a huge community in Indy that's collaborating and trying to think beyond and probably solve people's problems and try to create a better places. Yeah. So it was great. I loved it. Yeah.
What is one thing you think that Indianapolis needs to move forward?
Ooh, I don't know if I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that. I've been here for not a lot of time, but maybe I could say, and I will say the same for any city or place that I will be, is try to collaborate more, try to learn more from other people's, be outside your box, outside your discipline. That's always helpful. Oh my God, that question was difficult.
You did great. You did great. Well, we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for joining us. And
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you to his fan base in YouTube. We appreciate you as well. And we're going to transition to Sheena Birt. So thank you so much, Luis.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Sheena Birt is going to tell you a little bit more about herself in her talk, but she should be coming on. There you go. She runs her own studio as an exhibit designer and makes some really, really stellar exhibits all around town and beyond. So we're really excited to have her here. You've definitely seen her work, whether or not you realize it. So Sheena Birt, hi.
Hey. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing great as well. I want to introduce you to Scott. I don't know if you guys have met.
No, we have. Yeah, no, I'm very excited for this. I mean, I'm just an excited person in general, I guess. But as I was like, doing my homework, researching you beforehand, I pull up all your stuff, and I was like, I can't look at this. I was like, I want to it's just, I want to hear from you first, I guess. Like, it's just so cool that I wanted my first interaction to be like this and to be like straight from you versus like online. So I'm really excited.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, we can go ahead and transition to her talk, and then we'll come back for Q&A.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to speak with you all today about the work I do for Winterlights at Newfields. Specifically, I'm going to discuss the 2018 holiday installation inside the Lily House. This collaborative, multi-room, immersive installation started as just an idea, but not just any idea. As is the case with the best big ideas, this idea made me equal parts excited and terrified. Even more so once it was my responsibility to successfully execute it. But I'll get to that. This talk is for you if you are a designer, a creative entrepreneur, a student pursuing a degree in art, or if you just happen to love Winterlights at Newfields and are curious to know more about the process. First, I'd like to give you a little background about me and my business. I'm Sheena Birt, the owner of Color Story Studio. I'm a born and raised Hoosier with a background in art and design. I received a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the Savannah College of Art and Design, where I studied fashion design and fiber arts. Since college, my career has ranged from graphic designer to art conservation technician, but mostly I worked in retail. For 8 years, I worked as a display artist for the retail company Anthropology. Not only did I have an integral role in creating visual presentations at the Indianapolis store, I had the great privilege of traveling to open many new store locations. Over the years, I've partnered with the corporate home office team, numerous times to develop window displays and seasonal displays that would be recreated in the stores nationwide. Those of you that are familiar with Anthro know that their stores are considered to be the gold standard of retail visuals. Every store in the company is unique and inspirational. When I left Anthro in 2015, it was to pursue another career in the arts as a conservation technician at Newfields, home of the Indianapolis Museum of Art. And to be honest, I welcomed the slower pace for about 6 months. That's when I began to get a little stir-crazy, working on small embroidery projects and exploring new creative hobbies. Then I had an aha moment that led me to start a business. Here's what happened. Every Wednesday morning in the museum, I dusted the art in a particular gallery. Some of you might recognize this photo. It's the former installation of the design gallery. This was the kind of dusting that could take up to 90 minutes each week. It was slow, silent, careful work because it's art. Anyway, I was thinking about how I now had all this creative energy and no real projects in the works. It used to be that working at Anthro left me so creatively drained that I didn't have time for any outside projects. And then it hit me. I could approach local boutiques to create custom window displays for their stores. I booked my first client in 2016, and things have been growing steadily ever since. In 4 years, what started as an experiment turned into a side hustle and has now become my full-time income. My business is Color Story Studio, and it's built around a love of designing and creating inspiring in-person experiences for retail and other commercial businesses. We believe that your surroundings are an extension and an expression of your style. We believe that the best spaces are inspiring and memorable. And we believe that everyone deserves to have that experience, walking into a space and thinking, wow, this is me, whether that's a boutique, a coffee shop, or your home. Clients include Anthropologie, Tinker House Event Space, Lily and Sparrow Boutique, Kindred Bohème, Pen and Beach Candle Company, Shine Design Home, and so many more. I'm here today to talk to you about tackling a big project using winter lights at Lily House as the example. I'll share how I became involved with the project, why the display changed so dramatically from 2017 to 2018. I'll also break down the steps of this multi-room project by covering inspiration, theme, color palette, production, and installation. Now, to set the scene. It's early 2018, and I'm working full-time as an art conservation technician at Newfields, while growing Color Story Studio on the evenings and weekends. My dream is to turn my side hustle into a full-time business, but I'm not there yet. It feels like I'm working 2 full-time jobs because I sort of am. Meanwhile, Newfields is coming off of one of their biggest successes in recent years, winter lights. 2017 was the inaugural year of winter lights. And for those of you that haven't attended, winter lights is a walking outdoor holiday experience on the Newfields campus. It features 9 different attractions and 1.5 million lights. The highlight is the choreographed light show on the Lily House lawn featuring music from the Nutcracker. In 2017, its first year, 70,000 people attended. It was a wild success, and there's a ton of survey data to prove it. Attractions such as the Landscape of Light, the Frosted Forest, and the Snowflake Bridge were unbelievably popular. In fact, when just these 3 displays scores are averaged, 87% of survey participants ranked them as being, quote, very enjoyable, the highest rating. Specifically, the landscape of light scored a nearly perfect 97%. The problem? Well, not everything's a winner. In 2017, the Lily House interior fell flat compared to the rest of the Winterlights experience. It used to be the only area of campus that was decorated for the holidays, but not anymore. The majority of guests surveyed, 51%, indicated it was, quote, forgettable, disappointing, or mildly enjoyable. Newfield's director, Charles Venable, softened the blow, saying the house was the best it had ever looked, but expressed a desire for the Lily House decor to provide more of an experience rather than just being a historic home decorated for the holidays. Now, if you're thinking this is where I swoop in and save the day, that's where you're wrong. See, I was part of that small team that designed Winterlights at Lily House in 2017, and I'm competitive. So when I hear that only 49% of people really enjoyed Lily House compared to the 97% that really enjoyed the landscape of light, that just doesn't sit well with me. We had decorated the house similarly to how it had been in the past, meaning traditional holiday decor paired with an abundance of plants. There were some great moments, like over-the-top arrangements on fireplace mantles and a holiday village scene in the library. The house looked beautiful and sophisticated, but we didn't take any risks with the design. Meanwhile, the people who came to see Winterlights were getting an amazing experience outdoors. The Lily House needed to rise to the occasion. So back to 2018. We've heard from the people that Lily House was just okay, and we've heard from the director that he wants more of an experience. It certainly doesn't feel like a failure, but it does leave a lot of room for improvement, so we needed to get to work. So where do you start? In the past, the method had always been to systematically work through each room, decide what holiday elements would be added, then submit the request to the decor rental company and wait for their quote. That's the process we used in 2017 because that's how it had been done for years. However, I knew from my years working in retail that there was more to it. Holiday is retail's most important season by far. Everything needs to be great, and everything needs to be in alignment. The product, the messaging, the presentation. It all starts with telling a seasonal story. The other thing to consider was the survey results. As helpful as it was to know that we missed the mark, we didn't actually know why Lily House didn't score as well as the other Winterlights displays. Was it too traditional? Was there too much decor? Not enough? Or are people just not into touring historic homes? I began with research and inspiration. Lily House, a National Historic Landmark, is located on the 26-acre Oldfields estate within the Newfields campus. It's a 22-room mansion in the French chateau style. It's the former home of J.K. Lilly Jr.'s family, Mr. Lilly being one of the former presidents of the Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Company. The home's interior reflects the 1930s style of when the Lilly family lived there. Next, I began to look at trends in holiday home decor and interior design. I thought, what if people who came to Winterlights were bored of historic homes? How could we embrace its French sophistication while bringing it into the 21st century? What would it look like if Joanna Gaines decorated Lily House for the holidays? Now, I know that's a little gimmicky, but in 2018, people loved her and she was everywhere. So I created mood boards around the following themes. Trees and greens in interesting containers. White. Modern French farmhouse. Unexpected greens. And exteriors. I was prepared to pitch this idea to the team, but I couldn't help feeling like it was still too safe. And there was also the feedback from Charles, requesting Lily House provide more of an experience. When pulling inspiration, I kept having this desire to think bigger. Between my 8 years of building displays at Anthro and my Color Story Studio clients, I had interpreted holiday about a dozen different ways. So, at our design meeting, I also shared this inspiration. What if we filled an entire room full of paper chains? What if we created a blizzard using fabric and completely obscured the house? What if we built a forest entirely out of paper and cardboard? These displays were more than just over the top. They told a story. They evoked a mood. But most of all, you'd never call them disappointing or forgettable. The team was excited, but skeptical, and I can't say I blame them. Who was going to do all of this, and how? Here was my sales pitch. 1, we would utilize my skills and expertise building large-scale retail displays to create an immersive experience inside Lily House. We would have an overarching theme featuring handmade decor and incorporate whimsy and humor while keeping the overall look as sophisticated as the home. 2, we would utilize our museum training and art handling to come up with a plan that was safe. Most items in the home are collection pieces, meaning they are art. This includes the furniture and the various decorative objects. Other factors needed to be considered as well, such as not being able to put holes in the walls or ceilings, and painted surfaces needing to off-gas for 2 weeks before going into the house. This was not a standard installation. These 2 factors, paired with enough time, resources, and help from volunteers, meant that we could create an immersive experience inside Lily House. If Charles wanted an experience, we would give him an experience. The consensus of the team was that it seemed risky but exciting, so we decided to move forward and see if it was possible. First, we needed an overarching theme, something broad that would allow a lot of flexibility. Some examples of themes are color, such as white, metallic, or red and green. Another good theme is using a consistent material, such as paper and cardboard, wood, or fabric. Or your theme could revolve around an object like stars and light, or trees, birds and animals. Remember, the key is to be broad. We settled on paper for a few reasons. First of all, it's inexpensive and available in dozens of sizes, weights, and colors. It's also endlessly foldable and shapeable. Second, it's safe to have near the art. We didn't need to worry about using only acid-free paper because there'd be no long-term contact. Remember, this is only a 6-week installation. Also, paper is lightweight, which helps with hanging installations. And last, we were all really excited about filling the dining room up with paper chains. Second, we needed a color palette. The design of winter lights at Lily House consists of decorating 8 different rooms or spaces. A one-size-fits-all color palette was not going to work. Unless, of course, the color palette was white and ivory, which we considered. Instead, here's what we did. Each horizontal line represents a room or sometimes 2 rooms. About 70% of the overall palette was white and ivory. A few taupes and tans were thrown in for variety. Then we added specific pop colors to each room. They made up the remaining 20 to 30% of each room's palette. Many colors were used in more room than one. For example, metallic gold was used in every room except the dining room. The teal from the Great Hall was repeated in the dining room. And then the pop of red found in the dining room could also be found in the game room and the library. In the end, it looked like this. This strategic consistency helped the design of each room to feel cohesive without becoming one note. Now that the theme and color palette had been nailed down, it was time to divide up the workload a bit. For all of us on the team, this was only a portion of our job. We had other responsibilities, and it was too much for one person to design all 8 rooms. Jonathan Wright was a deputy director. He came to our brainstorming and check-in meetings, but that's about all he had time for. Jean-Luc Howell, the manager of historic properties, oversaw everything that went on inside Lily House. He admittedly had little interest in coming up with the design, but was happy to handle logistics and budgeting. That left Marion Keith, the greenhouse coordinator, and myself. Marion knew that she would have other responsibilities during the Winter Lights installation, including floral arrangements in the museum building and the 12-foot poinsettia tree in the new winter market. Marion chose to lead the design of 2 rooms, the music room and the loggia. That left me with 6 rooms: the Great Hall, the game room, the library, the dining room, the kitchen, and the stair hall. We all agreed this was fair. I mean, I should have the most rooms because it was my crazy idea to begin with. By this time, it was around the beginning of May. We had a basic design plan for each of the rooms. We knew what elements we were going to make versus what we planned to rent, but we were still a little anxious that we'd bitten off more than we could chew. And then something really unexpected happened. Color Story Studio was offered a 6-week job that I didn't want to say no to. I've already explained that I was basically working 2 full-time jobs. I'd been waiting for the right opportunity to go out on my own, and this was it. It was time to leave the museum. At first, my Winter Lights colleagues panicked. "What do you mean you're leaving? Who's going to do all this?" But then we got strategic. Remember the anxiety we had about how everything would get done? Well, I proposed they could hire my business to carry out our plan, and I will be forever grateful that they said yes. Now it was time to really get to work. Remember, I was leading the design in 6 of the 8 rooms. We had a basic idea of what kind of display would be in each room. In order to get the balance right, some rooms, like the Great Hall, needed to make a big impact, while some rooms, like the game room, were more of a pass-through, so the display could be simpler. The library would be one of those big impact rooms. We planned to fill the built-in bookcases with LED pillar candles. But how many candles do you order? Yeah, you could throw out a random number, but I knew from working in retail that you needed to test everything in the space. So I cut a bunch of paper to size, taped them into cylinders, and mocked them up in the space. We determined we liked candles in small groupings and clusters, but that we needed way more per bookcase. Here we have 9 candles. Here we doubled the amount of candles to 17, but it still lacked fullness. In the end, we determined that 40 candles per bookcase was just right. Now you can be the judge. Here's a photo from the finished install. The next thing I needed to do was to prototype the decor elements. Take, for example, the Great Hall. Our plan was to install 25 white LED birch trees and 10 cut preserve trees in the room, all decorated with paper chain garland and handmade paper ornaments. Sounds simple until you consider the following. How many different ornaments should we make? What do they look like? Will they be easy enough for volunteers to make? How many of each ornament do we need? What is the scale of the paper chain garland? And will one size work, or do we need several? Luckily, after 10 years of designing and building retail displays, this work was second nature to me. For the Great Hall, I chose to create a collection of 5 different ornaments, not only made of paper, but paper strips. The paper chain garland would be made at 3 different scales to complement the variety of trees, ranging in height from 4 feet to 11 feet tall. After 2 weeks of work, I had prototyped the decor for all 6 of my rooms. I had also created a Google document listing all necessary materials, tools and supplies, including quantities to order, and links to purchase everything. It was Jean-Luc's job to place the orders and keep track of the budget. My other deliverable were these how-to guides. I made a total of 10 step-by-step how-tos the volunteers would use to create the handmade decor. They listed all the necessary tools and supplies that were needed to create each component, as well as tips and tricks, timelines, and goals. These how-to guides were crucial because I no longer worked at the museum, so I couldn't be there to supervise the volunteers. Instead, Jean-Luc and Marion managed this process and reached out when there were questions. In total, the volunteers made about 70 to 80% of the overall decor. We absolutely could not have done this without their help. I spent an additional 2 weeks producing the remaining decor for my rooms. This included things that were either too difficult, for example, the sweater stockings, or too messy, like these candle ornaments. During this time, I also built the structure for the dining room chandelier. On Monday, October 29th, it was finally time to begin installing. The install would take 12 days, and I would be there for 10 of those days. The good thing about a long install is that you don't feel rushed, which is important when you're working around art. The hard thing about a long install is keeping your energy up every day and staying healthy. Other things that I at first thought were perks proved to be a bit tricky. Normally, I'm installing in a commercial space. That usually means working on a wood or concrete floor with no guarantees that the space is heated or has air conditioning. At the Lily House, temperature and humidity are strictly monitored, and the floors are covered with plush area rugs. I thought this was so luxurious until I began working. The environment is so comfortable, almost to a fault, meaning you feel like napping all day. And it's hard to feel stable on a ladder on carpeting. Don't get me wrong, these are great problems to have if they're your only problems. Here's how the dining room came together. We started by attaching a wooden frame to an existing chandelier hanging point. Here you see copper fairy lights added to the top and testing out the first grouping of chains. The fairy lights and the paper chains were extended to the wall sconces because, surprisingly, there are no electrical outlets in this room. Here I'm beginning to test adding color, and then the arms of the structure are beginning to fill out. Here's a detail of my mess and some large paper chains piled on the buffet. Another angle of the room, and the finished installation. Because Lily House was being highlighted as one of the new things at Winter Lights for 2018, we had to be ready for any number of walkthroughs. The museum's senior leadership team, high-level donors, reporters, camera crews, even the staff photographers. Here are some professional in-progress photos. Now, I'll walk you through each room of the Lily House. The following photos were taken by Newfield's photographer, Samantha Veach. The Great Hall is the first room you enter into. Here we created an indoor winter forest. It features 25 white LED birch trees and 10 cut preserve trees. They're decorated with paper chain garland in 3 different sizes and a total of 1,000 handmade paper ornaments in 5 different styles, which I lovingly refer to as the diamond, the ball, the circle, the squiggle, and the bird. Notice the shadows cast on the ceiling. Lighting design was provided by Carol Cody. Here's a close-up of the fireplace, as well as another look at the furniture grouping on the left. Notice we placed live white orchids throughout the room as well. We wanted to inject a little humor in the game room, which is a small pass-through room. We played around with filling the room with various holiday objects, but ultimately landed on presents, which was Jean-Luc's idea. There are 313 wrapped presents in this room, piled on every available surface. LED pillar candles decorate the built-in bookcases. The focal point of the library is a decorated tree in the bay window. Decorations include 24 paper chain swags and 220 handmade candle ornaments. My studio floor was covered in glitter for weeks. Over 400 LED pillar candles and faux greenery line the shelves of the built-in bookcases. On the opposite side of the room, the fireplace is decorated with 30 handmade stockings created from vintage sweaters. Side note, if you remember those first mood boards, you'll see that some of the inspiration, such as the stockings and the candles, did make it into the house. The design of the music room was led by Mary and Keith. It was one of the crowd favorites for sure. The tree is decorated with hundreds of origami butterflies. There are a total of 400 in this room. Dozens of paper poinsettias and illuminated paper lanterns. The topper, which is amazing, is a group of white birch branches draped with the tiniest paper chains you've ever seen. Then, suspended from the branches, are dozens of sparkly gold origami butterflies. One of the more collaborative parts of the install was what Marion did with the piano. Jonathan had the idea to have butterflies flying out of it. Elliot Smith of the installations crew painted a wooden insert that would set safely into the instrument. Then, with a drill, wire, hot glue, and patience, Marion created the swarm. Most of the butterflies here are made of sheet music. The room I'm most proud of is the dining room. The idea was to build a paper chain chandelier and have it take over the room, and that's exactly what we did. The result is a mix of whimsy and sophistication. The majority of the paper chains that were made for the house are in this room. In total, about 3/4 of a mile of paper chains were made for the Lily House. I chose to use color very sparingly in here, just enough to move your eye around the room. The colorful chain starts on the left, leads your eye back, then up to the foreground and off to the right. We chose to set the table and were given permission to use the Lily House collection china, glassware, and silverware. The table is also decorated with red and white paper poinsettias and greenery. Notice how the red pops against the blue wall color. We chose to go simple in the kitchen and reuse the village scene from the previous year. There was also a village scene paper cutout in the window in the background. And if you attended Winter Lights last year, you know that this display got switched out for the cakes. The stair hall was decorated with alternating swags of pine garland and paper chain garland. Notice how every time the pine garland swoops up, the paper chain garland swags down. Simple yet effective. And this space again was changed last year. We used the large-scale paper holly garland. In 2018, the changes and additions made to Winter Lights led to even more success. There was a 60% increase in attendance over the previous year, meaning 111,000 people attended Winter Lights in 2018. Of all of the Winter Lights displays, Lily House showed the biggest improvement on the survey. 66% of survey participants rated it as being, quote, very enjoyable, which was up from the 49% the previous year. That's almost 20 percentage points. In open-ended comments, one person wrote that they, quote, loved that the decorations in Lily House were unexpected and imaginative. A Newfield staff member called it the surprise hit of winter lights. I think it's safe to say our hard work paid off. And my partnership with Winter Lights continues. Our strategy as a team is to keep the Lily House feeling fresh year over year. So every year you will see some of the spaces change or receive an update. Last year we made significant changes to the loggia, kitchen, and stair hall. You'll just have to wait and see what changes we have in store this year. I'd like to wrap up with one of my biggest takeaways of the experience. It's that anyone could have done this. It's simple. We decorated a house for the holidays. It's simple, but not easy. Here's what I mean. For most of the install, it was Marion, Jean-Luc, and I, with some volunteers helping occasionally. On the left, you see how a volunteer swagged the paper chain garland in the stair hall. It was taking a lot longer than they anticipated. They got frustrated and gave up. The photo on the right proves that even the simplest of displays take time to execute beautifully. This may look like it took about 30 minutes to complete, but I can assure you it did not. There was a lot of running up and down those stairs to make sure each loop and swag was consistent. Again, simple, not easy. Unfortunately, I think the magic of TV and magazines and Pinterest leaves us with this, oh, it's so easy feeling. And then when the project is actually harder than it looks, we get frustrated. It may not be easy, but it is important. It's important to create something beautiful and thoughtful and to know that it's going to take time. This is a good reminder for anyone, even for people who do this for a living. Just because we make it look easy doesn't mean it is. Sometimes all we have is a little more patience and a few more tricks up our sleeves. If this left you inspired, I'd love for you to introduce yourself to me. Please send an email to sheena@colorstory.studio and feel free to follow me on social media. I'm at Color Story Studio. Thank you. This was so fun. And big thanks to everyone at Indy Design Week for this amazing opportunity. Thanks again.
Mute you then. Welcome back. Oh my goodness, Sheena, that work is so inspirational. I appreciate the amount of detail that goes into every aspect of these installations that you're designing, and the level of creativity and thought and inspiration that you draw to create these. I remember going to that specific exhibit and just being really taken aback and fully immersed in that dining room with, like, it was such an experience to just be inside of that room with just being taken over by these chain links. And then the level of detail in the bookshelves, like I always look at the bookshelves. I didn't even think about the prototyping aspect that might have gone into that. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, sure. I always like to say that a lot of what I've learned in terms of tackling a design process like this, I really learned at anthropology. So I worked there, you know, as I mentioned in the talk, I worked there for 8 years, and I actually continue to work with the company as a freelancer or contractor. So I work really high level now with their home office design team. So yeah, I mean, I owe a lot to the training that I learned from that company. But yeah, I mean, every single thing you have to be really intentional and test and challenge and say like, okay, well, what if we look at it this way or this other way, and just kind of look at it 10 different ways to make the best decision.
Mm-hmm. And you said that was such a rigorous experience, those 8 years at Anthro. right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, I think a lot of people, when I say I have a retail background, rightly so, they don't necessarily think of something as high level as maybe what we did at Anthro. It's really like you're challenged with designing something on your own, presenting it to the bosses, like defending it, and then you get critiques too. It's very much like art school. It's very different from any other kind of retail setting because it's really entrepreneurial, and you get so much ownership over the process, and also just the rewards that come from it, from doing a good job.
I did forget to mention that Scott lost power. So in his house, we're like, where'd Scott go? And then I get a text. So I'll be flying, with the speakers solo today for the rest of the day. So it'll be fine. We're good. But that's what we're presenting, a live experience to you, and we're rolling with the punches, just like we have to. So. Sheena, could you talk about some of your recent work that people might have seen?
Sure. Some of the projects that I've done recently are moss panels, which these are permanent installations that I have now installed in salons, hair salons, office buildings. You can check out more of my work on Instagram. I'm at Color Story Studio. But yeah, we've done some pretty large scale projects that are all like preserved moss. They're really fun to make and very, very different from winter lights. But yeah, we just installed one for a company that's about to open. Can't really talk about that publicly yet, but it's 8 feet by 8 feet. It's giant. So yeah, just like been doing a lot of moss panels lately. And then
are we allowed to touch it? Or no, we can't.
It's not really, it's not really great if it's touched because a lot of people then want to pick at it, and that's really bad. So, yeah.
Okay. I'll keep my hands off. So
yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I look forward to hearing more from you in the community and seeing your work around town.
Thank you so much. I'd love anyone, if they want to get in touch with me. Yeah, just shoot me an email or send me a DM on Instagram. And yeah, I can't wait to hear your thoughts about the talk. Thanks again.
Thank you. We're going to bring Rick Valicenti on for our closing keynote. So it's really hard to give an introduction. Oh dear. I've messed things up. You're seeing me in infinite loop mode. It's kind of cool looking, so I can just talk like this. This is actually kind of perfect for Rick's introduction. But I'm going to admit him so it makes things easier for our broadcaster. There we go. Hi, Rick. Thanks so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
I haven't given your proper introduction. People are just now seeing this infinite looping that's been that just happened. I thought it actually might have been a nice introduction scene for you. It's going off into the infinity, but
I was getting concerned, thinking like, "Where's Poppy?"
Well, so Rick Valicenti has been so gracious. You heard from him earlier today, and Richard gave a solid introduction of just the level of accomplishment that you've had over the course of your work. Like your portfolio is vast, and you're among the top designers in the world, touching so many brands that we might not even know of. I mean, like brands that we know of, but maybe aren't aware that it was Rick Valicenti, right? And you do so much to cultivate new talent and collaborate. And you recently have left your studio that you founded. How long were you there at Thirst?
I've been in practice on my own, that 39, 40 years, but I changed the name of it to Thurston 88. So that makes it, I think, 32 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my.
And so now you're practicing under Rick Valicenti.
That's a good name, don't you think?
It's a great name.
It's convenient. I know how to spell it.
Fair. Well, is there something else you want to say, or should we just jump right in?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have my timer set.
Okay. The show's all yours.
Okay. Is my screen on?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Do you see the little house?
Nope.
How do I do that here, Poppy? What do I do to make that work?
You'll have to share your screen.
Oh my God, we have to do that again.
Yes.
Here we go. Share screen. Click those two buttons. Got that?
Got it. We're live, folks. This is
real.
This is real.
Okay, here we go. Let's go keynote time. And we're ready. Thank you, Poppy. That was a lovely introduction. Ready? We have 45 minutes left. Make it an hour. Let's have a little bit of fun, okay? The other night, my wife and I, in our social distancing here in Northwest Indiana, decided we were going to drive around the block. The name of our street is called Oval. And sure enough, someone has decided to build a new house that was itself feeling a little socially distant.
Hi, 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 bye, 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 bye.
So Richard thought it would be a good idea if I shared a little bit about me. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I like to draw. But of late, that self-portrait has morphed into this. And I will give the gratuitous plug now that Poppy has announced that I have left the studio. I have a new website, which is really not intended to attract any legitimate business, but it is designed, I should say, to give myself a great deal of pleasure. That is the portrait on the About page. And it looks like that up close as it changes colors. My very first design, however, was in 1967. And I came across this business card, which I have 2 copies of. It's in black thermography on a cast-coated paper, which means it's glossy on one side and not so glossy on the other. And there I was, without even knowing it, as a high school sophomore, hand drawing what looks like it wants to be Cooper Black Italic. Cooper Black Italic was designed in Chicago in 1919 by Oswald Cooper. Prescient as it was, I drew this while I was living in Pittsburgh. As a Christmas gift, my daughter and son-in-law had this piece of slate commissioned. Now, this is a piece of carving in slate by a 14-year-old representing the 4th generation of the venerable Benson stonecutters. So in Washington, D.C., all of that fabulous stone carving work that you see, all that beautiful typography, it's usually by Nick Benson or his father or his grandfather. But this is by Hope Benson, and she's 14 years old. It's like, wow, I am so humbled. That's my first design of any legitimate scope in 1977, back when we were using tracing paper and whiteout. It was when I was working at Washington National Insurance Company, replacing a woman who was on maternity leave. And sure enough, I was drawing on tissue as I was given the assignment to do the masthead for the newsletter. And I just stumbled across that. It's like, wow, that's pretty happening. And just finished this project here as an old codger, because in January, before there was social distancing, we went out, or at least I went out on assignment to Arizona, around Phoenix, to direct photography for a new furniture collection for Holly Hunt. And that's what the big book looks like. It's just being released now. But not everything this year has gone swimmingly well. I thought I would show a rejected project, right? Everyone likes to see a rejected project. This one's for a new facility just north of Milwaukee that is devoting itself to making new music. And so it seemed only appropriate that I would use those motifs, right? And I thought, well, I can do typography out of that. And I can make a sign on top of the building that always reverberates with the sounds that are being created inside the building. Right? That's beginning to say tonight as it scrolls across like it's in Times Square. And I said, I know this can happen because we've done this in the past. This was done in processing by my associate John Kovajeski, who is now the partner in the next iteration of that design studio. They call themselves Scan Studio. Okay, but this is where I held my conversation this morning in the homeworks lecture. I'm looking west right here, and that's what I was seeing. And that's my front door. You see, because we were talking about humanizing individuals, that's what's really happening on this platform of Zoom, right? Where we get to see how others live. And that's my downstairs. My wife is making a new quilt, and that's looking into her study, and then onto our screen porch. And there's my wife, who just got a Guggenheim Fellowship. She's very happy. And here's me sort of like carrying my cross, right, as I go out into the national park last week with these big 4x8 boards and setting up some phone photos, which will be put up on my website maybe tomorrow. And then when it's time to take a break after our homeworks this week, we would walk to the lake. It's not too far. There's a lake right under the sun, however, is Chicago. But we lost our beach this year and last year. The erosion has been so incredible. And the Army Corps of Engineers is bringing these boulders in, but you can just see what happened. We had a long beach and it's just gone. That crest of that erosion is about 15 feet from the road. In 1981, I was a new dad. Right, look, right, same guy. And there she is in high school. It's my daughter, Lyndon. And then there was my son, Sonny. 4 years later, he showed up. Today, he plays the serial killer on Netflix Mindhunters. There he is. He plays the BTK killer. He's also on an Allstate commercial that's running now. But back then, I was this guy, you know. I grew up, I let my hair grow. I was like Maude in Chicago. And I thought this design thing, this was the moment when we were transitioning between analog and digital. And so when I was invited by the Arts Club of Chicago to do a poster for the Fluxus retrospective, I thought the world was a long, long road for me. I said, relax, the average lifespan is 2.3 billion seconds. I found out later that the calculation is wrong, but the idea of innocence being sort of attacked by evil dogs or bad wolves struck my fancy. That was the sketch. At that same time, I was invited by MTV to participate in their awards. MTV Awards was going to give a big hardcover program to all the performers, and they asked me to do something on the sexual harassment issue, which I guess now would be the Me Too movement. I'd just come back from vacation with the family, and my daughter busted me while on the beach because some beautiful woman walked by, and this young, my daughter, a young girl, heard me go, hubba hubba. It's like, oh my God, what a pig I was. So I was the prime offender, and yes, that thing got stamped prime offender with oink in the mouth, early typography. At that same time, I was privileged to be featured on a number of occasions, both as artist and as subject matter in the publication called Emigre. And here's the cover and back cover that were on display in the Modern Wing at the Art Institute. So that was a bit of a thrill. And the collages then looked like that as I was cutting things up. I think that collage ended up on some Absolute bottle. Yeah, there he is. Look, same color. Oh my God. But I had a kind of lucky moment, as designers often stumble into. A client out of Appleton, Wisconsin, was making paper, and they had a new paper that they needed named and branded and put into the market, and they interviewed lots of designers, and somehow, out of either arrogance or good looks, I got the gig, and it lasted for 17 years. And along the way, they got more than one identity from me, but this was my favorite one. This is the paperclip G for Gilbert paper. But at one time, I made a G out of all the employees. And so every employee that is in black and white is an employee that was a traveling salesperson or an administrator, and everybody else was a factory worker on the line of making papers. And we did all kinds of promotions. We did a zillion of them. And that's how I built the Thirst Studio on that client. But I remember this ad. This ad was actually a poster that ran in Wired magazine when we introduced a new paper that was designed, yeah, wait for it, for the laser printer. Up until then, papers, the toner didn't stick to the paper. And so you fold your letter up when you mailed letters, and the recipient would get it, and there'd be all this powder everywhere. So we invented a new paper, and I named it New Tech. Seemed like a good name. And the other side of it says, surface is everything. I think today that statement would be so tone deaf, right? That is such a wrong statement. And that is what happens when we look back 30 years. That's 30 years ago. I even had the typeface commissioned by Barry Deck. He was out of CalArts, but he was, I forget where he was working now, maybe in New York. And I named it Cyberotica. I'm sorry, it's just too much fun. And today that Gilbert logo in 3D resides in the little studio right out back here. And on the other wall, that studio looks messy, yes. I was once told that designers, as they get older, grow up to be bad painters. So I don't show this work to anybody, so this is it. I don't want to be one of those bad painters, but I do like to draw. And my new studio in the city, I haven't moved into it yet, but there's the light dancing on the wall of that studio. I mean, we did move in. We moved in for a couple of weeks, and then all of a sudden it was the lockdown, and it couldn't happen. But it's located in a foundry, a bronze foundry, right? And so we redid the upstairs, and we've got natural light, and I share the studio with Anna Mort. There's Anna. And this is Anna and I going to Washington, D.C. to do an exhibit for the Mass Design Group out of Boston. We went there earlier this year, and right in the airport was like the Donald Trump store. I don't think they had a Mike Pence cutout, but they should have for Indiana. And at the end of that very long day, Anna and I looked like toast. Turned out we're wearing the same shirt, and today I'm wearing that same shirt. Full circle. I met Anna in 2014. She had graduated from the Art Institute. And there in the Art Institute, they don't really have like majors, they have emphasis. And she had an emphasis in design and communication, but an interest in curating. So I invited her to co-curate with me this exhibition I'd been invited to do, which was the first non-commission major retrospective of object and graphic design in Chicago at the Cultural Center. And so we had, I think, 200 objects, 300 designers represented. It was a major, major thing that just wore us out, but drew us pretty close as collaborators. And we've stayed collaborators now for, well, 6 years. Right, we made tables. We had a designer work on that table, and you can see here, this is the then a Chicago designer, Jonathan Neshy, did the A bench. That's where it got its premiere. That was our reading room. We had all kinds of stuff. It was crazy. Typefaces and point of purchase and furniture and glassware. Chicago felt so good about itself. The design community was alive and kicking. And I think the reverberation of that installation in 2014 is still, you know, it's got some pulse. There was a little viewing room in here. And inside that cardboard tube kiosk were early logos engraved, or the plates from the local engraver. So you got to see the sort of hand tooling of all of that in conjunction with a processing generated film. And because this building is right outside the Michigan Avenue location where the 1968 Democratic riots were during the convention, we appropriated the Richard Avedon photograph approach that he took for the Chicago 7, right? There was Tom Hayden and Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin. They were all photographed in that stark white. So that was pretty cool. And a little known thing here, in 1971, the Target logo was designed in Chicago. It's like, yes, it was designed by a guy named Gene Bellini, who now sports a big white head. He's like, what they called the silver tsunami yesterday in one of our workshops. We took that show, or part of it, to Beijing. And my other collaborator, her name is Fu. And Fu, also from Beijing. She was one of my students at the Art Institute, where she got her MFA. And this is from, I think, last week, where we're just like, oh boy, let's have another Zoom meeting, Fu. There was a studio that I ran, as Poppy mentioned, for a long time. It was called Thirst. And this is like a week before I left it. There it is. Every one of the 12 desks is full. It is in an old printing facility. And so that window that we see across the back looked down onto the two 6-color presses. It's now an auction house called Wright. And that's the door that I would enter. It was the loading dock door. I was invited to do this logo by Richard and Julie Wright. Julie's no longer with us, but she was the co-founder of the auction house. And it was probably 7 years into their tenure that she said, you know what, I need somebody to really elevate the game. We're going to buy a new building. We're going to ramp up a bit. And she says, and I have level 4 cancer. And so I need someone to commodify my decision making. And my job was to do just that and to build for them a studio. So the studio still exists. The design director used to be at Thirst. Her name is Jennifer Mahaney, and now she's over there. And Jennifer and I, when the Wright team needed a softball team, this was the silkscreen we made, and it says wrong. Seemed like the opposite for Wright, but whatever. We did lots of catalogs. They continued to do catalogs. They do monthly auctions, and it is an arduous task, but the automated systems that we designed for them are still in place. This was a catalog from one collector's corpus of stuff, and we just didn't know how to organize it, so it was best done chromatically rather than by scale or typology. We just run through. The typography that any typographer working in InDesign can recognize is a pretty dense massive specification. But before there were style sheets and nested style sheets, we wrote code to do this. And I remember the Adobe people going like, how the fuck did you do that? We went on to do books about houses that were auctioned. This is a house book for Louis Sullivan, and we just saw this book. I have 4 copies here, but eBay has it for sale for $815. It says last one. Little do they know that's a typo, because there's 4 right here. And it's a kind of simple book, right? It starts off, it's academic. We hired Todd Eberly, the architectural photographer and con photographer. He's the photographer of architecture for Vanity Fair, to spend 2 days with me out at the house. And Todd had 2 assistants. They had worked with Annie Leibovitz, and this was like a crack team. They were just racing through the house. And then, of course, the nighttime view outside looking into the house. Only 2,500 square feet for a house that was selling, I think, for $2.5 million. In the back, we changed paper. We show some of Khan's drawings. Lovely sketch. But you know what? The design work, this is my son-in-law, Nick, who works at Thirst Now. And, you know, we just go out and do it. This is spray paint signage when there's no money. That's for the Joffrey Ballet in Chicago in their lobby. We were like roadies doing cases. And this for Dolores and her husband, Morty Kaplan at Ravinia. This is, they bought the new fountain for them, and so we made this bronze sign. Made a custom typeface for the Lyric Opera, so that's in town. Those are plastic letters. They used to be on the marquee, glass letters, and with the wind coming from the east to the west, they would often fall to the sidewalk. And what a liability that must have been. But somewhere around here, I do have an R from that. This was part of a philosophy that I put out. This is a construction barricade. In Chicago, when the construction cranes were all over the city, they're not there now, but there were quite a few a couple years ago. One of the developers had wanted to put the normal kind of construction sign up for 2 years, you know, like on sale and starting at. It's like, oh, dude, don't do that here. Just like, let's make pattern. We'll show the pedestrians that it's okay, right, to just say Lincoln Common. It's the only one of the few diagonal streets in Chicago, and you can see the typography, and we'll be a good neighbor with design. We don't need to be like in your face. This is a poster at the Art Institute. I love these Instagram moments where you get to see your work on Instagram, right? The covers and curation of the annual issue that comes out every year for New City. Anna and I have been doing that for about 5 years now, but this is the venue for it, right? It's like, that's not pretty, but it's okay. One of my son's classmates at Cal Arts, my son studied drama there, but he had all the friends who were in direction and stage design. One of the guys went on to be a TED fellow, and then a producer of some productions that he would write. And this one on rising sea level, he called it Holocene. That's his poster, but that's his performance in Times Square. And you can see the logo right over there on the left side of the frame. What he was doing was having the actors act inside of a cube that would fill during their performance with water until at the end of the performance, they are right with their head right above water. What a dangerous thing. But of course, like gladiators, people came out to watch. This was a thrilling project. Sorry for going through like some of them. I'm going to get to the good part here in a minute. But I had to send out some props here to Joanna Nixon and Richard McCoy for introducing me to the group who was sponsoring the Indiana Light Festival a couple years ago. And we need a name for that festival, Joanna said. I said, okay, and we need something to promote it, Gray. So I remember sending her that Post-it. In fact, that's the photo I sent her of the presentation. It's a little yellow Post-it. I said, you're the only city in the world that can call their festival Enlighten, right? Indianapolis, whatever it is, right? Indianapolis, Indiana. It's like IN, light, IN. And then we'll use a motif from the Central Indiana Community Foundation. That's their little starburst thing. And we'll make a logo that says Enlighten. It's like constellations, and we'll make some posters. So there are 4 posters in the series. The one on the left glowed in the dark. is that the past tense for glow? So the work sometimes is ephemeral, like those posters. Sometimes it's permanent, unless this terminal at the O'Hare Airport gets torn down for whatever reason. But this is Terminal 5, the international terminal. And our brief from the architects was, could you do two things? Could you put a sign to the right, let people know that TSA is going that way, because they used to go straight, but we now have duty-free shops on the other side of that glass wall. And if you could make whatever it is something that's opaque at the bottom and translucent at the top. So we made a 300-foot football field worth of a glass mural that was digitally fritted in Vancouver. It was the only place that ceramic fritting could be done at the time. And there it is. And it's really just the look of Chicago over the lake at night, which is when most of those international flights take off. So that's what every passenger is going to see. And of course, it ends up in the bathroom. We have our version of whatever that Steven Spielberg movie was with Leo. And again, icons, but these icons get to carry suitcases. And for architect Jeannie Gang, we did her Writer's Theater. Right, and just like a simple, get out of the way marquee for a suburban location of a theater, right? The last thing they need is that big vertical marquee that most theaters have. In fact, they have them all through Chicago here. This one was just like, take the existing logo and extrude it and embed it into the walk. Make a donor's wall. A donor's wall is pretty simple. And the fake out here on the donor's wall, for all designers wondering, how do you solve donor wall problems when people get divorced without changing the whole wall? Well, you do it magnetically. You just put a magnetic plate behind that wood paneling. One installation that's environmental leads to another. There's a mantra that I practice. It says, you get what you do. And it was taught to me by a late designer out of San Francisco. His name is Michael Patrick Cronin. In fact, I remember when the Michaels, as they called it, there were 4 Michaels, maybe 5, who were like turning everybody's head in the early 90s. Every piece of design by Michael Vanderbilt, Michael Cronin, Michael Manwaring, Michael Mabry, Michael Osborne. It was like mind-blowingly beautiful. So I called each one of them and I arranged to visit. They were so gracious. Yeah, come. I said, well, okay, I'm getting on a flight. And I remember it was March and it was freezing here in Chicago. So I'm dressed totally warm and I land in San Francisco and I find myself like perspiring the whole day, both out of nerves and that winter coat. But Michael Cronin, he said to me when I asked him, how is everything that you do so good? He said, well, it depends on the client. And he says, you get what you do. I said, what does that mean? He goes, well, you'll figure it out. But right now, the essence of it is, if you do something you're not particularly proud of, the next project you get will be one that you can be equally not proud of. And if you, right, you just imagine that. So for me, if I do an environmental project, boom, the next one's an environmental project. So this one here is quite interesting. It was for the company that does all the dispatch for the semi-trucks across the country. Their space was so big that they had 4 semi-truck trailer scaled bathrooms on the floor. And in order to know which bathroom it was and where your desk was, they needed some sort of graphic. Well, the CEO would speak in these jingoisms: work hard and hustle. Do the right thing. Better is the only option, right? Everybody had their nameplate as a license plate. So we looked and researched what trailers look like and what the typography was. Carry the load together. I didn't write this copy, but it sure was swanky. And then we digitally printed them on a dye-bond material, lacquer coated them with metal flakes so they look like a Harley Davidson gas tank, and they're pretty slick. I mean, really, what kind of internal or interior signage program gives you permission to do a polygon skull, wireframe skull? Not many. This for John Ronan's new inflatable facade. at the Institute of Design, or the IIT campus. And the guy who sponsored this was the guy who created the QR code. So he got himself a custom pixelated typeface, not like there's too many options out there in the world of custom typefaces for things that are on the grid, but he got one. And he got reception stations in Corian, and paint, and custom icons for bathrooms, a specialty. Right, looks pretty slick. This was interesting. There was a building that was just built across from the Merchandise Mart in Chicago, and it cantilevers over the river in such a precarious way. The architects are Getchen partners, and Getch was one of the partners with Dirk Lohan, who was Mies van der Rohe's grandson. So the Getchen partners do this building, and they commission Chicago's largest video installation, and we're the ones who get to put the first video on this installation. And it shows up in July. We call it We the People, and it's text and graphics from the Constitution. And yes, the contour of that video is as you see it there. And this thing just morphs. It's all of about 15 or 20 minutes worth of video, and it's juicy. And they called us back for an encore in the fall. Again, one environmental project begets another. This one, for the folks at Skidmore, their senior partner, a guy named Phil Enquist, cares deeply about the environment and cared deeply about the Great Lakes system. 75% of North America's water is right there. 25% of the world's fresh water is there. And so in Daniel Burnham's building, in the lobby of his building, we made an installation. But the big idea here was that regardless of where you're talking, what time of day, when you stand on the shore of the lake, the horizon looks the same. It's such an expanse. And so the idea here was to not take snapshots, but to take pixels from snapshots, a vertical strata of a snapshot, and then just stretch it and then blur them together. And in blurring them together, you can see they become the backdrop, and then you can put any kind of map or graphic on top of it. At the end, every young designer is going to go, my client made me do it. Well, my client suggested forcefully that it would be a good idea if we showed people on the shore. And so that's why we see those little white kids, those outline of white kids. Phil and I last year on Earth Day, however, went to the new Apple store. We were invited there to celebrate Earth Day. And to make that happen, I invited people on each of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Basin to send me pictures that they photographed any time of day with their iPhone. And we put them together. And then Phil and I spoke, this is at the end of the presentation, people were there, and we spoke about our vision for the first international park, an international park that would preserve the Great Lakes, all the borders, a full-on international covenant of Canada and the US. That screen you get the idea. And occasionally I really contemplate right when I sat on the little thing. But here's what I wanted to show you. Right across from the river is the Chicago Architecture Foundation, and there's the logo. I got the logo, and that's looking through the Apple Store glass of the identity that I did for them, which was a kind of simple, it was like falling out of bed identity. I'd come across a blueprint that Mies van der Rohe or his team had designed of the alphabet. And they designed it for signage for some development that they were doing, but they didn't finish the entire alphabet. So we took it upon ourselves to finish the alphabet and gave them what they called their historical component, their legacy design moment for Chicago architecture. And now it's called Center, it was called Foundation. And then because embedded in the word architecture are the first three characters of the word Chicago, CHI, and back before Google gave us the Q-tip, there was the dot that signified where you were. We just put a round dot inside Mies van der Rohe's C, and a logo was born. That was pretty. Oh, there's the thing. It's like, dude, that's done. That's ready made. I love working for the people who care not only about the historical tradition and legacy that is in their hood, but also the environment that they work for. And quite often it's like donating the time. These two, this is Harriet and Stephen, they run a very proactive group called Anthropocene Alliance. They've now moved their efforts to Florida, but they got themselves, you know, the corporate identity for the not-for-profit organization at no charge, and all kinds of initiatives. They're really poised perfectly to bring people together during the floods. And that's what happens. They run the best network and they know all the folks. So when Florida and Houston and Louisiana and Mississippi get blasted, Anthropocene Alliance is right there. And Stephen, who was a history professor at Northwestern, art history professor, said, I want a t-shirt that says this. It's like, okay. But I knew it was a success when the students in Columbus, Indiana, at the elementary level drew that logo, right? They were looking at the Thirst website, drawing this logo. And then they would draw the Columbus logo. It's like, oh my God, that is fabulous, right? This is the best we could do with that logo, but their work is better. Look at that 1-point perspective. So I want to just take you through a fabulous process and project, and with all the humility and gratitude I can muster. It's this one. It's for the exhibit Columbus, work that's been going on. I think now we're in our 5th year, right? And we do all kinds of things for them, from having designed that identity to posters to wayfinding systems. These were silkscreened by one of the local folks. His name was Matt Rust, I believe. And Matt was silkscreening these in his home. I remember going to his kitchen table, and together he and I would sign them and take them over to the visitor center. That felt like design at the grassroots level. Felt so great. There he is. That's his drying screen. And then these posters were done. These are now in the permanent collection at the Newberry and Letterform Archive and Cooper Union, the Herb Lubalin Center. And they were just like a small run of posters, but I think there was a publication that was put out called Didactic, and that ran. We'd make limited edition posters. Anna and I did these. And we did some banners. And I think there's some tote bags that are made from these banners now by the PUP folks. Jonathan Nesci and I designed that podium. And of course, there's the little tag-along thing. There's the thrill of my career, absolute thrill of the career, was to know that Columbus, Indiana would have a permanent sculpture of that piece of type, and there it is. I called it, you know, like if Saul LeWitt and Piet Mondrian were out for a drink, they might do that. And there it is at night on Instagram. It's like, damn, that's so good. And then we did these kind of crazy signs between 2 light poles at Millrace Park, celebrating the 25th anniversary. And we did an app and buttons. I don't know whether Indiana loves buttons as much as Columbus does, but Indianapolis buttons. Do symposium brochures. These are sweet and smart. Anna and I do these. Go. But here's the next slide. This is the one that I love. It's like there's always that moment where you're thrilled with this use of the big type. And then, oh, you'll see it here in a second. We did batons, which were the awards. These are laser etched, anodized aluminum batons, just like, you know, you pass it from the legacy of Irwin Miller and his wife Xenia to today's architects and designers who get to play. We did some ceiling projection mapping with a guy named Kevin Winkler out of Bloomington. And there we go. That's where it ends up. It ends up there. And this is the lonely sign. Oh. But, you know, that's graphic design on the street, doing what it's supposed to do. It's bold, it's graphic, and it's easy to read. Oh, and so this year we did new signs, and I thought it would be interesting before I sort of like devolve into some new personal work is to show you what the design process was like. So this is a very short video. It has no sound, so don't be disappointed. Yes, sorry, Richard. Did you see that one? That was the inspiration. These are the layouts that we would show, trying to figure out what the voice and the mechanics would be. We had done the first version of these with the concrete base, but during a windstorm in November, one of them blew over, maybe more than one. And the liability attached to that was just so wrong. So it's like, okay, what other kinds of armatures can we create that could be reusable and at the same time stable? And we did this phase. Yes, the precedent was Tim Horton's sign. And this time we've left the bottom open in case we wanted to put a sandbag or some big yard spikes, in case we wanted to drill it down, and we wanted to make those little panels articulate with the wind. So that's the mechanics of it with a cotter pin and some water cut steel. I worked on this with an engineer, I think, out of Cummins, and a designer now in Columbus. His name is Jonathan Neshi. So this is what Ann Surik and Richard approved, and I just think that is so cool. And all we did was to match a vinyl that was designed not to be difficult to peel off, and then we just, oh, that's my timer. Stop. Okay, you got it? We're almost done here. That's a love affair with a kiosk is what this slideshow is called. Okay, so you get it. And now, that's the end of that. And I get to, Poppy, I want to do a thing that is share new. How do I do share new? I gotta go back here. There it is. No. New share. Here we go. Share, blue button. Got it. Okay, let's make this happen. So I invite each of you to indulge me and go to rickvalicenti.com at your leisure, because this first quarter of the year, I have developed a new body of work that I put up under the headline RVTV. And I have this image of a producer who's running a rural public access cable network, right? Everybody's underpaid. Everybody has a big vision that they do want to change the world. And I thought it would be important for me to be introspective, right? Introspective, look at the issues that I was dealing with personally of time and change. How much time have I spent in the profession of design, and the change as I was leaving a studio that was a collaborative studio, a studio that said it was okay if everything that we did for a client, we made inside that sacred space of a room. And if I didn't have that anymore, what would the world be like? Well, then I said, well, if it was a collaborative studio in one room, perhaps it's a global network that I want to be a producer, director, and collaborator within. So I've made about an hour's worth of content in all media for you. So I encourage you to go there. You'll see product, you'll see film, you'll see conversations with my collaborators that are both about this COVID experience that we're having, and also about taking the risk of working remotely. There was a moment, in fact, this is the example. This little 1 minute and 30 some second video of the gold watch that I did not receive upon, quote, retirement. I am so not retired. But in any case, I didn't get the gold watch, so I thought I would make the film about the gold watch. And it turned out that through this process, I am now seeing this work as a prototype for expressions using the medium of design to capture real human presence. I was able to use myself as the guinea pig in my own petri dish, right? Rick, how can you deal with these existential and these essential emotional issues through the medium of design? Okay, well, I figured out how to do that, but along the way, because we were in lockdown mode for 2/3 of this last quarter, it became quite clear that the themes that I was working with were the same themes others were dealing with. So you will see everything from piggy banks to my urn. You will see chairs for the assisted living mansion on the hill that someday I will go to. The new chair that I will take with me. But this one is the gold watch. So if you indulge me here, I'm going to show you, however, the preamble to the gold watch. Okay, so let's do that first. Let's click it here. Oh, no. Oh, no, don't tell me I've messed up my gold watch story. Hold on. No, that's the urn. And here we go. So this is my son. He has done all of the intros. He's done the audio. He's written them. And let's hope you can hear him.
I would like to thank the organizers to this event. When I was asked to present this next piece, I thought this must be some mistake. But then I am quickly reminded of the lesson I learned from this man that we honor tonight, is that mistakes are not mistakes. They are blessings. I will never look at my brush strokes the same way again, and for that I say thank you. This is important tonight, but in symbol only. It represents a moment in the theater when the lights have gone down between scenes, and the couch and the tables that you've seen from before are whisked away by the men and women dressed in black, and replaced with new lumps of shadow, hinting at the drama at hand. Hinting at the story unfolding, and all you feel is gratitude for what you have seen, and a kind of childish giddiness for what is to come. This is how you leave us. And there is no private room at the karaoke bar reserved for us tonight. There is no greeting card where everyone signs with smiley faces and the different messages of gratitude. Just know that every time we look at the blank page, at the blank canvas, I see you. I see you. And the way that you see me. So thank you for all you have given. Oh, and here's this gold watch. Thank you for your service, sir.
Then the way this website works is I think you scroll down here. Oh, let's see, where is it? Click the button. Where's the gold watch? Here we go, sorry. Boom. Here's the gold watch, okay. So this one was, it's 1 minute and 37 seconds. The composers of the music, a young musician here in Chicago, her name is Lisa Armstrong. She's teaching graphic design at DePaul University. She was once an intern in the studio. She plays with a band called the Chandeliers. And a guy named Wong Lee, he put together some students in our Deep Breath studio in Beijing. They never did anything like this. Here you go, it's 1 minute and 37 seconds and then I'm done. Let's click this for Poppy. Boom, full screen, and we go like that. Good. Little motif it ends up with right there is this motif, and it's an abstract version of the Ouroboros. And I have to give a shout out to, oops, I'm sorry, that video just like keeps, it's looping, sorry, to Ben Valentine, because when I was at the Exhibit Columbus event in the pump station, I think that's what it's called, I was telling Ben about this idea I had to make a gold watch that turned into a snake eating its tail. He goes, you know, that symbol of infinity is referred to as the Ouroboros. So I've become quite a fan of the Ouroboros. And so now I can share what Ben shared with me with this little motif.
You now know. Ouroboros is an ancient symbol referring to infinity and is usually represented in the form of a snake eating its tail. Here are some of my favorite Ouroboros renderings. It should be noted that at the end of the gold watch video there is an abstract reference to the Ouroboros. 12 circular forms each shed their snake skin as their outlines are ultimately illuminated, but most importantly the animation makes it clear the big discs consume the little ones. This has been true since the beginning of time. Time and time again. You know now.
Ta-da! So that's how you binge watch design. And you can go through here and you can scroll and you can meet the collaborators from Beijing, and you can talk to Lisa Armstrong, who did the music, she and the Chandeliers, and that's her Zoom meeting. Just give you a little glimpse of what Lisa looks like.
Hi, Rick. And anybody else that might be listening right now. Okay, I'm just gonna talk a little bit about this project and tell you all a little bit about it.
Well, clearly, Lisa didn't read the whole email when I told her that I wasn't going to talk, and so I had to hold up a little card that just said, Lisa, I'm not saying anything. So that's her hesitation at the beginning. She did write me back after she saw it with no edits. She said, boy, I say a lot. So with that, I'm going to say, thank you very much, Poppy. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Rick, for sharing.
You're welcome.
It was really great to see into your history and your background. I think we can all take some inspiration from that.
Oh, good. You like that first business card, huh? The
I do.
What a funny name for a band. Oh my God. Turned out that was like the career name, Bounty Hunters.
Go back to, so we have Scott Curry, his power came back on, and
I see Scott. Yeah, there he is. I'm going to get rid of Lisa here. She would not appreciate being up on the screen.
So we can stop your screen share.
Oh yeah, we'll stop that. Okay, stop
Yeah,
sharing. Okay, good.
And so now you're just duplicated. Now I'm duplicated. I kind of love it in so many ways. It's so authentic. And now we're like infinite. It's fine.
I know. And in 20 years, people are going to go, oh my God, look at how, elementary that was. This will be like a fax machine.
Like some really high-end technology to try to do this whole conference. Yeah. So.
But next time in 20 years, Poppy, you'll be like Princess Leia right here on my desk.
That's right. I'll be a hologram.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard some projects proposed about since we might not be able to be physically close in the near future, right, or the long-term future, and so like stadiums might not be the same in 5 years, right?
Oh, right.
So how do you recreate presence so that it is useful and it creates the same feel for the players on the field or the musician on the stage, right? If we can't be that close, what do we do? I'm sorry, your hologram comment made me think about that.
Well, I think also, when an athlete gets hurt on the field, they're just going to bring in, because everyone will be watching remotely, the avatar of that athlete.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, right? And so you'll just be able to control them and say, okay, super athlete, go do your thing.
There's this film that didn't make it into theaters, but I think it's so profound. It's a dystopian film. I just love them. It's called The Congress, and it's with Robin Wright. And it kind of goes into this in-depth, like it's all about the entertainment industry, so no wonder they didn't want to show it in the theaters. It's a pretty harsh take, but really profound. That is not what we should talk about, though. We should talk about you, Scott. So good to have you back.
Thanks for having me back. Yes.
Were you inspired by any questions?
Scott the Inquisitor.
He is.
That
might
is.
Be under duress, though. I could try to like jump in.
Well, yeah, that is just my role that I've taken today, which is, my role that I generally take. But no, I caught the majority of this, thankfully. And so, Rick, thank you. I wasn't able to thank you at the beginning, but thank you for sharing all of that. It was incredible. One of the bigger pieces that I got from that I wanted to ask you about was, I guess, to preface, obviously your work at this point spans decades, and it's obviously brilliant, and it obviously speaks for itself. But you showed us a lot of projects that were very, very different from each other. It was a large span of things, all for different clients, all over the place. But they all, to me, really had your identity tied to them. And then at the end, when you started showing your website, I love that you were just like, you know what? I just had this vision of RVTV and it's what I wanted to do. So you just did it. And that really spoke to me. So was there like, I don't know what I want to ask because there are like 100 different questions that I want to ask but what did that feel like for you, I guess, for you to just be like, you know what, this is what I want to do, so I'm going to do it? Or was that the case?
That's a really great question. And I think that's a question that, had I been asked to answer that in January, I would not have been able to provide this kind of answer. But I contractually, when I left my studio to two guys who'd been with me gloriously for 24 years collectively, I said, you know what, you need the first quarter to promote yourself. I'll go dormant. And I'll come out and I'll make certain that the work that I show is the work that I couldn't do within the studio. Oh, Kitty, see, humanization of people. That's so good. Cue the dogs. Let's go. And I didn't know it was going to be RV TV then. It wasn't until the lockdown when I set out to do this, I knew I was going to promote and showcase this work in Columbus, Indiana, at a small gallery on Washington Street called it's the W with a slash. And it's Jonathan Neshi's gallery. It's all very small. It's all of the size of this room, but it's painted black. And so I made 9 works for it. On the day that the engraved invitation was done at the engraver, I received a call from Jonathan saying, you know what, the city's shut down, the show is postponed. I said, oh shit, what are we going to do? And we talked a little bit about, like, was it the word postponed? Was it the word canceled? What am I going to go out with? And I take that home, and my wife Diane goes, and she did it this fast. She goes, it's changed. Now that's a really special word for the things we're going through now, because this was back in mid-March, but now clearly everything has changed. So she was like right on it. And I sent out 250 announcements, a kind of limited edition of that thing that was printed anyhow. And I had to change. And I had to say, okay, I'm still going to announce this and promote it during the month of April. Damn it. Right? I set out to do it. I'm not going to just like put it in storage. And each week I thought, oh, it's season 1, episode 1 this week, episode 2 next week, episode 3. And then it became this thing, RV TV, that had a nice sort of symmetry to it. But more to the point, it was like, how the hell am I going to do this without a studio? And it occurred to me that I'm already working in this gig economy now, right? Where everyone's virtual. So just like, keep it going, but showcase those collaborators. So should you ever binge watch RV TV, you will find yourself, it only takes an hour to go through the whole thing, but there's conversations on Zoom's platform that are recorded with the filmmakers, and with the photographers and the sound people. So you get a sense of what everyone was feeling. And I think it will have much more resonance for me into the future. What your real question was, why did I choose to do this? And what did it feel like to decide to leave a studio that had been sacred to me, right? It was the way in which I knew how to work. And I have been pondering this for a number of years, but I'm 68 years old. I thought, is there another way to still take advantage of my creative energies in what I could call Act 3 or the third act? And I didn't make that up. That came to me having taken a class once, one of those week-long classes when Milton Glaser was about my age. I signed up for it, and he says, I'm in my third act. I thought, damn, what's he talking about, third act? It's not until you get there, you go, oh, third act time, right? And it's been now, I'm in the beginning of the 5th month of the third act. Will I do another RV TV season 2? Perhaps, but it's unlikely, right? There's no sponsors. I was the sponsor. I was the patron. I was the client. I was the subject matter. I was the writer, the producer, the director, the collaborator, all that stuff. It was exhausting. It was incredibly expensive, and it was a reward. I even got to the point, Scott, where I would tell myself, okay, let's see, 39 years, this is going to be 40, X amount of days, X amount of dollars. Oh yeah, that's like $1 a day. I can do that. Or 50 cents, whatever that was. Whatever it was, I justified it. It's like, okay, that's cool.
The whole process must have been so cathartic, to really dive deep into a true collaboration and self-expression, right?
That's right. Without any, I called it the cloud of commerce. The cloud of commerce, I wanted to feel what that was, with what it felt like without it. Now, we've all done, like the weekend project, or, this summer I've done that. We've all done that. And that's healthy and that's rich. But to put a body of work together in a short period of time, in other words, to borrow from the cloud of commerce, the deadline only. The deadline was April Fool's Day. And what I did as an overture, I went on Instagram, and I had been told a long time ago by a friend of mine, I think I mentioned it in the earlier presentation, jump and the net will be there. If it's not, it won't matter anyhow. So I had written a story that could run the 90 days from January 1st to March 31st. It's leap year, so we had 90 days. And I called it 90 Days, D-A-Z-E. And it was a story of an old tightrope walker who had to get back up on the tightrope. And every day on Instagram, there would be a new post. And I worked with, it was Fu's roommate. Her name was Yangtze Fan. She's back in Beijing now, moving to Chengdu, I think, wherever she's moving. And so she and I mapped out this narrative like a comic book on Instagram.
It's a beautiful story, Scott. I think you'd really like it.
There's a film on RVTV. We sequenced everything in film, and then we just made a book. The book proofs are floating around. Yeah, they're over there.
I liked scrolling through Instagram to see it because I could imagine how it happened, and it was like it was such an interesting way to engage with Instagram as well. I thought it was very clever, and I hope that more people take that kind of approach. It reminds me of the first time I saw somebody using their whole Instagram layout as like a billboard.
That's right. Yeah. When they're curating Instagram, I think it's a platform that some creative people are using to maximum impact, right? And now that we have even bigger issues to deal with, and everybody is like, for that one moment, we need just a little exhale. So we flip to Instagram and we swipe a few times. Wouldn't it be wonderful to take some of our serious issues and bring them into the fold in creative ways so that we can keep people engaged, right? Without promoting propaganda. Do it with all the gifts that we have, which are visual and narrative oriented. They're stylish, but they're also meaningful.
So Rick, I have a question, and we touched on this a little bit last night, but what would you say to somebody who maybe is early mid-career, still building confidence?
Act one.
Right. They're either like in the middle of Act One, towards the end of Act One. How do they practice like this confidence to take the leap, right? And to be bold?
Well, I think that's a really good question. And that answer may have been different before COVID than it is now. But I can say that the answer that I gave myself before COVID was permission to recognize that I was never happy with my portfolio. Never. Every time I had to show it, it was a crisis. Every time I had to organize it, it was episodic. It was like, oh my God, Rick, will you ever get over it? And people would say, oh no, look, it's really good. And I'm saying, no, that's shit. This is wrong. That's bad. There's some of that. But then the new permission that I've given myself is, you know what? That was the best you could do at that time. And I think today it's to just say, we're really like faced with, oh shit, young people can get COVID. Young people can go down. So I think the question now is, if this was the last project I had, will this be the best one? In other words, is this my last rodeo?
Ooh, I just got chills when you said that.
Yeah, I remember giving a presentation, it was maybe 9 months ago, and it was a publicly traded company. They had the boardroom, the whole thing, right? And I had to say to them, I said, guys, this may be my last rodeo, so I'm giving it up for you. I have pulled every stop, every ounce of energy that I have. I've taken it from myself, and I've taken from everybody I'm collaborating with. So I want you to just give it these 2 days of presentation, because we worked our butts off. It turned out they didn't use it. They borrowed it, they abused it, it's whatever. But the process of doing it was the reward.
Mm.
And I think no matter what stage of your career you're in, if it's the best you can do at that time, that's what you're here to do. But now the real challenge for all of us is to recognize we have been given like these special gifts that are underutilized. We're the ones who can see, we can talk, we can put puzzles together like others can't, right? We can make complexity simple. We can bring clarity to like the confusion. And we can even do it poetically, systematically. We're really gifted, but we haven't been called to task. And often when we are, we make excuses. I was like the best at this. All my client made me do it. And then I had to teach myself, oh, did your client put you in a hammerlock and run your head against the turnbuckle in that wrestling ring? What are you talking about? Your client made you do it. Right? Did you not have a relationship with that client? Then it got to the point where it's like, okay, if I can't have a client over for dinner, why the hell am I working for them?
Mm.
Right? Why am I giving the better part of my day and all of my creative gift to somebody I wouldn't even have for dinner? It's like that didn't compute. And that one, that I've been living with for about 20 years. That was a kind of breakthrough moment. Because I had so many situations, you know, Michael Cronin, I had to fly to San Francisco to hear that truth. You get what you do. And so now I want to just say, okay, dude, you don't have like a zillion days left. It could be like I had a plumber come over today. Everybody's wearing the mask, we're social distancing. And he tells me about his neighbor, a guy, he's in his early 70s. I'm going, shit, that's like 3 years away. He goes, he had COVID. And he called me during the COVID and he said, could you buy me a gun? This hurts so bad. I said, oh my God, I do not want to get this. Right? That was the one. It was like, okay, every day counts now. Mm-hmm. Every day counts for everybody. What can we do? That's the question we have to be asking, and we have to answer it for ourselves. So I learned a lot about finding those answers that I can share with other people by doing this work. And I would encourage everyone to just like use the medium of design to find expression for yourself. How are we feeling now? Just use this medium that we're so good at. Transcend the question that might normally have been the question, which is, how'd you do that? No, that's not the question anymore.
Why?
Why'd you do that? Yeah. Or I'm so glad you did that. Mm-hmm. That means a lot to me. Or I got that. I could feel that. Mm-hmm. Am I like rambling too much here?
No, that was absolutely perfect.
Good.
Thank you so much, Rick, for sharing.
You're welcome. I get kind of fired up sometimes. So.
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm trying to like keep it in.
Oh, we're recorded. We're recorded, so it's all right. Did you record this?
Yeah. So thank you again, everyone. I want to like people to applause for you. Like,
I only see 4 people and 2 of them are me. I only see you and Scott.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. It has been really great for me to sort of get here. right? Get here just for this. You forced it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll meet in person.
We'll meet in person someday. I know. Hug it out, Poppy. That's right. No hugging. Oh no.
Right, we'll elbow bump. Okay, well, we are going to close it out. Please follow Rick Valicenti. I'm sure we're going to continue to see interesting things.
Instagram, contemporaneous notes is what I am now, and rickvalicenti.com. Binge watch me this weekend. You will have a good time. Only takes an hour.
If you have comments, you can put them in the chat. You can put them on the Miro board. You can tweet at us. You can, we're everywhere. So thank you so much, Rick.
You're welcome. Bye now.
Bye. Right, I didn't break it. We're good. Okay. So, Indy Design Week. Scott, we lost your video somehow. But I want to thank.
Oh, I think, are we doing
I was going to do thank yous. I was going to close out the conference and just, I'm going to share my screen actually to share this slide. Thanking our amazing volunteers. Sorry, Ashley, we misspelled your name. Ashley Lay, it's EIGH. She's the president of AIGA Indianapolis and collaborated with us for the throwdown. Instrumental. So glad that they were able to jump in and produce that amazing event where we showcased 14 illustrators. Now that we know what we're doing, maybe we'll do it again. It was really fun. Maybe it's like a quarterly kind of thing. Who knows? She's probably like, what are you talking about? Austin Robinson and Caitlin, I think she's on, Caitlin Heimer. They're of Absorb, and they've just been so very wonderful. Absorb Productions. All of the speaker videos that were pre-recorded, they painstakingly edited and complied with my requests, of which there are just so many. Asia Ellis Singleton, Bailey Shelton, super volunteer. She was a wizard on your workshops. You might have seen her there. Ben Valentine with the Columbus Design Institute and Exhibit Columbus. Thank you so much. Blake Coates, another super volunteer. Clayton Maddox, Chris Hartley rocked it. So many of the images that you've seen on social media, he helped to produce. Chris Merritt, Chris Sheeran made our wonderful animation that I meant to show you guys as a part of this conference. But it's on our Instagram, so you can watch it there. Courtney Xavier managed the homework series with Richard McCoy. David Matthew, our broadcaster and savior of the digital remote conference, operated the illustration throwdown and this stream today, and we couldn't have done it without him. So thank you so much. Derek O'Neill jumped in in the final hour and helped us revamp our website when we lost everything. We lost it and had to build it brand new in a day. This was 4 weeks ago. And so I got that rolling, and he made sure that we got all of our speakers and our workshops in there. And so thank you so much. Drew Fagan jumped in. Jackie Akira was helping out with the website. Jamie Meltzer with AIGA, Jenny Todd, Jingo De La Rosa with Art Speak and AIGA, Johnny Gong with Homeworks, Kimber Cappuccino, another workshop VA, Lindsay Kabursky, Mariah Dunn on the marketing team, Mati Salomonek, a VA, Nancy Hernandez. She has her own design studio, Expressing Design. She helped organize the Miro board. That was our schedule. She was responsible for crafting the gallery that with all of our local artists and the speaker and workshop facilitator pages that you see on there. That was her work, and so grateful. Nikita Panjari, Piyush Dewande, Rachel Fang, Richard McCoy. I thank you so much, Richard. Tia Hapner did the graphics for the illustration throwdown and was also a contestant. She's part of AIGA. Super person. Tori Farr, another super volunteer, working late to get us our social graphics and to make sure that we are reaching you all on our social media. And Yamini Masterson. People that aren't on here are our board members. Sean Whistler, our marketing chair, he took on organizing the whole marketing team. So I didn't have to, and it was just so amazing. And our our treasurer Brant Hughes, keeping me locked in and on budget, and really challenging me to like, do you really need to spend that money? Is there another way we can do something? Like, yes, there is. So grateful for him. Yolanda Valdivia, his wife, who keeps us on task and helps make sure that we are documenting everything, instrumental in getting us our nonprofit. Marie Williams, so wonderful, checking through she's our assistant director, I don't know, vice president. It's weird when you go to a nonprofit, like, what are our titles? But she really went through a lot of things that I got up there just to get it out and fix my mistakes. It was just cleaning up loose ends everywhere. Thank you, Marie. And Danny Kane, our creative director. She and I work in just such close collaboration. I really value the partnership. And she's made all of these illustrations that you see. She's set the style guide and branding direction for Indy Design Week, and we continue to collaborate on that, and it's just so fun. Scott, thank you. Scott Soltis Curry. And then our sponsors, of course. There's so many people. It takes a village to produce a conference in general, and to do something virtual. We had so many conversations. It was like, should we cancel? Should we postpone? And ultimately decided to stick with it so that we could continue to fulfill our mission to be a beacon of hope and a unifying community, a unifying force for the designers of Indianapolis. And so we thank you for even watching, because we wouldn't be here if you didn't care. So yeah, join us next year, and we're going to have a continued mission. Be on the lookout for the Indy Design Collaborative. Join the Slack. The Indy Design Collaborative is the nonprofit arm that is producing everything, and so we have things in store. Check out AIGA, IXDA, AIA, whatever your flavor of design is. There's a space for you here in Indianapolis. Do you have any additional closing words, Scott?
Yeah, just a few. I mean, you've done most of, yeah. You did most of the heavy lifting as usual. So thank you for that. Thank you for this opportunity. Obviously, hopefully we can do this bumping elbows on an actual stage next year. But as always, my expectations are always blown out of the water with all of these talks. Today and this week we had hard conversations, we had fun conversations, we've had lots of knowledge and opinions thrown at us, and it's all been incredibly insightful. So it really was an honor to have public, but also very personal conversations with every single one of our facilitators and speakers, and everyone asking questions. It's been awesome. So so thank you, and thank you everyone in the Indy design community, and I'm looking forward to this being even somehow 1,000 times better next year.
Right, we
and
now
Kirk
have
says thank you also.
big shoes to fill. We're gonna start putting out a call for speakers, because we do want to start doing monthly events, or quarterly. We'll see what it is. But We want to start collecting more talent and urge people, urge all of you to start sharing your knowledge. Like, let's level up together. And the only way to do that is to talk about it. So reach out if you're a content creator or you want to be. We help coach with that. This is it for the learnings of the week, and now we're gonna just unwind and relax with some music tonight. So you can tune in to our live stream concert that we've organized. We had a last minute addition with Grace Minnick. She'll be joining us again. So if you liked her music, you can tune in. And there's so many more. We have 7 bands in total. So we have SM Wolf, local amazing music group. We have a brass band. It's going to be like getting down. They're called Dysfunction. We have some folk and some psych rock. It's an eclectic mix of musicians and a saxophone player. I mean, guys, like it's going to be pretty fun. So that's going to be happening on our Facebook in about 15 minutes. Whew, that is a wrap. Indie Design Week.